Chardia von de Cramsley, the Grand Chancellor of the Annex Empire, begins recording the history of his master. He is a loyal servant who gave up his throne as the king of vampires to document the Emperor's legendary achievements. It all began when a mysterious man from another world suddenly appeared out of thin air. The man defeats a massive dragon alone, which the entire continent could not defeat together. The mysterious man quickly conquers the entire Ark continent, leaving even the undead soldiers in total shock. His army erupts in cheers, celebrating their new emperor's absolute victory over the land. Cramsley joyfully congratulates his master for successfully laying every dimension at his feet. Despite his total conquest, the emperor laments that no one understands his longing for his original home. In just 50 years, this man conquered the entire continent and became Cramsley's absolute master. He is a terrifying being who commands millions of undead and can part the seas with a single sword strike. Known as an immortal disaster from another world, he established the powerful Annex Empire. As the king of the dead who rules over the living, no title is more fitting for him than immortal. Countless beings knelt before his power, while those who dared to resist were turned into loyal undead servants. Even the terrifying dragons and the powerful demon king were forced to submit to his overwhelming strength. The strongest leaders of the martial and spirit worlds were completely powerless against him. Absolutely no one in existence was a match for the emperor's divine grace and power. While every dimension fell to his feet, his servants could never truly understand his secret desires. The only thing the emperor ever truly wanted was to find a way back to his home on Earth. Standing within his grand palace, the emperor prepares to address his gathered vassals. After failing to find a path home across all dimensions, he summons his gods of war to deliver a final message. Feeling exhausted from his long journey, the emperor declares his intention to enter a deep slumber. His shocked servants desperately beg him to reconsider, promising to continue the search for a way back to Earth. The emperor laments that returning home is pointless after 300 years, as everyone he loved is surely gone. His loyal servants can only watch in despair as their master realizes he is too late. Giving up on his dream of home, the emperor commands his subjects to focus solely on helping him achieve eternal rest. He walks away from his throne, leaving his empire behind, to seek a final slumber. His subjects cry out in desperation, as the emperor continues his lonely walk. Despite the weeping of his subjects, the emperor's command is carried out as the head liches activate a massive disintegration circle. With a peaceful expression, the emperor prepares to enter the magic circle alone. As the emperor steps into the light, a panicked Cramsley rushes forward, unable to let his master face the end alone. Vowing to serve his master even in death, Cramsley sprints toward the glowing circle to follow him. Both master and servant are engulfed in a blinding flash of light as the powerful magic circle activates. The intense magical energy surges around them, leaving Cramsley in total shock, while his master remains calm. It seemed like the legendary journey had finally come to an end, but fate had a different plan in mind. A bright light floods a dark room, startling Cramsley, who was hiding in the shadows. The emperor enters the room holding a small baby, scolding Cramsley for being cheap and sitting in the dark. Cramsley tries to offer a poetic excuse for the darkness, but the emperor tells him to stop being so formal if he is just going to talk back. When asked why he isn't sleeping, the emperor points out that the baby won't let him, leading Cramsley to loudly apologize and risk waking her further. The loud noise is too much for the little girl, and she bursts into a fit of loud crying. The emperor blames Cramsley for waking the baby and demands he fix it, but his suggestion that she is hungry is quickly shut down. Cramsley suggests checking her diaper next, but the emperor confirms it is already clean and calls him useless for not knowing how to quiet a child. While Cramsley tries to focus on his writing, he is constantly interrupted by loud shouts and can only sigh in frustration. An emergency is declared over a late-night snack, and Cramsley's eyes glow with excitement at the mention of food. Upon hearing that chicken has arrived, Cramsley loses all composure and sprints out of the room at top speed. It turns out the magic circle sent the emperor back to the modern home he missed so dearly, ending his conquest, but starting a new life. In this world, the former conqueror faces a new challenge he never imagined, raising a little princess. A fresh box of fried chicken sits on the table, still steaming and ready to be eaten. Cramsley enjoys the meal, telling Subin that the chicken is always delicious, no matter when he eats it. Subin smiles warmly and encourages the elder to eat as much as he likes. She offers to feed the baby so Kangjun can eat, worrying that he is still confused after staying home all day. Kang calmly eats his chicken, insisting that he is perfectly comfortable and not confused at all. Subin remains unconvinced, firmly stating that he must be struggling after everything he has endured. As Kang tries to reassure her, Subin tells him he doesn't need to pretend, and is just happy he returned alive. She remembers the terrifying dragon attack from years ago, when he first disappeared and was trapped inside a gate. Kang explains he was actually an emperor on the continent of Annex, but Subin just teases him about his wild story. Despite his legendary past as the emperor of Annex, Kangjun is now just an unemployed gate survivor raising his daughter. Kang introduces the elder as his loyal servant, but his sister remains skeptical of the man's grand title. Kremsley reminisces about his past as a top administrative official, while happily munching on a piece of fried chicken. Kang's sister, a hard-working factory worker, can only offer a confused stare at the elder's strange claims. She assumes that both her brother and the elder are suffering from minor delusions after surviving a traumatic gate incident. Kang feels insulted by his sister's pity, but she simply encourages him to focus on his recovery and his young daughter. After the elder expresses his heartfelt gratitude for a place to stay, Kang notices his daughter tugging at him for attention. The Emperor's adorable infant daughter, Lee Seol, happily holds up a small object, completely unaware of her father's legendary past. Seeing his daughter struggling with a string, Kang gently offers to tie it for her. As he ties a simple knot, the former emperor darkly recalls how he once used these same skills to personally prepare executions for high treason. He demonstrates a lethal execution knot to his daughter, explaining how it snaps a neck until his sister's shout interrupts him. Subin scolds him for telling a baby such terrifying stories, though Kang insists he was just providing a proper fatherly education. After being told to focus on parenting, Kang gently wipes his daughter's face and sits quietly by her side. Subin notes how much the baby enjoys her father's touch as Seol peacefully falls asleep in his arms. With the little princess finally resting, Kang decides to take her to her room to sleep properly. He carefully lays her down on her bed, surrounded by toys that are a far cry from the battlefields of his past. He gazes at his sleeping daughter, contemplating the life she started while he was trapped in another world. He recalls his sister explaining the tragic news that Seol's mother died during childbirth while he was still missing. When Kang mentions his absence felt like 300 years, Subin can only pity him and urge him to treat his daughter with love. Sitting by his resting daughter, the former emperor decides that this quiet life isn't so bad after all. Kremsley asks his master what he would do if he could ever return to his original homeland. The emperor admits that he longs for a quiet, ordinary life where he can exist peacefully without being noticed. He realizes that raising his daughter is exactly the kind of ordinary life he always dreamed of having. As Kang gets up, he notices a pile of documents on the floor that catches his attention. His peaceful mood is shattered when he discovers a stack of urgent overdue notices for various bills. The next afternoon, the former emperor realizes they have run into a serious financial problem. Kremsley is horrified to hear his absolute master admit to having a problem, while he calmly feeds his daughter. Kang commands his servant to read the pile of documents out loud, much to the elder's shock. Kremsley reads a long list of unpaid utility bills and debt notices, until his master finally tells him to stop. He confirms that all the papers are demands for payment, and the emperor notes that his family's finances are a total mess. The former chancellor suggests solving the problem by raising taxes on nobles, forgetting they are no longer in their empire. Kang bursts into laughter at the absurdity of suggesting tax increases in the modern world. He tells his servant that he is mistaken and begins to compare their current situation to the social classes of their old world. Pointing to a diagram, he explains that on Earth, they are no better than slaves who must work hard just to survive. The former king of vampires is left in total disbelief at the realization of their lowly status. Kremsley recalls his glorious past as a pure-blooded vampire lord who led his entire clan with pride. He remembers earning the prestigious title of Archduke through his countless years of loyal service to the emperor. The reality of being treated like a slave in this new world sends the former Archduke into a fit of pure despair. Trying to regain his composure, he tells himself that a true servant must remain loyal even during a crisis. He vows to help his master build a new empire on Earth, but the Kang just tells him to do whatever he wants. Ignoring his servant's grand ambitions, the emperor focuses on the immediate need to start earning money. Kang asks Seol to open wide, but she firmly refuses to eat. Despite making special black sesame food, Seol still won't take even a single bite. Recalling advice to turn eating into a game, Kang decides to challenge his daughter. He proposes a contest to see who can eat best, promising Seol she can do whatever she wants if she wins. Seol accepts the challenge with fiery determination and a loud cry. As Subin cheers her on, Kang smugly notes that his daughter is still way too slow. He recalls his time on the monster-filled Anox continent, where he was dropped into the middle of chaos. He explains that he became an absolute power because he gave his all even during the smallest tasks. The former emperor demonstrates his terrifying speed as he begins eating at an inhuman pace. He continues to chew and swallow with the same intensity he once used on the battlefield. Kang declares victory, telling his daughter that she can never defeat her father at that pathetic speed. Seol is left in total shock before bursting into tears at her crushing defeat. Subin quickly picks up the crying baby and scolds Kang for being so heartless. Ignoring his sister's anger, Kang coldly tells his crying daughter to become stronger if she feels it's unfair. While Subin comforts the princess, Kremsley records how the emperor gave his all to claim victory over a 3-year-old. As the day continues, The former chancellor expresses concern over his master's future actions. Kang suddenly asks his sister for permission to go out, leaving her completely stunned. Subin worries about him going out alone, even though it's her day off to watch the baby. Kremsley reassures her by announcing that he will be accompanying his master on his journey. A green bus pulls up to a stop on a bright sunny afternoon. Kang sits inside the bus, his expression serious as he gazes out the window. He recalls his sister Subin admitting with a worried face that she is completely broke. She explains that they live in a dangerous neighborhood because it's cheap, but even their security deposit is running out. When he asks how much money she needs, Subin tells him not to worry and to focus on his own recovery. She jokingly pins her hopes on winning the lottery to solve their financial problems. Subin dreams of moving somewhere safe where she can properly care for Seol until Kang finds a job. She gazes at the sleeping baby, noting that she needs all the love and attention she can get. Back on the bus, Kang decides that since their problems are financial, they should be easy enough to solve. He informs his servant that for their plans to work, he will need a brand new name and identity. A surprised Kremsley asks if his master is truly referring to his name. Kang confirms he has already chosen a fitting name that perfectly suits their new environment. He tells his servant that he will no longer be known by his long formal title. He is deeply honored to receive a new name bestowed upon him by the great emperor. Kang bestows the name Choi Dol-so on his loyal servant. The servant is shocked by the new name and says that, although he hasn't been in this place long, the name still sounds a bit strange to him. Kang asks his servant why he looks unhappy about the name he was just given. Dol-so tries to hide his confusion, as his master demands to know why he is making such a face. Kang says the name is traditional and reserved only for the most loyal vassals. He explains it represents loyalty as unyielding as rock and steel. But if he still doesn't like it, then Dol immediately changes his tune, claiming it would be a sin to judge a gift from his lord. Kang is pleased and says he likes it. He admits his other name choices were much more ridiculous, and that the first name that came to mind is best left unmentioned. They arrive at a busy city intersection and get off the bus to begin their mission. Dol looks around the modern city, wondering exactly where their destination is. With a determined look, Kang announces that they are heading to Gate. Dol is thrilled by the news, a gate filled with all kinds of monsters. He praises his master for making a wise, bold decision. Kang asks why he is so excited, and Dol explains that no matter how exceptional a famed sword may be, but if it's left in the scabbard for too long, it's bound to be dull and rusty. The former vampire lord glows with bloodlust as he anticipates the screams and chaos of the battlefield. Excited to finally be able to fight again, Kang quickly kills the mood by revealing that they are only going to work as lowly porters. A stunned Dol can barely believe that they are going to perform such menial labor. Kang explains that entering a gate as a hunter requires an expensive registration card they can't afford. Horrified by the insult to his master's status, Dol falls to his knees and begs to work alone. Pedestrians begin to whisper about the scene, assuming the young man is bullying the elder. An embarrassed Kang tells his servant to stop making a public scene and get up immediately. Dol remains stubborn, vowing that he will never allow his lord to work as a mere porter. Kang's face turns terrifyingly dark as he asks if his servant seriously wishes to die for his defiance. Terrified by the deadly aura, Dol recalls the fate of those who angered the emperor. He remembers Chanma, the heavenly demon and uncontested leader of the Murim Alliance, collapsing and foaming on the ground. Dol springs to his feet, clears his throat, and urgently begs his master's forgiveness. Kang acknowledges his loyalty and places a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He explains that the porter job pays well and is only a temporary way to cover their urgent bills. Their conversation is interrupted as someone calls out to them from across the street. He turns around with a questioning look to see who is addressing them. A young man in hunting gear asks if they are the two porters who applied for the D-rank gate. A massive purple gate surges with energy in the middle of a guarded city street. Pedestrians walk casually through the city, seemingly unfazed by the glowing magical portal nearby. Kang is stunned to see people walking past an open gate, as if nothing unusual is happening. C-rank hunter Kim Bong-gu introduces the two newcomers as the party's porters. His partner, C-rank hunter Lee Byung-chol, is visibly annoyed, doubting that an old man and a scrawny kid can handle the job. Dol confidently introduces himself by his new name and insists he is more than capable of the work. The bald hunter continues to mock them, claiming that even fit men struggle with the physical demands of being a porter. Dol asks for permission to kill the rude hunters, but Kang reminds him they need to earn money for their IDs first. Dol realizes his master has a deeper plan while Kang asks who is leading the group. Bong raises his hand and identifies himself as the party leader. Kang acknowledges their unreliable appearance, but promises they won't slow the group down. Bong worries about his family's mounting hospital and school bills. Realizing he can't afford to skip this gate, the leader decides to take them along, hoping to make some quick money at the low-rank gate. Cheol is shocked by the decision, but Bong insists they can handle a simple D-rank gate together. Bong tells Cheol he has upcoming bills for his mother's hospital charges and his sister's academy fees. Understanding his concern, Cheol agrees to go to the D-rank gate. He says that if they are careful, they won't face any problems together. Bong thanks him. Cheol replies it's nothing and shifts the topic, adding that an F-rank hunter will join them at the gate. Bong says having the F-rank hunter carry the luggage will solve their problems, since the hunter will be useless for anything else. Kang looks on as he notices yet another person arriving to join the party. Cheol angrily scolds a late arrival, calling him a useless F-grade for taking too long. A scrawny young man runs toward the group, breathlessly apologizing for being late with the coffee. Kang feels bitter as he realizes that Earth is just as harsh as his old world, where the strong prey on the weak. The bald hunter orders the F-rank to stop stalling and get the luggage ready to move. He calls the F-rank hunter an idiot, and tells him to carry their luggage in the back when the F-rank tries to protest. Cheol insults the boy further, saying he would only be a hindrance if he fought at the front. The F-rank hunter replies that he understands. The hunter then warns Kang that he won't waste time worrying about their safety, and tells him not to hold them back once they're inside. He also tells Dahl the same thing, calling him an old man. Dahl is furious at the man's insolence. Meanwhile, the F-rank hunter mentioned that he will carry the heaviest gear. He says that although he is only an F-rank, he is still an awakened. He admits he might not be very helpful in fights but can easily carry several bags. Kang hands over some gear, silently observing the nervous young man. Before heading to the gate, he gives the boy a cryptic piece of advice. He tells him he must earn some money today and that he doesn't want any trouble. The F-rank hunter asks what he means by that. He tells him to keep up his weak, naive act until the end. Coldly, he orders the boy to stay quietly behind and carry the bags, nothing more. The group then prepares to head toward the gate. Standing before a gate checkpoint, Kang wonders if he is witnessing a standard entry procedure. A staff member confirms the reservation for C-rank hunter Kim Bong-gu and his party of 4 at the Guro Station gate. While granting them entry, the staff member warns that despite being a D-rank gate, several fatal accidents have occurred there lately. Bong is shocked to hear about the fatal accidents, and the staff member urges caution as the Management Bureau investigates the mysterious danger within the low-difficulty gate. The hunting party gathers before the massive, glowing purple gate, ready to step into the unknown. One by one, the party members step into the swirling magical energy of the portal. After the porter enters, Kang signals his servant that it's their turn to follow the others. The gate pulses with intense light as the entire party vanishes into the dungeon. The group arrives in a desolate, eerie forest filled with twisted, leafless trees. As they enter, a system begins registering Kang's data, but his overwhelming physical abilities cause a measurement error before the process completes. Walking through the suspicious woods, the hunters grow uneasy and agree to clear the undead-infested gate as quickly as possible. Kang is confused to see a status window labeling him as a level 1 necromancer with a long list of legendary, unmeasurable titles. Infuriated by being ranked as level 1, he scoffs at the system's attempt to quantify his immeasurable strength and mysterious divine power. Finding the titles intriguing, he realizes they represent his past achievements, such as reaching the 9th circle of black magic and accidentally causing dimensional crises. They gave him the titles of Ultimate Necromancer and Dimension Invader. He notes his title as a demon slayer, casually recalling the time he personally slaughtered over 1 million demons. Recalling more feats, he recognizes titles for slaying a dragon and plundering the world tree just to decorate his palace garden. Although he holds all these titles and controls his retainers, his level is too low to summon them. He realizes that leveling up might let him bring his entire imperial staff and treasury to Earth for his convenience. Suddenly, a voice cuts his deep thoughts. The bald hunter snaps at Kang, warning him to stay focused since they are in a dangerous area where lives are at risk. Unfazed by the shouting, Kang simply tells the group to keep moving as they head deeper into the dark woods. The small group continues their trek through the desolate, fog-covered landscape, unaware of what lurks ahead. Looking around at the dark and eerie surroundings, they comment on how nasty the place is. The bald hunter suggests finishing their work quickly to leave, and the party leader agrees. Kang realizes they are just supposed to follow the group's lead. Dahl tells Kang that the eerie forest feels surprisingly cozy and restorative for his mind and body, and Kang is glad to hear it. He wonders where the undead monsters are, and notes that the area looks just like a forbidden zone from his past empire. He finds the familiar-looking environment to be quite refreshing. Bong orders everyone to stop because it's finally time to get to work. The group reaches an open area filled with ancient ruins and scattered skeletons. Bong prepares an ice magic attack as skeleton warriors begin to rise from their graves. With a powerful shout, Bong launches an ice spear that shatters a skeleton warrior. Kang is intrigued as he watches the hunters use magic to destroy the undead. More skeleton warriors are blown apart by powerful magic attacks. Kang finds the fight interesting, noting that while the hunters are weak, their techniques at least have proper form. After defeating all the skeletons, Bong suggests gathering the mana stones before moving deeper into the gate. The porters quickly begin their work, collecting the purple mana stones scattered among the skeletal remains. Bong is frustrated as more skeletons continue to rise, questioning how many times this has happened already. Chiol blocks an attack with his shield and tells the enemies to get lost, while Kang warns him to be careful this time, calling him a baldy. Chiol grows angry at the comment, but Kang calmly surveys the battlefield and warns him that archers are mixed in with the skeletal warriors. Suddenly an arrow flies through the air, coming straight toward Chiol, causing him to curse in frustration. The arrow streaks toward him with incredible speed. Chell blocks it with his shield, causing the arrow to deflect towards Kang. Everyone watches in shock as a deadly arrow streaks directly toward Kang's head. With incredible speed and precision, Kang catches the arrow with his bare hand just inches from his face. Kang glares at the arrow in annoyance, realizing he accidentally used his power to block it. A shocked Bong asks how he did it, but Chiol simply says it was just luck. He drops the arrow and angrily scolds the group for their lack of attention, lamenting how terrifying it is to earn a living. He tells them he almost died because of the arrow, desperately trying to hide his powers. Bong watches him with suspicion, wondering if he truly almost died, or if catching that arrow was really just a matter of luck. A monstrous screech echoes through the dark forest as the hunter witnessed something in the distance. Terrifying skeletons lunge forward with piercing screams, and the party leader orders the group to take them down immediately. Bong unleashes a burst of ice magic to freeze the enemies while Chiol firmly blocks an incoming strike with his shield. Amid the chaotic sounds of battle, Dol clutches his head in sudden agony and desperately calls out to his master. Kang suggests another round of rock, paper, scissors, but Dol begs him to stop. Kang asks why, insisting he's having fun. Dol says he's the only one being beaten and begs them to kill him already instead of continuing. Ignoring his pleas, Kang calmly starts another round of rock, paper, scissors, telling him he might win this time, leaving the nearby F-rank hunter completely speechless at their bizarre behavior. The F-rank hunter watches Kang with a dark, suspicious look, feeling increasingly bothered by the man's strange presence. He is very suspicious of Kang, prompting the hunter to wonder whether he is actually a secret agent from the Administration Bureau. The F-rank hunter watches the two bicker over their game. Kang straight up asks what Dol will choose next. Dol tells his master to keep it at least a little fair. Kang snaps back, asking if Dol thinks he's cheating. Dol quickly apologizes and prepares for another round. The F-rank hunter witnesses this and concludes the Bureau would never employ such lunatics. The F-rank hunter's expression turns chillingly serious as he mutters to himself that they are almost at their destination. With a final heavy blow, the last skeleton is crushed into the ground, and Chiol notes that the fight is finally finished. A brilliant flash of light shatters the darkness of the woods, signaling that the battle has finally come to an end. Bong praises everyone for their hard work and suggests that it is time for the group to head back. The F-rank hunter suddenly points into the thick fog, alerting the group to something massive looming in the distance. A grand and eerie cathedral emerges from the mist, leaving the entire party in stunned silence. A system notification appears before Kang, announcing that they have just unlocked a hidden dungeon called the Monastery of the Demon Worshippers. Bong is shocked to discover a hidden dungeon right in front of him. He realizes that a hidden dungeon is filled with rare treasures and magic items that could make him rich. He hopes to find the legendary elixir he has been desperately searching for. This rare medicine is the only thing that can save his mother from her coma. Since the elixir costs too much at auctions, he knows this is his only chance to get it. Bong wants to enter but worries about the others, while Chiol notes that reporting it would mean losing the chance to raid it themselves. They consider clearing the dungeon alone, but worry if their small party has enough combat power. They decide that a hidden dungeon inside a D-rank gate shouldn't be too difficult for them to handle. Chiol excitedly agrees to the raid, hoping the massive payout will allow him to finally retire. He turns to the porters and asks if they are willing to join the dangerous mission. Kang immediately asks if they will receive extra pay for the overtime work. Chiol offers to pay them 5 times the usual rate to convince them to join. After calculating the massive 3 million won payout, Kang and the others quickly agree to the dangerous mission. With everyone on board, the party officially begins the hidden dungeon raid. As the group moves deeper into the dungeon, the F-rank hunter hides a dark and suspicious smile. A hunter notes the unsettling and eerie atmosphere as they approach the massive cathedral. Bong leads the group forward as they prepare to enter the mysterious, vine-covered structure. The heavy stone door creaks open, revealing a dark and ominous path ahead. The group cautiously enters the pitch-black interior, deciding to move forward despite the oppressive darkness. Panic sets in as the massive door slams shut on its own, leaving the party trapped inside. Strange noises begin emanating from inside the structure. Chiol desperately rushes back to the entrance to try and force the heavy door open. Eerie murals of religious figures and roses line the walls of the cathedral's dark interior. After failing to open the door, The group realizes they must clear the dungeon to escape, and decides to head deeper inside. Kang remains perfectly calm, assuring his servant that they will simply force their way out if the barrier doesn't break. The party is surprised to find the grand hallway completely empty of monsters. The hunters are suddenly stopped in their tracks by a horrifying sight looming in the distance. A gruesome scene of a past battle is revealed, with the floor drenched in blood and littered with corpses. The group observes the carnage, noting that a massive battle took place where both sides were completely wiped out. They discover a terrifying demon statue looming over an altar filled with human sacrifices. Kang looks on thoughtfully, feeling that the demonic scene is strangely familiar to his past. The group finds a stone tablet inscribed with a mysterious language that appears to be from another world. Kang orders his servant to decipher the text, which is revealed to be the language of the demon realm. As the hunters watch with doubt, the elder begins to summarize the contents of the ancient stone tablet. The first instruction on the tablet requires visitors to pass a trial to prove they possess the minimum qualifications. The elder points out that the trial has already been cleared since all the guardian monsters have been slaughtered. The second requirement demands the sacrifice of 10 living humans, shocking the hunters with its insane cruelty. The text warns that after the 2 requirements the warden of hell will descend, and only those who kneel and beg for forgiveness will survive. The elder finds the high-ranking demon summoning altar fascinating and realizes it will summon a high-ranking demon once the ritual is complete. Meanwhile, the bald hunter lashes out in confusion, calls him a fool, and asks what he is even talking about. Dole points out the strange candles burning in the dark cathedral. He explains these are the Manhwa, the infernal flames of hell, which burn forever, using life force as a conduit for dark mana, and acting as catalysts for summoning demons. Dole notes that, judging by the size of the flames, each one will require the life force of a single person. He realizes with horror that 9 of the 10 candles are already lit, each flame representing a human life sacrificed. Chio questions it, saying that one more sacrifice will summon the demon. Once the demon is summoned, they will have to grovel and beg for mercy to get out alive. Dol tells him that, according to the inscription, that's what it says. The bald hunter Chio refuses to believe this nonsense, and asks others if they agree. The F-rank hunter creepily suggests they make a decision to avoid staying trapped and dying together. He chillingly argues that someone must die for the others to survive, leaving the bald hunter trembling in fear. The boy suddenly bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, revealing a truly twisted nature. The hunters are horrified by his sudden madness, unable to believe he is laughing in such a dire situation. After mocking their pathetic fear, he declares it is time to choose the final sacrifice by identifying the most useless person in the group. Bong firmly rejects the idea of sacrifice, believing they can all find a way to escape the dungeon alive. Chiol grows desperate and suggests that if someone must die, it should be the person who has lived the longest. Dol is confused by the group's stares, until he realizes they are targeting him as the oldest person. He initially thinks he is safe because he isn't human, but then panics realizing his master is technically over 300 years old. Dol whispers a warning to Kang, telling him that the others are planning to sacrifice him. Kang points back at his servant, clarifying that the group is actually looking at Dol. He bluntly confirms that Dol is the one they intend to sacrifice. Bong tries to stop the bickering, but an enraged Chiol calls him a hypocrite and tells him to die in their place. Chiol lashes out in anger over being trapped in the hidden dungeon and tells Bong to just die for everyone else. He mocks Bong, asking if he has a problem with being the one to sacrifice his life. The F-rank hunter laughs maniacally at the group, mocking how their ugly true natures surface when cornered, which enrages Chiol. He tells the group to stop arguing because he already has a plan. The F-rank hunter reveals his chilling true intentions, declaring that he planned to kill the entire party from the very start. A powerful magical orb of purple energy is condensed between his hands, radiating intense light and power. The cathedral's dark floor is littered with the remains of a massive battle, and an eerie purple energy rises from the fallen bodies. Suddenly, those bodies begin to get up. The hunters are completely stunned as they realize the F-rank hunter is actually a necromancer. Revealing his true identity, the man admits he is a hunter-killer from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. The traitorous hunter reveals that he is actually an A-rank being who is far superior to everyone else. The bald hunter collapses in pure terror at the mention of the notorious Anti-Bureau Alliance. He realizes the group consists of murderers who believe those with power should rule everything, and this man is one of the killers who hunts Bureau agents. He curses in despair as he sees dozens of undead warriors surrounding them. The hunter realizes he is completely outmatched, facing both an army of undead and a powerful A-rank killer. While his leader desperately urges him to fight, the bald hunter gives up completely, believing they are already dead. The killer mockingly praises their hopelessness, telling them to accept their fate as sacrifices for his cause. Kang interrupts abruptly, arguing that killing the hunters now would be inconvenient because they still owe him payment for today's work. He drops his gear and reminds the killer of his earlier warning to keep up the act, prompting the man to ask if he is from the Bureau and where he comes from. With a calm, steady gaze, Kang simply states that he isn't from the Bureau and that he is from his home in Salimdong. The killer grows frustrated by the vague answer. He realizes Kang has no intention of revealing his affiliation, but he presses on and demands to know how Kang managed to reach this place. Kang gives a mundane answer about taking a bus. The killer realizes he isn't getting a proper response from him, while Kang simply states that the killer is complaining even when he receives answers. Unfazed, Kang crosses his arms and asks the man what he hopes to achieve by summoning a demon. The man reveals his plan to summon Grand Duke Marbaz, one of the powerful rulers of the demon world. The killer explains his goal to use the demon's power to rebuild the world order, while Kang realizes the name sounds strangely familiar. Kang recalls his past invasion of the demon world, where he personally slaughtered nearly all 72 high-ranking demons. Looking at the altar, he wonders if the demon being summoned is one of the few cowards who managed to escape his wrath. The killer ignores him and declares that everyone must be sacrificed for the sake of his grand cause. With a sadistic smile, the A-rank necromancer tells the terrified group that their lives end here. A massive army of undead warriors erupts from the ground, surrounding the helpless hunters with glowing purple eyes. The bald hunter weeps over his meaningless death, while Bong apologizes to everyone for letting his greed lead them into this trap. Kang calmly steps forward, telling the despairing hunters that while they will die eventually, it won't be today. The hunters can only stare in confusion as the scrawny porter prepares to face the A-rank killer alone. Kang insists that if Bong has actually decided to die, he should pay him first. A terrifying explosion of dark energy erupts from Kang, leaving the entire party and the killer in total shock. The killer is horrified, unable to understand how a lowly porter is capable of wielding such massive black magic. He realizes that even though they use the same magic, the difference in their power levels is like heaven and earth. Staring into the abyss of Kang's eyes, the killer is paralyzed by a level of fear he has never experienced before. The necromancer witnesses a vision of the god of death and desperately begs for his life as the pressure becomes unbearable. Completely broken, the A-rank killer collapses to the floor and realizes his only hope is to run away as fast as possible. Kang stands as a towering silhouette of absolute power, his divine aura crushing everything in the room. The Emperor commands his servant to force the insolent intruders to show their proper respect. Dol acknowledges the command and begins the ritual, addressing the undead and identifying their master as a disaster beyond all measure. The killer screams in agony as a crushing force slams him and his undead army into the stone floor. Dol proudly proclaims his master the great immortal and king of the dead, ruler over all living beings. He orders the undead army to show proper respect to the Emperor. The entire legion is violently forced to its knees, bowing in total submission before their true Emperor. Bong stares in total shock at the strange purple energy swirling around him, wondering what is happening. The killer collapses to the floor in pure terror, desperately begging for his life as Kang's overwhelming power crushes him. Kang calmly explains that he was sick of his past life and only wanted to live a normal existence. He continues, stating his desire to live quietly without anyone noticing him or stepping into the spotlight. Kang grabs the killer's face, mocking him for acting so superior when his power is actually nothing special. A terrifying red sigil glows in Kang's eyes as he uses a powerful magic technique on the helpless killer. Kremsley realizes that his master has activated his legendary magic eye technique. The killer is trapped in a wretched hell of horrific visions, a high-level illusion triggered by the massive difference in their power. Within the illusion, a terrifying shadow warrior brutally slashes the killer. As he screams in unbearable agony, Bong watches the scene in disbelief, completely unable to understand the terrifying power unfolding before him. The killer lies broken on the floor, still screaming from the mental torture of the horrific illusions. Bong stares at Kang's back, trembling as he wonders who this mysterious and powerful man truly is. Kang casually notes that Bong managed to stay standing despite the intense pressure of his aura. With a chilling gaze, Kang asks Bong if he wants to share the killer's fate, and the terrified hunter quickly declines. Kang warns Bong to be careful with his words, while Kremsley suggests it might be better to simply kill the hunter to keep their secret. Kang dismisses the idea, explaining that he has already secured Bong's silence with a powerful binding spell. They decide to proceed with summoning the demon to find an exit, resolving to kill it if it refuses to cooperate. Kang prepares to take the first step in completing the ritual. At his command, the undead army drags the killer toward the altar to complete the final sacrifice and summon the demon. A skeleton warrior raises its blade high, ready to strike the final blow for the ritual. Bong watches in absolute horror as the final sacrifice is carried out, splattering blood across the cathedral floor. The final candle ignites with a dark, sinister flame as the ritual reaches its completion. the entire cathedral begins to shake violently as a powerful and ancient force starts to descend. A terrifying gargoyle demon erupts into life, letting out a deafening roar as it is finally summoned. Kang remains completely unfazed, casually commenting on the demon's overly dramatic entrance. Marbas recalls the centuries of shame from the day he watched his brothers be slaughtered and scattered. After losing his strength to the Emperor, Marbas became a fugitive drifting through dimensions, driven only by his desire for revenge. Having recovered some strength, Marbas arrives in this unfamiliar dimension and demands to know who has summoned him. The Warden of Hell identifies himself as Marbas, a powerful ruler of the Netherworld, and questions who dares to propose a bargain. Believing this location is perfect for amassing power and plotting his revenge, Marbas gladly accepts the bargain. The demon suddenly realizes something and claims that he finally remembers. Marbas finds Kang's voice familiar, while the Emperor mockingly asks if he was the one who ran away first during their last encounter. Marbas is stunned to see the great immortal again, while Kang casually comments on the irony of their meeting in this place. Seeing the Emperor again fills the demon with a sense of terrifying nostalgia. Marbas questions why such a powerful being is in this shabby dimension, and Kang simply explains that this is his hometown. The demon immediately changes his tune to praise the dimension, privately realizing he is completely doomed, just like the last time he fled from the Emperor. He recalls the carnage of their past battle, realizing that even with all 72 demons united, they were completely crushed by the Emperor. He remembers taking the opportunity to escape through a portal while the Emperor was occupied, hoping to find his brothers and plan future revenge. Desperate to survive, Marbas slams into a submissive bow and addresses Kang as the mighty King of Death. Though the Emperor just tells him to talk normally, he begs for his life, claiming he was only brought here by a summoning spell and never intended to invade the Emperor's homeland. The demon continues to plead for mercy, promising to disappear forever and live out his days in silence within a far-off dimension. Kang casually agrees to let him go, leaving the massive demon in total shock. The Emperor dismissively tells the demon to leave, noting that his sister is waiting for him to head home. Overjoyed, Marbas repeatedly slams his head against the floor in gratitude, while Kang simply walks away. Kang suddenly recalls reading that pets can greatly help a child's emotional and intellectual development. As Marbas humbly tries to slink away, Kang suddenly orders him to stop, causing the demon to freeze in fear. With a perfectly serious expression, the Emperor commands the powerful demon to bark. Marbas is left in total disbelief as Kang firmly repeats his demand for the demon to bark. Despite his initial outrage at the humiliation, the powerful demon is forced to spend the rest of the night barking like a common dog. The summoned demon growls in fury, calling out to the great immortal. He is outraged that he is being humiliated in such a way. Kang looks down at the demon with a cold expression. He unimpressedly tells the creature to try harder. The demon lets out a loud, pained howl as he is forced to bark like a dog. He inwardly vows that he will never forget the humiliation he suffered today. Kang mockingly praises the demon for his performance. The terrified creature can only reply that he is honored by the compliment. He remarks that the demon's barking was truly impressive and realistic. Dole laughs along, finding it astonishing how dog-like the powerful demon can be. The demon reflects on his past as one of the 72 rulers of the demon realm. He laments that he never imagined a day would come when he'd be treated with such disrespect. Kang gives his approval, but then asks the demon if he is capable of transforming into something else. The confused demon asks what he should transform into. Kang wonders aloud what kind of puppy a 3-year-old girl would like to play with. The demon is left in total shock by the Emperor's request. He desperately tries to remind him that he is a powerful demon of demons. The demon reminisces about his terrifying reputation as the gatekeeper of hell. He recalls his time reigning over the demon realm with his immense strength and cruelty. Despite everything, the demon transforms into a small, adorable corgi puppy. He asks if this form is acceptable while internally shocked by his ridiculous appearance. Kang admits the puppy is cute but feels that something isn't quite right. Dol suggests that this form should be more than enough to serve as a companion dog for the princess. Kang criticizes the puppy's short legs and weak appearance. Dol advises that the most important thing is whether the little princess will actually like the new pet. The demon, now in puppy form, is enraged that these fools are belittling him. He vows to remember this disgrace and take his revenge on them. One day, unimpressed, Kang orders the demon to try transforming into something else. The defeated demon can only agree to his master's command. Kang repeatedly orders the demon to transform into a different dog, rejecting each new breed one after another. He coldly demands the next transformation, still searching for the perfect pet for his daughter. With another puff of smoke, the powerful demon reluctantly shifts into the form of a different puppy. Kang asks if there are any complaints, and the terrified demon quickly denies having any, realizing he has no choice but to obey. With a piercing gaze, Kang orders yet another transformation. The demon transforms into a tiny, alert, Doberman puppy, finally eliciting a surprised reaction from his master. Kang asks if this is the best form while the demon internally rages at the humiliation of being treated like a pet after ruling the demon realm. Despite his pride, the demon finds himself enjoying Kang's touch and struggles with the sudden urge to wag his tail. Kang asks for an opinion, and Kremsley agrees that this adorable form is a perfect compromise that the little princess will surely love. He asks the party leader for his thoughts, and a terrified Bong quickly stammers his approval of the new pet. As Kang decides it's time to head home, the demon feels deeply ashamed for actually enjoying being held. As they prepare to leave, Bong hesitantly calls out to Kang, addressing him with newfound respect. Bong suggests they should deal with the killer's body to avoid future complications, but Kang seems confused by the request. Bong warns that the Bureau will investigate such a high-profile case, while Kang internally decides he must avoid any unwanted attention. The leader thanks Kang for saving his life, but is left completely baffled when Kang casually reminds him that he isn't even a hunter. Kang begins to frame the situation, suggesting that Bong was the one who single-handedly defeated the notorious criminal. Kang praises the shocked hunter for his supposed victory, leaving Bong in a state of total disbelief. Feeling the pressure, Bong nervously accepts the credit, claiming he only did his duty as a hunter. Pleased with the hunter's quick thinking, Kang gives him a friendly pat and praises his sharp mind. Kang declares it's time to leave, and a blue glowing portal suddenly appears in front of them. A magical light appears in the middle of a busy street, as the party successfully returns to the modern world. Medical personnel quickly wheel Cheol away on a stretcher, as the official investigation into the incident begins. The gatekeeper expresses shock at the sudden turn of events, and relief that everyone survived without serious injuries. The official reveals that the recovered corpse belongs to a notorious murderer affiliated with the Anti-Administration Bureau Alliance. The staff member informs Bong that a special investigation team will be formed and may require additional statements later. Bong is visibly shaken when he learns that the entire incident will soon be reported to the media. Gazing at the stretcher, Bong realizes with a heavy heart that they would all be dead if it weren't for Kang. The official catches Bong off guard by asking if he has recently experienced a powerful second awakening. The official reads a report claiming that Bong single-handedly subdued the dangerous A-rank hunter-killer. Feeling the pressure of the lie, Bong nervously claims that he just happened to be lucky during the fight. The official warns that excessive modesty can be poisonous, and mentions a massive bounty on the criminal's head. Bong is stunned to learn that the bounty on the murderer is worth hundreds of millions of won. The official tells Bong that he will soon become famous and can expect to be contacted by major guilds. The official excitedly describes how Bong will be hailed as a national hero in all the upcoming news headlines. Bong feels overwhelmed by the scale of the situation but remains determined to move forward for his goal. Standing near a food truck, Bong feels immense gratitude toward Kang for saving his life in the dungeon. While Kang asks Dole for help with spicy food, Bong wonders about the true identity of the man who saved them. Dole struggles with the spicy food. He says his tongue has gone numb but can't stop eating. He jokes that a demon must have done it since he keeps eating despite the pain. Kang looks at the dog and asks if it made the food. The dog quickly denies it, terrified. Meanwhile, Bong reflects on how Kang defeated an A-rank killer without lifting a finger and made the demon beg for his life. Kang asks about the food's origin and suggests making it even spicier next time. Meanwhile, Bong wonders why such a powerful man posed as a porter. He briefly suspects the man might be a criminal from the Administrative Bureau, but quickly dismisses the idea, reasoning that a criminal would have already killed him. He concludes that the mysterious man must be at least an S-rank hunter. Despite the mystery, Bong vows to become Kang's disciple so he can grow strong enough to finally obtain the legendary elixir. Kang notices that the payment provided is significantly more than they had originally agreed upon. Bong explains that the extra money is a token of his sincere gratitude for saving his life. Kang accepts the money and prepares to leave, but Bong desperately asks for a moment to treat them to a meal. Kang declines the offer because his family is waiting, leaving Bong in a panic as he watches them walk away. Bong shouts a desperate plea for just 30 minutes of their time to share a drink of soju together. Kang freezes in total shock at the mere mention of sharing a glass of soju. He asks for clarification if it is the same soju he remembers, and a confused Bong assumes that it is. Kang stands in silent reflection, remembering the legendary existence of soju back on Earth. He recalls his time as Emperor of Annex, where he sampled every luxury liquor available to him. Despite his status, he admits he could never find anything that compared to the unique taste of soju. He remembers his failed obsessive attempts to recreate the drink within his own empire. Overcome by nostalgia, Kang finally agrees to join Bong for a glass of soju. The group arrives at a local restaurant to finally share a hot meal and a drink. They raise their glasses for a toast, officially starting their celebration. Kang downs his drink and realizes this is exactly the taste he has been missing. As Kang savors the perfect flavor of soju, Dole is overwhelmed by the intense heat, noting that for a vampire lord like him, this is the closest thing to blood he has tasted in ages. Bong watches in disbelief as the two eat like they haven't had a real meal in a decade, wondering if he should order more. Seeing their intense reactions, Bong realizes that both men must have complicated stories of their own. Bong orders another round of food and drinks, while Dahl addresses the restaurant owner with formal respect. Dahl surprises the owner by sincerely urging her to prioritize her health over her hard work. The owner gets flustered and tells Dahl to stop hitting on her and just eat, but he insists he is simply honoring her noble sacrifice in making the meal. Dahl is moved to tears, calling the woman a saint for sacrificing her life force and blood to create such a masterpiece. This vampire literally thinks the spicy stuff is just blood. Bong feels pity for the crying elder, assuming he must have endured a very difficult life. Kang notices Bong isn't eating and asks why he is hesitating. Bong explains he is just eating slowly and politely corrects Kang on his real name. Kang tells the hunter to stop being formal and just call him brother, which Bong happily accepts. Addressing him as brother, Bong asks whether Kang would be willing to take him as a disciple. Kang immediately shuts him down with a firm refusal. Feeling rejected, Bong sadly downs another shot of soju. He slams his glass down and begins to confess that he was originally just a lowly F-rank hunter. Although Kang dislikes sob stories, he agrees to listen because of the meal offer. Inside, he feels indifferent, but outwardly, he surprisingly asks if Bong really was an F-rank hunter. Bong explains the heavy financial burdens he carries. He says that even though he's weak, he can't give up being a hunter. He must pay living expenses, his sister's tuition, and his mother's hospital bill. He reveals his ultimate goal is to find a legendary elixir to cure his mother's illness. Kang realizes he used to have plenty of those elixirs in his vault, while Bong explains how priceless and rare they are. When Bong mentions that elixirs sell for billions, Kang is so shocked he nearly chokes on his food. He deeply regrets carrying useless junk between worlds, instead of bringing something valuable like an elixir. Bong declares that he must raid gates to find the elixir himself, though Kang questions if his weak body can handle it. Bong describes the near-death experiences he endured to reach C rank, earning a bit of sarcasm from Kang. Bong looks back at a photo of his family, remembering how happy they were before the gates appeared. He vows to keep fighting until the day he dies, to reclaim the happiness his family lost. Overcome with emotion, Bong breaks down in tears while thinking about his ongoing struggle. Through his tears, Bong pleads for a chance to become stronger as quickly as possible. He reveals the tragic truth that his mother is running out of time and desperately needs help. Bong bows deeply and begs Kang to take him as his disciple, promising to follow any command. Kang looks down at the crying hunter and questions his lack of composure in public. After being corrected on his name, Kang tells the man to stop weeping and act with more confidence. The hunter enthusiastically agrees to follow orders, even accepting the wrong name from his new master. Kang tests his resolve by asking if he is truly prepared to perform any task requested of him. He reveals a demanding list of domestic chores, questioning if the hunter can handle cleaning, cooking, and babysitting. Despite finding the request strange, the hunter confidently declares that he is capable of performing every task. Kang realizes this will make his sister's life much easier, and then asks to use the hunter's identity. He clarifies that he needs the man's hunter registration card to avoid paying expensive fees himself. Kang plans to use the man's identity for gate reservations, while he clears monsters in secret to earn money. By posing as a humble porter, he intends to avoid unwanted public attention. He understands the hunter will receive all the credit and fame, ensuring Kang's identity remains hidden. With both of them benefiting from the deal, Kang asks if he's ready for it. Two girls are captivated by the adorable puppy and wonder where its owner could be. Marbus is furious that humans are treating him like a common pet, while the girls debate his fierce appearance. One of the girls asks to pet the seemingly gentle Doberman, while Marbus desperately demands they leave him alone. The girls marvel at his soft fur and assume he enjoys the attention, leaving the demon feeling completely humiliated. The girl decides to share a treat she bought for her own dog with the demon puppy. She waves goodbye, leaving a stunned Marbus alone with the bone treat. Although he initially scoffs at the snack, Marbus decides to eat it, convincing himself it is a tribute to his status. Marbus is suddenly overwhelmed by a shocking sensation as he tastes the human snack for the first time. The demon finds the food surprisingly delicious, experiencing a twisted sense of pleasure before being interrupted. Kang catches Marbus in the act, leaving the demon flustered before he is told to simply carry on. Kang clicks his tongue and notes that Bong is completely passed out after drinking too much. He asks why Bong drank so much if he couldn't handle it. Dole criticizes Bong's lack of discipline and jokingly offers to kill him, but Kang orders his servant to take the man home instead. Dole worries about Subin's reaction, but Kang tells him that they can't just leave him on the street. As Bong endures a nightmare, Dole again suggests offering him eternal sleep. Kang tells Dole to stop with his bullshit, then uses magic to show Bong his happiest memory instead. Dole is impressed that Kang has mastered high-level dream manipulation magic that he was supposedly taught only as a basic. Kang believes that since Bong's reality is so miserable, he deserves to at least experience good dreams. A stone skips across the surface of a peaceful lake, creating several ripples in the water. Bong is shocked to find himself in the body of a young child as someone praises his skipping stone technique. Bong's father encourages him, promising he will soon be better at skipping stones than his old man. His father tells him he is the man of the house now, and asks him to bravely protect his mother and sibling. Bong breaks down in tears, apologizing to his father and begging him not to leave. Young Bong promises to be a better son if his father stays, just as someone calls them for dinner. The family gathers around a campfire for a meal, enjoying a happy moment together. His parents remark on how nice it is to spend time together while his mother calls for him to join them. Overwhelmed with emotion, young Bong calls out to his parents with tears in his eyes. His mother worries if something is wrong with the food, but Bong tearfully replies that the curry is simply delicious. Now back in his adult form within the dream, Bong tells his family to trust him and promises they have nothing to worry about. He confidently declares that he is the man of the house and can handle whatever challenges come his way. Bong makes a final vow to be happy again as the vision of his family begins to fade away. He sits alone by a dying fire as he hears a voice telling him to wake up for breakfast. He suddenly begins hearing voices from a conversation between Dole and Kang. Dole keeps urging Kang to kill him, while his master insists they wait until after they eat together. He leaves the campfire behind and walks toward the light to enter the real world. A blinding white light fills the scene. Bong groans from a sudden headache as he wakes from his dream. Nearby, Kang dotes on his daughter, asking if she enjoyed her meal, and Sale happily confirms that she did. Bong is completely disoriented, wondering if he is still dreaming or if he has actually arrived at Kang's house. While Bong watches in confusion, Kang continues to play with Seal like a doting father, and his daughter happily calls out to him. Kang's playful demeanor vanishes instantly as he notices that Bong is finally awake. He asks Bong if he witnessed his embarrassing display of affection, and the hunter nervously confirms that he did. He demands to know exactly how much Bong saw, and the terrified hunter admits he witnessed the entire embarrassing scene. Kang jokingly claims he must kill Bong to keep his secret, while the hunter realizes this extreme reaction is born out of pure embarrassment. Bong trembles in fear, believing Kang is actually capable of murder just to hide his shame. Suddenly, Subin appears at the door and scolds them for sleeping so late, making Bong feel like he has finally been saved. Subin offers Bong some soup to help his hangover, and the hunter tearfully thanks her for rescuing him from certain death. At the table, Subin accidentally calls Bong by the wrong name, leading to an awkward moment at the breakfast table. Bong tries to make a good impression by praising Subin's cooking, and says Kang is lucky to have a wife like Subin, which lets him enjoy this meal every day. Kang bluntly corrects Bong, revealing that the woman he is praising is actually his biological older sister, not his wife. Bong regrets his words and wishes he had stayed quiet as Kang tells everyone to just focus on eating. Subin mentions that Kang described them as longtime friends, leaving Bong surprised by his master's cover story. She asks Bong a surprising favor, requesting that he look after Kang for a while. Bong is shocked by the request and nearly chokes on his soup at the thought of looking after someone as powerful as Kang. He recalls Kang's terrifying power, easily defeating an A-rank killer and treating a legendary demon like a common pet. He wonders why Subin would ask him to protect someone so overwhelmingly strong as he watches Kang eat calmly. Subin explains that it hasn't even been a month since Kang returned home after being trapped inside a gate for a long time. Bong suddenly realizes that Kang is a legendary gate returnee with incredible powers, just like the ones he's seen on the news. Kang continues to deny being trapped in a gate, while Subin dismisses his claims of being a king as a mere fantasy. Bong is completely blown away by the revelation that his master was actually a king in another world. Kang explains that he wasn't just a king but a powerful emperor whom other kings feared to even look at. His sister dismisses the difference, while Bong is shocked by the revelation. Dole asks his lord if he remembers the former king of the Baratian kingdom, prompting Bong to wonder if the elder is also someone special. Dole recalls a king who was beheaded for rebelling and meeting the emperor's gaze, which Kang eventually remembers as Bong gasps in horror. Subin tells Bong to view her brother's wild stories as after effects of his trauma, and the hunter pretends to understand to help him adjust to society. Bong is convinced that Kang truly was a dignified emperor, and wonders if so was his prime minister. He reveals his own past role as a tactician, while Subin watches with confusion. Subin asks Bong if he is just playing along with her brother's delusions and requests his help in getting Kang to adjust to normal life. Bong enthusiastically promises to do his absolute best to help, earning a sincere thank you from Subin. Subin asks the elder if he would be interested in a part-time job, but Dole is confused by the modern term. She explains that a local convenience store owner is hiring and has already agreed to give the elder an interview. Dole politely refuses, claiming he cannot leave his master's side for even a moment, but Kang immediately shuts him down. Kang orders his servant to take the job, admitting that having him around is tiring and that the extra money would help their finances. He decides that working at a store is a good way for the elder to learn about human culture. A shocked Dole reminds his master of his previous promise to help him build a new empire on Earth. Kang confirms his promise but argues that his servant first needs a thorough understanding of this dimension's culture and its people. He frames the job as a secret investigation for the founding of their new nation, rather than abandoning his duties. The elder is suddenly struck by a realization as he begins to understand his master's deeper intentions. Dole believes his lord is testing his loyalty and begs for death or wisdom, while a frustrated Kang tries to calm him down. The servant laments his failure to understand his master's profound plans, claiming he is unworthy to even look at him. Dole vows to devote his entire existence to the investigation, and Kang confirms to his sister that the elder will go for the interview. The former vampire lord, now known as Choi Dol-so, officially decides to take on the challenge of finding a job in this new world. Subin scolds Kang for making their guest do the housework. Kang tells his sister to rest, noting that their guest is surprisingly skilled at washing dishes. While relaxing, Kang catches a news report about the rising frequency of gates appearing in Seoul. The news warns citizens to stay prepared, as new gates can instantly pull in anyone within a 2-kilometer radius. Subin panics when she hears that a gate is likely to appear in their own neighborhood. Kang calmly reassures her that nothing will happen, while little Seol calls out for attention. The little princess is delighted to finally play with her new pet puppy. Seol hugs the dog tightly and excitedly tries to give it a kiss. Kang sternly intervenes and tells his daughter that she is not allowed to do that. He warns Seol that the dog is dirty and that kissing it could make her sick. Internally, he admits he didn't anticipate this danger and wonders whether he should simply exterminate the demon pet. Seol is puzzled by the warning, while the demon puppy is equally horrified by the idea of being kissed. Subin hits Kang for being mean to the animal in front of his child. Internally, Kang doubts the creature even counts as an animal but decides to play along for his daughter's sake. Seo listens to her father and decides to pet the dog gently instead. Kang watches his daughter with a rare, soft expression. The little girl is filled with pure joy as she cuddles her cute new pet. Watching his daughter's happiness makes the former emperor feel a strange tightness in his heart. Kang realizes that this dangerous world is currently unfit for his precious child. He resolves that while he has no intention of being a hero, he will change the world just enough to keep his daughter safe. The next day, Kang hands his sister a thick envelope and tells her to use the money to help with their expenses. Subin is completely shocked to see 5 million won, desperately wondering where he could have suddenly gotten such a large amount. Kang casually explains that he found the savings in his old bank account after checking it on a whim. Moved to tears, Subin confesses she was struggling to pay their rent and buy food but didn't tell him because she didn't want him to worry. She expresses her immense relief, while Kang admits he is glad to hear that the money will help. She offers to cook a special dinner, but Kang tells him that anything she makes will be fine. Subin suggests a family outing to the supermarket and playground, but Kang insists on staying home to rest and sleep. Thinking that the elder can protect his family, Kang assumes that Dole accompany them to the store instead. As his sister heads out, he smiles to himself, pleased that his plan for some quiet time is working perfectly. Later that night, he takes a taxi to visit a place he has been thinking about for a long time. He arrives at a comic cafe, eager to finally catch up on his favorite manga, Hunt, after 300 years. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Dole is thrilled to tell Subin that he has discovered a brand new source of free food. The former vampire lord is in heaven as he realizes he can feast on free samples without spending a single one. The elder shares his experience, saying that this free sample corner, where anyone can eat for free, is no different from heaven. While Subin watches in total embarrassment, the elder excitedly shares the free samples with the little princess. Sol happily munches on the food, finding the supermarket snacks to be absolutely delicious. The two continue to celebrate their discovery, dancing through the aisles and enjoying the limitless feast. Dole joyfully feeds the baby, treating the sample corner like a grand royal banquet for the whole family. Subin can only sigh in exhaustion as the supermarket staff watches the elder's bizarre performance in total shock. Feeling guilty, Subin decides to buy a bag of dumplings from the overwhelmed worker. Suddenly, a loud emergency siren blares as an announcement reveals that a massive gate has just appeared at a nearby station. Meanwhile, Kang is disappointed to learn that the latest volume of his favorite manga still hasn't been released. The staff member explains that, even after 3 years of military service, the volume remains unreleased, leaving Kang in complete disbelief. He realizes that only 3 years have passed on Earth since he left. While the staff member complains about a 3-year wait, Kang is internally fuming because he has been waiting for 3 centuries. Sensing his intense frustration, the staff member quickly offers to recommend one of their most popular current titles. Kang begins reading a highly popular special edition manga recommended by the staff member. He notices that the manga's plot, about a weakling burdened with his sister's tuition and his mother's hospital bill, who becomes an SSS rank hunter, perfectly mirrors Bong's life story. He finds the zero to hero narrative quite engaging, noting how the protagonist overcomes a difficult background just like his new disciple. Kang is suddenly confused when he sees a powerful ninth circle necromancer in the book being defeated with such ease. He questions the logic of the story, finding it hard to believe a former weakling could suddenly overpower such a high-level magic user. Feeling like he wasted his time, a tired Kang begins to wonder exactly how long it has been since he last truly slept. He fears that falling asleep will bring back his old nightmares, even though he is finally reaching his physical limit. He laments that he never broke his nightmare curse and wishes the succubus queen were there to help him rest peacefully. As he finally drifts off, the former emperor wonders if the loyal subjects he left behind are still doing well. An emergency announcement informs everyone that a massive gate appeared near Silim intersection, causing panic among the shoppers. Subin worries about her brother being home alone, but Dole reassures her that his master will be perfectly fine. As Subin continues to doubt his safety, the elder explains that Kang reached a state close to immortality long ago and cannot be harmed by ordinary weapons. He describes how countless scholars spent a century trying to find a way for his master to die, yet every single attempt ended in failure. The elder recalls the day his master commanded his subjects to find a way for him to finally rest, leading to many different proposals. The first attempt involved the emperor throwing himself from the peak of the world tree, but he only succeeded in crushing its roots. Kang even tried to let the incinerating flames of hell consume him while he meditated in the depths. After a month of boredom in the flames, he left unharmed and even began drinking lethal poison that only made him feel more energized. Dal laughs about his lord's true immortality while Subin hopes that Kang is safe as long as he stays inside their home. Dal nervously agrees with Subin while remembering his master's terrifying threat to kill him if he revealed that he snuck out. Subin is shocked to learn that the newly appeared gate has been officially classified as a disaster-grade threat. The news explains that a disaster-grade gate is powerful enough to destroy an entire nation, causing the bystanders to fear for their lives. The current situation brings back terrifying memories of a similar gate that devastated the world 3 years prior. Subin holds her crying daughter tightly and tries to comfort her by promising that everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Kang wakes up in a snowy wasteland and realizes he has accidentally been pulled into a dimensional gate. He wanders through the freezing landscape, wondering if a gate suddenly opened up right next to the comic cafe. He remains calm because he knows his loyal servant is there to protect his sister and daughter. He stretches his arms and decides this is a lucky break, since he won't have to pay any entry fees to hunt. A massive explosion rocks the snowy field as Kang prepares to take advantage of the situation. He smiles and begins to run through the snow, eager for some unlimited entertainment inside the gate. 3 hours pass as a fierce battle rages between hunters and massive monsters. Bong is caught off guard by the sudden and overwhelming intensity of the fight. A top-rank S-rank hunter appears and begins his fight with a massive monster. He struggles against a creature considered a mere normal monster in this high-level gate. The massive blue giant lets out a terrifying roar as it swings its weapon at the hunters. The onlookers are amazed by the skill of the S-rank hunter as he maneuvers through the chaos. The lower-ranked hunters feel completely useless and realize they would have already died without the S-rank hunter's protection. Chuji-hun displays his legendary speed by delivering a powerful strike against the giant enemy. Despite his skill, the S-rank hunter is forced back and struggles to maintain his footing in the snow. Bong notices that their strongest fighter is badly hurt while dozens of monsters still remain on the battlefield. The group of injured hunters begins to lose hope, wondering if they can even survive against the gate's boss. Bong fears that a failure here will lead to a catastrophe identical to the one from 3 years ago. Suddenly, a system notification announces that all the giants have been killed, leaving the hunters in total shock. The ground shakes as the massive boss monster finally reveals itself to the exhausted party. The frost giant Hrimpers introduces himself as the guardian and apostle of the gods of Niflheim. The giant stares down at the intruders and promises to execute them after asking a single question. Hrimpers crushes one of the hunters in his massive hand while demanding to know the location of a mysterious person. The giant demands to know who entered the sanctuary with them, leaving the terrified hunters confused and screaming in pain. Hrimpers bellows into the wind, calling out for the hidden individual to stop acting like a coward and show themselves. The giant vows to slaughter everyone just as the hunters realize even their strongest warrior was defeated with a single blow. As the giant's shadow looms over him, Bong thinks of his family and laments dying just when he finally found hope. He desperately tries to run away from the massive guardian, refusing to accept his end. Bong is sent flying through the air as the giant mocks his arrogance and prepares to finish him off. The frost giant looms over the fallen hunter, declaring that he never allows his prey to escape his grasp. Hrimper suddenly stops as he notices a figure approaching from the distance, leaving Bong completely confused. An army of demonic figures appears behind the giant, surrounded by an intense purple aura. Bong watches in disbelief as he wonders if every single one of the approaching figures is another monster. A familiar voice calls out to Bong, leaving the hunter startled and confused. Kang appears with a wide smile and asks his disciple if he missed him. Bong gasps in shock as he sees his master casually sitting atop the massive frost giant's head, with his army, glowing with a purple aura, standing directly behind the giant. He is shocked to see Kang and asks what he is doing there. Kang casually explains that his appearance just sort of happened, while a relieved Bong is glad they met. Looking at the massive army, Bong wonders if Kang defeated all those monsters himself and converted them into his own necromancer army. The frost giant cries out to his fallen brethren in anger. The giant is outraged by the killing intent he senses, demanding to know how they dare look at the head of their clan that way. He bellows in fury, identifying himself as the apostle of the god of all Jotun, and questioning how anyone dares to oppose him. Bong realizes that Kang is the mysterious person the monster has been searching for all along. The giant accuses Kang of using crude necromancy to disturb his brethren's rest, while Bong struggles under the incredible pressure. Filled with rage, the giant vows that he will never forgive Kang. Terrified, Bong warns Kang to run away since the monster easily defeated a top-ranked hunter. Kang remains perfectly calm, asking why he should run away from something he's supposed to enjoy. Bong is left completely speechless by his master's fearlessness. Kang continues his stroll, completely ignoring the dangerous monsters surrounding him. The frost giant calls Kang by a nickname. Kang says he doesn't like that nickname but is surprised to hear it, and asks the giant if he actually knows him. The giant unleashes a powerful attack, shaking the entire area. The giant claims it would be impossible for him not to know who Kang is. He reveals that even the god of all Jotun is currently watching Kang. Bong worries that even Kang might be in trouble. While Kang seems intrigued by the mention of a god, the giant declares that all the gods are watching the man who finally attained a mysterious high status. Kang begins to reflect on when his journey truly started. He recalls how countless beings who called themselves absolute rulers died easily after only a few exchanges with him. Tired of his near immortality, he admits he once prayed for the existence of gods just to find a worthy challenge. He asks if the giant thinks his god is actually stronger than him, which the giant views as ultimate blasphemy. Kang gathers a sphere of dark energy and tells the apostle to deliver a message to his god. If they ever meet, the god is dead. He stands calmly as a massive pillar of light and energy erupts from the ground. The frost giant is left in total shock as he witnesses the incredible power unfolding before him. A towering column of bones and dark energy begins to form, accompanied by the sound of grinding skeletons. Bong watches in disbelief, wondering what kind of terrifying power could create such a sight. A giant, monstrous figure slowly takes shape from the swirling mass of bones and energy. The frost giant is completely bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of the entity appearing before him. The massive golem lunges forward with incredible speed, catching the giant off guard. With a single, devastating blow, the golem slams the frost giant into the ground. Kang mockingly asks if the giant still thinks his god is stronger, while the monster wonders how such power is possible. He repeats his question as his golem continues to crush the life out of the so-called apostle. The frost giant lets out a final scream as he is completely obliterated by a massive explosion of force. Bong nervously asks if the monster is dead, but is corrected that the magic used was actually a high-level necromancy spell. The massive golem continues to lay waste to its surroundings with relentless, powerful strikes. Bong notes that the enemy has been turned to mush, while Kang casually compares the process to playing with slime. He explains that he used the same principles of toddler sensory play to construct his golem using mana and specialized ingredients. He demonstrates how easily the material can be shaped and hardened into a powerful weapon. He proudly presents his new rag golem and asks Bong for his honest opinion on the creation. Bong awkwardly attempts to give a sophisticated art critique of the monster, which surprisingly impresses his master. Kang dismisses the frost giant as weak and unimpressive despite its arrogant posturing before the fight. He notes that the monster couldn't even withstand a few hits, leaving Bong in awe of his casual dominance. Bong is convinced that Kang must have been a legendary emperor to defeat such powerful foes with a single gesture. Kang is pleased to see a system notification confirming that he has successfully leveled up. After defeating the gate's guardian, system windows announce multiple level ups and the impending closure of the sanctuary. Kang unlocks a rare achievement, but also earns the hostility of several powerful gods and constellations. Kang is surprised to learn that he has finally met the conditions to summon his loyal retainer, Uriel. He prepares to summon Uriel, the powerful empress of the incubi, back into his service. With a single command, Kang activates the summoning spell, calling forth his loyal subject. A mysterious and powerful female figure begins to materialize within a swirling vortex of dark energy. Bong is left completely confused and flustered by the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman. The woman speaks in a soft voice, asking if the man standing before her is truly her lord. Uriel, the empress of the incubi, appears in all her glory and questions if she has finally found her master. She gazes at Kang with intense devotion, her eyes filled with the joy of their reunion. While Bong is captivated by her beauty, Kang warmly greets his retainer and asks how she has been. Overcome with emotion, Uriel rushes forward and throws herself into Kang's arms, welcoming her lord back. She is overcome with emotion, expressing her shock at seeing her lord alive, after believing for a decade that he had entered eternal rest. Kang awkwardly admits that he also thought his journey had ended, but explains that things just didn't go according to plan. Uriel clings to Kang in worry, asking if he is unwell because his eyes and lips seem dim, but he calmly reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Kang asks his retainer to give him some space, prompting a flustered Uriel to quickly apologize for her overfamiliarity. Uriel formally greets her master as the Imperial Court's chamberlain, but Kang tells her to drop the formalities and asks how she has been doing. She explains that after his departure, his subjects remained at their posts, and a former military minister named Nazgul has been managing state affairs. Pleased that everyone is doing well, Kang mentions that Kremsley is with him on Earth and decides that Nazgul is the best person to lead in his absence. Uriel asks about the Grand Duke who followed him into death, only to be left completely confused when Kang reveals that his loyal servant is currently at a grocery store with his sister. Reassuring her that his servant is fine, Kang suggests they continue their conversation while heading back to his home, and Uriel submissively agrees. Kang addresses a nervous Bong as his pride and joy, leaving the hunter wondering what his master is planning to say next. Explaining that he needs to get home before his sister notices he's gone, Kang dumps the cleanup duty on Bong and prepares to vanish instantly. With a sudden effort, Kang teleports away, leaving a stunned Bong standing alone in the middle of the frozen wasteland. Left behind to deal with the chaos, Bong sighs in despair, wondering if he can truly handle the massive aftermath of another disaster-grade event. An emergency situation unfolds near Sulimdong Crossroads Station as armed guards set up a restricted zone. Management Bureau Chief Seo Do-chel requests to review the list of hunters assigned to the first assault team. He is informed that a total of 20 hunters have been deployed, led by the 10th-ranked S-rank hunter Chu Ji-hoon. The chief asks about other notable hunters and learns that high-ranking A-rank hunters like Shouju Hyuk are also part of the team. They discuss a rising C-rank rookie who gained fame for subduing a notorious A-rank murderer at a previous gate. Chief Seo recalls the promising rookie with a sigh, expressing regret over his current situation. The chief laments that the team was deployed unprepared and vows to prevent further damage to honor those who sacrificed themselves. Watching the terrifying gate, the chief expresses his deep frustration and exhaustion over the constant loss of young lives. Suddenly, the chief notices something unexpected happening to the gate's energy. He watches in shock as the disaster-grade gate begins to disappear, wondering if the hunters actually managed to clear it. Onlookers erupt in cheers, celebrating the return of the hunters and the neutralization of the Cataclysm rank gate. Amidst the fallen hunters, a conscious survivor is spotted, drawing immediate attention from the bureau staff. Chief Seo rushes forward, his face pale with shock as he recognizes the individual who survived the ordeal. The survivor is confirmed to be Kim Bong-gu, the rising C-rank rookie known to the public as the Devoted Son. Official news reports announce that the massive gate near Sulimdong has been successfully cleared later that afternoon. On the evening news, Chief Seo credits the victory to the brave hunters who risked their lives for the nation's safety. Back at home, Kang Jun casually asks his sister if dinner is ready, acting as if nothing unusual happened. He sighs in frustration as his sister tells him to wait, revealing that his appetite isn't the real issue. The former emperor is being forced to play with his daughter, who enthusiastically begs him to continue their game. When Sale questions his mood, Kang Jun forces a weak laugh and insists that he is also having a great time. Kang Jun stares at a toy cash register in disgust, lamenting his daughter's choice of such a tedious plaything. He inwardly rages at the toy's creator, feeling that the game born of greed has become a source of true agony. Seol adorably welcomes her customer, while her father can only offer a flat and tired response. Resigned to his fate, he goes through the motions of buying a single toy milk carton from his daughter's shop. Seol shocks him by demanding 8,000 won for the milk, and she firmly repeats the high price with a cute smile. He tries to teach her about fair pricing, but the little princess remains stubborn in her extortionate demands. Seol throws a small tantrum and refuses to budge, insisting that her father pay the full amount. Completely defeated, Kang hands over the money as his daughter cheerfully dismisses her customer. The nightmare continues as Sale immediately asks to start the game all over again. After 3 hours and hundreds of meaningless transactions, Kangjun feels his very soul leaving his body. Dolso observes the grueling play session in horror, amazed that such a test of endurance exists in the modern world. Uriel solemnly agrees, recognizing the extreme mental fortitude required to survive such a task. They note that the princess has inherited her father's terrifying tenacity and will not stop until she is completely exhausted. Even the demon pet laments the baby's inherited cruelty, complaining about the endless hours he is forced to spend playing with her. In honor of his master's plight, Dolso officially names the toy the cash register of eternal suffering. The group agrees the name is perfect, though they remain wary of being targeted by the terrifying toy themselves. Their secret conversation is cut short as Kang coldly informs them that he has heard every word. Thankfully, Subin interrupts the tense moment by announcing that dinner is finally served. Kang springs to his feet in relief, but his daughter refuses to stop their game for a meal. As Subin tries to handle the stubborn child, Kang silently begs his sister to succeed where he failed. Subin cleverly promises Sol that she can play with her father again as soon as she finishes her dinner. Kang is left in total shock, realizing that his sister has just sentenced him to more hours of play. The little princess gazes up at him with an irresistible look, asking for a promise to continue their game later. Unable to resist his daughter's adorable request, the former emperor clutches his heart and admits total defeat. He agrees to play more later as they gather around a massive celebratory feast prepared by his sister. Subin finally notices the new guest at the table and curiously asks about the mysterious woman's identity. Uriel introduces herself with elegance, identifying herself as the former chamberlain of the imperial court. She formally introduces herself as the former imperial minister who served under Kang. Subin expresses concern that Uriel seems mentally unwell despite her healthy appearance, but Kang insists she is perfectly fine. She asks Uriel how she first met Kang and why she decided to come to their home. While Uriel explains they met by chance, Kang realizes he was lucky to have her transform into human form before his sister saw her. Subin suspiciously asks if Kang left the house, and he quickly claims he only went to the nearby convenience store by chance. She scolds Kang for recklessly going outside during the chaos caused by the appearance of a disaster-grade gate. Feeling the weight of his sister's lecture, Kang quietly admits that he was wrong for going out. Dole meticulously records the embarrassing moment his master was scolded by his sister and forced to apologize like a child. An annoyed Kang reminds Dole of his extreme age, implying that the elder has lived long enough after recording such a shameful event. As the tension between master and servant rises at the table, Subin firmly orders both of them to stop their bickering. She asks Uriel where she is currently living, and is shocked to realize the young woman has no proper place to stay. Uriel respectfully confirms to Subin that she has not yet found a place to live in this world. Subin refuses to let a young woman live on the streets, and imagines the terrible conditions Uriel would face in such a dangerous world. She insists that Uriel stay at their house, dismissing Uriel's humble protests about residing in a royal household. She tries to explain the situation to Uriel, who remains puzzled by her sudden offer of hospitality. To end the argument, Subin loudly declares her offer as an imperial order that must be followed. Hearing the familiar command, Uriel instantly kneels and vows to obey the order without question. An embarrassed Subin tells Uriel to stand up quickly, while Kang can't stop laughing at the absurdity of his sister using an imperial order. Subin angrily tells Kang to shut up, but he continues to chuckle at how well his sister is handling his loyal retainer. She mentions her shock at the appearance of the disaster-grade gate and expresses relief that it was reportedly destroyed so quickly. The news reports heavy casualties from the gate, noting that while it was suppressed quickly, many hunters were killed or left unconscious. Subin reflects on the narrow escape, realizing that without the gate being suppressed, the entire city could have been destroyed. Kang tells his sister not to worry, promising that he will always be there to protect her and his daughter. The family is surprised to see Bong on the news, recognizing his clueless face as he is swarmed by the media. Subin is shocked to learn that Bong is actually a hunter and wonders why he never mentioned it before. When Kang points out that she never asked about Bong's profession, Subin apologizes and returns to feeding the baby. Little Seol is overjoyed as she is encouraged to go back to playing. Kang's expression turns dark as he decides it is finally time to issue a new command. Dol eagerly awaits his master's orders, only to be surprised when Kang commands him to bring him a specific person. Driven by the agony of his daughter's toy, Kang orders his servant to find the creator of the calculation playset and bring him to justice. Dol springs up to obey his master's command to find the toy creator, while Subin tells him to ignore her brother's ridiculous orders. Despite her warning, the loyal servant insists that his lord's word is absolute. Little Seol continues her roleplay game, cheerfully welcoming her father as a customer. A soul-crushed Kang can only offer a weak response as he prepares for yet another transaction. While Subin hums a song and finishes the dishes, Uriel approaches her. Addressing her with respect, Subin jumps in surprise, startled by Uriel suddenly appearing behind her while she was busy working. Uriel humbly requests that Subin entrust her with small chores like washing dishes and cleaning the house. Subin encourages her new guest to rest instead of working, but eventually agrees to let Uriel stay by her side for company. Uriel explains that her former lord was a kind ruler who treated everyone equally, without caring for formal status or barriers. While Uriel praises her master's royal legacy, Subin can only pity the young woman, believing she is also suffering from gate-related delusions. Uriel describes her master as a holy ruler who embodied the very law and order of their world, leaving Subin in disbelief. She continues her praise, claiming the emperor was a more absolute being than any god or religion that ever existed. Subin watches her brother get extorted for toy money by a toddler, finding it impossible to reconcile this sight with the image of an absolute ruler. She admits she can't view her little brother as a divine being, but curiously asks if people actually prayed to him in the other world. She jokingly asks if there were statues and shrines dedicated to him, and is surprised when Uriel calls it a sharp deduction. Uriel reveals that hundreds of temples were built across the continent where countless people worshipped her master for his legendary feats. Subin wonders if her brother's empire was some kind of cult-like state, and asks if he wiped out all other competing religions. Uriel clarifies that her lord didn't oppress anyone. Instead, the people simply chose to stop worshipping their old gods. She explains that unlike distant gods who only demanded worship, her lord provided real, tangible salvation to his people. The emperor personally ended eternal wars and defended the continent from countless invasions, becoming a true savior to his subjects. After reigning for centuries and achieving impossible feats, the people eventually chose to serve their emperor instead of any god. Uriel reminisces about how her master was universally praised and honored across the entire land. Her story recalls the time her master reached the peak of his power as a legendary ninth circle necromancer. Subin points out that the gods must have been furious after losing all their followers and believers to her brother. Uriel agrees that any existing gods would have been consumed by jealousy over her master's absolute power and influence. As Subin offers her guests some fruit, a phone on the dining table begins to ring with a loud jingle. She is confused to see a late-night call coming in from the owner of the local convenience store. She answers the call and agrees to pass on some urgent information to the elder, while he watches her with a questioning look. She looks worried as she informs the elder about a sudden change and asks if he can still attend his job interview tomorrow. Dole is shocked to hear about his part-time job interview tomorrow, believing it is the first step toward building his master's new kingdom. The next day, the store owner clarifies the interviewee's name and notes that after 10 years of running the store, he has conducted hundreds of interviews. The owner is shocked to see an interviewee wearing a formal tailcoat and asks if he is hot, while Soe nervously insists he is perfectly fine. The owner tells Dolso not to be nervous and explains that he moved the interview earlier because all his current part-timers quit after yesterday's incident. The owner mentions hearing about his amnesia from Subin and asks him to relax, but he becomes even more suspicious when he sees Dole sweating like a waterfall. Dole views the interview as his first mission on Earth and vows to succeed, feeling that his current status is no better than a slave. The owner explains that the morning shift is relaxed and only involves simple tasks like customer service, restocking, and cleaning. Dole startles the owner by bowing deeply and vowing to devote all his passion to the job until his very bones turn to powder. The flustered owner tells him that he doesn't need to go that far and that simply showing up on time is enough. Dole desperately begs for a chance, claiming that working at a convenience store has been his lifelong dream. Overwhelmed by his intensity, the owner hires him on the spot and asks him to start working the following day. Dole wonders what to call the store owner, concluding that since he is a slave, the human must be a member of the ruling elite. He suddenly addresses the shocked owner as his new master. Meanwhile, Bong sits in his hospital bed with a confused mind, trying to process his sudden fame and medical examinations. He admires the luxury of his hospital room until a man enters and informs him that it costs around 3 million won a day. The man mentions that the room discounts aren't very helpful and identifies himself as Director Seo Do-chel of the Management Bureau. The director apologizes for the sudden visit and explains that he has come in person to ask questions about the recent catastrophe-grade gate incident. The director expresses his gratitude and explains that since Bong is the only conscious survivor, they must rely entirely on his testimony. Asked to summarize the events, Bong realizes he must tell the truth while keeping his master's identity a secret. The director notes that if the regular monsters were that strong, the boss monster must have been truly hopeless to face. The director explains that based on the injuries, Chu Ji-hoon was subdued instantly, but there is still one part of the gate incident they cannot understand. When asked who subdued the boss monster, Bong lies and claims he lost consciousness and didn't see what happened. The director thanks him for his cooperation and notes that clearing a catastrophe-grade gate with such minimal damage is a global first. He explains that multiple nations are interested in the incident, even though the exact details of the victory remain a mystery. The director tells Bong that besides the testimony, he also has some good news to deliver. He reminds him of subduing the A-rank necromancer and states that his contributions to the current gate prove it wasn't just luck. Bong feels guilty knowing his master did everything, but the director announces that the bureau has prepared several compensations for him. Bong is stunned to learn that his mother can now stay in a hospital VIP room free of charge until she recovers. He adds that active hunters will receive medals and prize money, and a memorial ceremony will soon be held for those who fell in battle. The director mentions that Bong's family is now exempt from all tuition fees for life, making him feel deeply grateful to his master. Finally, the director reveals that Bong has been selected as a candidate for a grade adjustment review later this year. He hopes for a fitting promotion, though a humble Bong feels that C rank still suits him best. As the director bows and asks for his continued devotion to the nation, Bong realizes that things are getting out of hand. He says goodbye until the memorial ceremony, leaving Bong alone with his thoughts. A glowing magical insect flies through the night, acting as a scout for information. A mysterious person catches the tiny creature on his finger, signaling that his reconnaissance mission is complete. On a dark rooftop, two mysterious figures discuss the intel. One appears to be a man, the other a woman. The man calmly reports they have acquired all the necessary information. The woman asks what the scout discovered. The figure mentions an upcoming memorial and medal ceremony for the disaster-grade gate. He decides to launch their operation during the public event, right in front of everyone watching. The accomplice realizes the plan is to kidnap the target and expose the Bureau's incompetence to the world. He confirms the goal is to recruit the target, or kill them if they refuse to join the Anti-Management Bureau alliance. Meanwhile, Bong enters the house with groceries and is surprised to see the mysterious woman again. Uriel, busy cleaning the bathroom, angrily tells him to shut up while she works in her maid outfit. Doll laughs at the awkward encounter, explaining that Uriel refuses to speak with anyone weaker than herself. Bong notices Doll's new outfit and asks where he managed to get a convenience store vest. Doll panics as Bong jokingly asks if he found the uniform in a clothing donation box. Ignoring the joke, Soe bows deeply and welcomes Bong to his new workplace. He proudly announces his new job as a morning part-time worker at the local convenience store. Bong offers a weak congratulation, privately wondering if the elder can even handle the job properly. He finds Kang standing alone on the veranda and asks why he is trapped inside. Sol sits in her tiny chair acting as a serious guard, explaining that her father is a thief who went to jail. Bong realizes they are playing a game, but Seol immediately declares him a thief and sends him to jail too. Kang gestures for Bong to join him inside the veranda prison. Kang welcomes him to his new life in prison, while Bong asks how long he has been stuck there. Kang realizes it's already 4 p.m. and he has been locked up for 3 hours since lunch. Bong is shocked by the long sentence, while Kang notes that the guard at least lets him use the bathroom. Bong is surprised to see the guard show some flexibility. He says he came to report after being hospitalized following the recent gate incident. Kang asks if he was hurt, but Bong replies that there were other circumstances. He notes the case wrapped up quietly. Internally, he says there has been a huge misunderstanding but believes it will work out somehow. Kang praises his hard work. Bong hesitates before admitting he has a special favor to ask his master. Kang asks for details, and Bong explains he is worried about his upcoming rank promotion evaluation. Kang realizes Bong wants the information so he won't perform poorly in the evaluation. Bong bows deeply and begs Kang to help him. Kang nonchalantly asks whether Bong means cheering him on or something. He clarifies that, until the rank evaluation, if Kang trains him he can make real progress. Kang urges him to think logically instead of relying on sudden desperation. He asks if Bong really thinks cramming for the test will turn a 0 into 100, but he says he can realistically raise Bong's score by 10 points, leaving the hunter completely stunned. He explains that the A-rank necromancer they defeated is worth only about 10 points in his eyes. Bong is stunned to think he could actually reach that level. He smiles and assures him it's doable, asking if Bong is satisfied with merely reaching that level. Bong is thrilled to hear that Kang can raise his score, claiming it is more than enough for his goals. Kang tells Bong to show up at his house tomorrow morning for training, prompting the hunter to bow and thank him repeatedly. Bong suddenly remembers an upcoming memorial and award ceremony meant to honor fallen hunters and award contributors. He credits Kang for his success and privately promises to give him any reward money he receives. He tries to tell Kang something about that day but is interrupted before he can. Doll startles Bong by appearing suddenly to congratulate him on his upcoming public recognition and success. Kang encourages Bong to take photos with his sibling at the ceremony to show their mother once she recovers. Bong explains he will attend alone because his sibling needs to focus on studying for college entrance exams. Kang reflects on his own past loneliness, remembering how his busy sister couldn't attend his graduation. He surprises Bong by offering to go with him, noting that being alone on special days is a lonely experience. Bong is deeply moved, but Kang jokingly demands a gift in exchange for accompanying him to the ceremony. Bong tells him he has prepared something for the award day. Suddenly, Seol notices something in the room. Bong reveals he bought a Princess Sophie doll for her favorite character. Seol peeks into the room with excitement, eager to play with her brand new doll. Bong invites Seol to play together, and the little girl happily accepts. Kang watches the two playing together and asks his daughter if she has forgotten about him. Seol takes her role as a guard seriously, insisting that her father is a thief who must stay in jail. Kang accuses Bong of being a coward for using a gift to bribe the little prison guard. Bong jokingly calls the gift bail as he leaves the trapped Kang behind to wait for his eventual release. Suddenly, Kang notices a tiny buzzing insect hovering near his neck. Sensing a faint trace of magic power, Kang reaches out and catches the bug in a flash. He examines the remains of the bug, wondering where a magical scout like this could have come from. In the city, a mysterious man realizes his magical communication link has been severed. The white-haired girl is shocked that their scout bug was subdued, concluding that Kim Bong-gu is far from ordinary. The mysterious man is revealed to be Kim Do-hoon, a former S-rank hunter and an 8th-rank member of the Anti-Bureau Alliance. As the Alliance's gunman, he believes Bong would be a valuable asset after defeating their necromancer. The mysterious woman is Lee Hee-ji, a former S-rank hunter and 12th-ranked member of the Anti-Bureau Alliance. As the Alliance's sadistic torture technician, she hopes Bong resists so she can enjoy torturing him before eliminating him. The Alliance members realize they underestimated Bong's mana sensitivity, which they now believe is S-grade or higher. Believing Bong's combat abilities are at least A-grade, the two Alliance members decide to head back for now. The pair vanishes into a magical portal, leaving the public park behind. The next day, Kang tells Bong to wear a specific item constantly in his daily life. Bong is confused by the strange object, but his master tells him to read more books to understand its purpose. Kang references the legendary training of Son Goku, explaining how wearing heavy clothes allows one to move incredibly fast once they are removed. Bong doubts if such an old-fashioned method will work for a magic-type hunter like himself. He worries that his joints might give out before he sees any real results. Kang tells him to forget the training if he isn't interested, claiming many others would jump at the chance. Terrified of losing the opportunity, Bong quickly begs for forgiveness and agrees to do whatever is commanded. A moment later, Bong realizes the training weights are far heavier than he expected. He struggles to stay upright, noting that each piece weighs at least 10 kilograms. Kang announces it's time to play with Seol and issues a deadly warning for Bong to stop questioning him. The little princess is overjoyed to have a new playmate. Bong asks Sol what she wants to play, but he immediately feels the crushing weight on his back. While Sol is excited, the hunter finds it difficult even to hunch down. Seol points toward her toy cash register, and Bong realizes he is about to face the legendary counting game his master's servant warned him about. The game begins as Sol scans an item, while Bong finds that even lifting a tiny toy milk carton feels like an impossible task. He is shocked that just sitting and lifting can be this physically demanding. Sully demands a high price for the toy, and Bong feels like his arms are going to fall off. He begins to question if he has always been this weak. As the extortionate game continues, Bong tries to motivate himself by thinking of his mother's life and his family's safety. He vows to get it together, knowing that if he can't handle this training, he can't achieve his goals. Sometime later, an exhausted Bong begs to stop. Seol ends the current game, but before Bong can get any relief, she says she's already moving on to a new magical girl game. The hunter collapses as the little girl commands the villain to fall. She uses her magical wand to control the villain, making him stand up and fall down repeatedly. The grueling play session continues with the airplane game of terror and the rocking horse that would make even horses of hell tremble. Bong is physically destroyed by the demon centrifuge as Seol has the time of her life. After childcare comes housework training, as Kang orders a weary Bong to clean the stove and do laundry. Over the next few days, Bong's training consists of endless chores and playing with the little princess. The grueling routine continues day after day, with Bong carrying Seol while performing various household tasks. 1 week later, a physically drained Bong wonders if his master is testing his patience and perseverance. He recalls stories of apprentices who performed years of menial tasks, suspecting there is a deeper meaning to his chores. Bong concludes that true masters never share their secrets easily and believes his limits are being tested. Another week passes, and a trembling Bong is shocked to realize an entire month has already gone by. Kang asks about the upcoming promotion exam and realizes he must start proper training immediately since time is running out. After checking his schedule, Bong informs his master that the memorial and award ceremony is actually tomorrow. Kang decides they will attend the ceremony first, leading a hopeful Bong to believe he has finally passed his test. Bong confidently claims that his keen senses allowed him to understand the true purpose of the training from the start. He asks if his master was testing his endurance for the past 2 weeks, feeling proud of his deduction. Kang casually admits that he actually only made Bong do the housework for his own amusement. Despite his true motives, Kang praises Bong's hard work and tells him to be prepared for tomorrow. Marbus watches the scene in frustration, privately cursing his master's devilish and immortal nature. Meanwhile, in a bar in Gyeonggi-do, the Anti-Bureau Alliance prepares to launch a major plan. 2 members of the alliance, Lee and Kim, discuss their strong target, expressing excitement for the upcoming mission. Lee watches the unsuspecting hunters with a chilling smile, anticipating the coming conflict. They plan to create chaos and abduct Kim Bong-gu the moment he steps onto the podium during tomorrow's ceremony. Meanwhile, Kang mentions that his formal clothes feel uncomfortable, but he is reassured that he looks perfectly fine. Subin confirms Kang is heading out with Uriel while So is working, and she asks him to pass on her congratulations to Bong-gu. Kang signals that it is time to go, and Ariel submissively follows his command. Seol adorably wishes her father a safe trip with a polite bow, leaving the former emperor completely overwhelmed by her cuteness. Subin praises Sol for her good manners and explains that the toddler learned her polite greetings from a children's show that morning. She reminds Kang that he used to love those same programs and even wrote fan letters to them as a child, though he finds the idea hard to believe. Kang says goodbye to his daughter and wonders to himself if a simple farewell has always felt this heartwarming. Kang notes how crowded the venue is as he walks through the bustling convention center. A young boy asks his mother if they still need to hide, but she reassures him that the hunters have defeated all the monsters. The boy enthusiastically declares his dream to become a hunter, while Kang remains silent. Kang reflects on the peaceful scene, admitting he initially thought the people were simply being careless about the surrounding dangers. He realizes the people are just desperately hoping to avoid misfortune by pretending the hunters can truly guarantee their safety. Kang mutters about the rotten state of the world, then asks Bong about the scale of the ongoing event. Bong explains that the suppression of the disaster-grade gate is a historic achievement being attended by world-famous hunters. He notes that the unprecedented success of the mission has even drawn significant international attention. Kang observes the gathered hunters, unimpressed as he concludes that most of them are weak or merely decent. Noticing Bong looks pale, Kang learns the hunter must represent the survivors alone because everyone else is still too injured to attend. A staff member instructs them to take their seats as the ceremony begins, and Kang encourages Bong to do his best. The ceremony commences with a speech reflecting on the time that has passed since the gate first appeared. Bored by the long-winded speech, Kang yawns and wishes they would just hand out the awards and finish the event. The crowd applauds as Bong is called to the stage to deliver a tribute for the hunters who fell during the mission. Kang mocks Bong's stiff movements, calling him a robot, while expressing his deep dislike for pretending to be a hero. Amidst thoughts of hunters intervening in danger, Kang focuses on the importance of his family's dinner tonight. He realizes that his main priority is ensuring that his daughter Seol stays happy and smiling. He suddenly stands up in the middle of the ceremony, declaring he can no longer sit and watch, which draws angry shouts from the confused audience behind him. Kang issues a serious command to Uriel, who immediately acknowledges him with total devotion. But he suddenly senses a strong killing intent in the air, which prompts a worried reaction from Uriel. Uriel notes that something sinister is being plotted, and Kang calmly agrees with her assessment. Kang ponders over who would be foolish enough to try and cause trouble at such a public event. Recalling the boy's words about hiding, Kang concludes that his enemies are the type to take what they want by force. Despite the danger, Kang is motivated by the heartwarming memory of Sol wishing him a safe trip. Kang orders Uriel to intercept the plotters, commanding her to kill everyone on sight except for the leader. With a cold and determined expression, Kang commands his retainer to engage the enemy with her full strength. On the rooftop, several infected sniper hosts groan in pain as the Anti-Bureau Alliance's plan begins to unfold. Kim Do-hoon walks calmly past the bloody bodies of fallen agents, suggesting that all of the infected snipers are now under his control. Kim reports through his radio that the rooftop has been successfully secured by their forces. Sitting atop a defeated agent, Kim confirms that the explosives are set and all units are ready to strike. Kim watches Bong step onto the stage, signaling the start of their coordinated kidnapping operation. Massive explosions rock the convention center as the Alliance's bombs detonate simultaneously across the building. The elite strike unit storms the hall, while Lee Hee-ji gleefully participates in the mass slaughter to capture Bong. Kim plans to use his parasite-infected snipers to block any reinforcements, confident that his plan is foolproof. As Kim prepares to launch the attack, he is suddenly interrupted by a voice demanding his identification. Hearing a plea for mercy over the radio, Kim worries that his infiltration team has been compromised. Kim is shocked as he hears the mechanical room team screaming in terror and telling everyone to run for their lives. He desperately tries to contact the mechanical room team, but is met only with static and silence. Kim is left in total disbelief as a report reveals that his explosives team has been wiped out and the bombs disarmed. He panics, unable to understand how his hand-picked elite teams were neutralized in less than a minute. He realizes the first casualty was a decoy agent, and calculates the massive size of the building they are in. Kim concludes that it should have taken several minutes to move between locations, even if the intruders were moving at top speed. He wonders if multiple groups are attacking simultaneously but dismisses the Bureau as the culprit, because this level of violence isn't their style. Knowing the Bureau prioritizes capture over killing, Kim desperately wonders who else could be responsible for the massacre. Lee Hee-ji contacts him to report an uninvited guest and asks for permission to eliminate the mysterious woman. Kim is surprised to hear about a woman on the strike team, while Hee-ji sadistically expresses her desire to play with her. Sensing danger, Kim warns his partner of the woman's strength, but Hee-ji insists on fighting the lone intruder herself. Kim grows pale as he loses contact with the aquarium team and realizes a single person is systematically taking out his elite forces. He wonders if he should provide support as he desperately tries to re-establish contact with his missing units. Kim demands to know the intruder's identity and is chilled when a voice responds that they can finally hear him. Kang gives a ridiculous introduction over the radio before threatening to grant Kim a painless death if he surrenders. Kim is paralyzed with fear as he hears the intruder's cold and mocking laughter over the communication channel. A dark silhouette appears through the smoke, standing calmly amidst the carnage on the rooftop. Loosening his tie with a confident smirk, Kang dares the Alliance leader to come and try to kill him. Lee is stunned by Ariel's overwhelming strength as she flees past the bodies of her fallen comrades. Realizing only one person is responsible for the massacre, the Alliance members decide to eliminate her before calling for reinforcements. Uriel introduces herself as the Minister of the Imperial Household and mocks her opponent's reckless behavior. Uriel expresses her joy at serving her lord again, while Lee wonders if she is a powerful hunter from overseas. Lee prepares to reveal her identity, confident that her name will cause a shock. Lee Hee-ji introduces herself as a torture specialist, but Uriel claims to be quite the expert on the subject herself. Uriel decides to teach the rude hunter a lesson in manners as she begins to manifest her magical energy. Uriel promises to personally educate her opponent while unleashing a powerful and blinding magical strike. With a manic look in her eyes, Lee warns Uriel that she will not be allowed to die peacefully. Embracing her villainous nature, Lee lunges forward to attack Uriel with her blades. Uriel easily counters the sudden attack, confirming her initial assessment of her opponent's predictable skills. Lee believes she has finally found an opening, assuming Uriel's magic is useless at close range. Uriel activates the first form of her imperial etiquette, catching the arrogant hunter completely off guard. She delivers a devastating blow to the hunter's face, coldly commanding her to remain silent. A bleeding and terrified Lee is ordered never to raise her voice again. Lee cries out in agony as she struggles to withstand the intense, burning pain of the magical attack. Uriel prepares to finish the fight by activating the second form of her lethal imperial etiquette. She begins the audience preparation, leaving the confused hunter wondering where she is being taken. Sudden energy slashes through the air, leaving the defeated hunter in a state of total shock. Uriel explains that one must be tidy and unarmed before the Emperor as she brutally severs the hunter's limbs. Lee is overwhelmed by Uriel's incredible speed as she collapses in a pool of blood. Uriel stands over her broken opponent and coldly commands her to kneel and press her forehead to the floor. Completely broken and terrified, Lee desperately begs for forgiveness and mercy. Uriel mocks her opponent's new obedience, noting that the girl finally looks cute now that she has learned some manners. The broken hunter can only sob and beg for her life. Grabbing the hunter by her hair, Uriel coldly orders her to stay quiet. The girl is paralyzed with fear, realizing just how terrifying her opponent truly is. Uriel announces that the hunter is almost ready for an audience with the Emperor. She prepares to demonstrate the third rule of imperial etiquette while the girl continues to plead for mercy. She explains that during an imperial audience, one must never dare to look above the Emperor's knees. She looms over her victim with a glowing blade, ready to enforce the rules of the court, calling her a naughty child. Uriel tells the hunter to be grateful that she is the one handling this meeting. As she ties back her hair, Uriel notes that things would have been much worse if the Grand Chancellor had been the one to find her. She reveals that under Kremsley's care, the hunter wouldn't have been allowed to die so easily. On the rooftop, Kang confidently loosens his tie and dares the Alliance leader to try killing him. The Alliance leader warns Kang that he is ignoring a final warning and that regret won't save him now. Meanwhile, the elite sniper team is controlled by a bug on their heads that dictates their movements, putting them under Kim's control. Talking about bugs, Kang realizes this man is responsible for sending magical insects into his home, and asks why he did it. Kim is shocked to discover that this man is responsible for exterminating all his mana bugs. Losing his patience, Kang decides to kill leader Kim multiple times to get the truth. Kim mockingly notes that his opponent still doesn't understand the situation. The sound of constant gunfire fills the air as Kim unleashes everything he has. A massive explosion shatters the rooftop, leaving the area covered in thick smoke. The Alliance leader panics as he realizes his target has completely vanished from sight. Kang suddenly appears behind him, mockingly asking why he stopped his attempt to kill him. With a terrifying look in his eyes, the former emperor declares that he will be taking the fallen corpses as a useful gift. Kang stands amidst a surge of dark energy, admitting that he prefers not to get his hands dirty. A wave of shadows sweeps across the rooftop, instantly consuming the remaining Alliance members. The leader coughs up blood, horrified that all of his parasites were wiped out in a single instant. He trembles in pure terror as he feels an insane amount of mana radiating from the man in front of him. The world around him shifts into a hellish landscape, leaving the leader confused and desperate for answers. Hundreds of glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness, surrounding the trapped hunter. An army of high-level skeleton warriors appears, and the leader realizes they are far beyond anything he has ever faced. The Alliance leader is shocked to see someone capable of controlling such high-level skeleton warriors. He realizes that he is witnessing top-tier necromancy that far exceeds his own abilities. He is completely baffled by how a necromancer can possess such incredible physical power and speed. The suffocating mana pressure makes him realize that the difference in their power is too vast to resist, and he falls to his knees in total hopelessness. Kang mockingly asks if the pressure is frightening and suggests that dying might feel easier than enduring it. The Alliance leader continues to tremble in pure terror as he remains trapped in the hellish landscape. Kang coldly informs his victim that he won't be allowed to die easily, leaving the leader terrified of what comes next. The former emperor declares that he will keep resurrecting the leader until he receives every answer he wants. Kang decides to provide a demonstration of his power, allowing a skeleton warrior to strike the fallen leader. The Alliance leader screams in agony as he is violently impaled and killed by sharp bone spikes. Kang mockingly bids farewell to the corpse, knowing their meeting is far from over. The leader suddenly gasps back to life, completely confused because he knows he was just killed. Kang mockingly asks how it felt to die, and suggests the leader should just talk if he wants to rest. When the leader hesitates to answer, Kang realizes that his victim isn't ready to cooperate just yet. Deciding that one death wasn't enough, Kang prepares to kill the leader repeatedly until he is ready to talk, promising to ensure his victim keeps coming back. Kang surveys the blood-stained rooftop, realizing that the notorious anti-bureau union is specifically targeting Kim Bong-gu. Standing over a fallen operative, he notes that based on the man's testimony, the group appears to be a quite cunning lot. He contemplates their plan and realizes that if Bong-gu were turned from a public hero into a villain, it would plunge the world into anxiety and fear. If Bong-gu refuses, he will be slaughtered. He knows that slaughtering Bong-gu in the crowd would raise doubts about the Bureau's competence. Thinking of his daughter, Kang-jun resolves that he cannot let scum like that run loose in a world that should be paved with flowers for his princess. He notes that while most organizations crumble when their leader is crushed, this particular group has met a much more violent end. The former emperor mockingly congratulates the leader for returning a 15th time before demanding the location of their secret headquarters. Looking at the broken man lying in a pool of blood, Kang-jun realizes his victim is likely under the effects of a powerful binding spell. Surrounded by a surge of dark energy, he tells the leader to try speaking anyway, warning that he won't help if a forbidden word causes his death. The terrified leader tearfully thanks Kang for the chance and prepares to reveal a shocking secret about a certain person's identity. The man's face contorts in sudden agony as the binding spell triggers, causing a massive explosion of dark energy that silences him forever. Kang sighs in disappointment, deciding that since they are unwilling to talk, he will simply wipe them all out on sight from now on. Uriel approaches her master and reports that every enemy has been eliminated, prompting Kang to suggest that it is time to head back. When his retainer asks about cleaning up the carnage, Kang looks back with total indifference. He stretches casually, claiming the authorities will sort it out themselves as they head off to congratulate Bong and take a commemorative photo. At the same time, Director Seo pins a medal on the humble hunter, praising his hard work during the disaster-grade gate incident. Watching from the audience is Kang Song-hyun, an S-rank hunter and master of the Solitable Guild, known as the Black Wolf. Unimpressed, he decides the rookie still lacks the talent to recruit. The massive 6th rank S-rank hunter Uriel, the vice guild master of the solitary guild known as Man of Steel, scoffs and mockingly says he can't find a single ounce of manliness in the frail-looking hero. The 2 top-ranked hunters are suddenly startled as their phones begin to buzz with an urgent and shocking notification. Sensing an ominous presence, the hunters realize that an uninvited guest has arrived at the convention center. The 2 men rush to the rooftop, only to be met with a sight that leaves them completely paralyzed with shock. They stare at the massive trail of blood in the shattered building, wondering what kind of horrific event could have taken place there. Go-Yul notices a body and points out that the victim's clothes and style match the members of the anti-bureau union. The director examines a corpse and confirms that the tattoo identifies the man as an executive-level member who was killed with brutal efficiency. The director is stunned by a phone report that dozens of union members were found dead throughout the building. The highest concentration of bodies is in the underground aquarium, and one victim is an S-rank executive, Lee Hee-ji. He looks on in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a core executive with S-rank power could be taken down so easily. Looking out over the city, the hunters conclude that they must report this unprecedented massacre to the bureau chief immediately. Meanwhile, Kang and Uriel enter the hall and realize they have arrived a bit late for the official ceremony. Kang watches Bong on stage, thinking he is an idiot in deep trouble and realizing he won't be able to protect him forever. As the nervous hunter stands before the crowd, Kang wonders if the poor man got into this dangerous mess because of him. He crosses his arms and decides that starting tomorrow he will truly put Bong-gu through the ringer to make him stronger. While a happy Bong waves to the audience, his master notes that while the training will be hellish, it is still much better than actually dying. Marbas laughs to himself while resting on the sofa in his puppy form. He thinks of the stray cat named Nabi struggling to survive, stealing fish, and notes how much harder the cat's life is compared to his own. The demon enjoys special meals prepared by Kangjun's sister and wonders about the taste of marinated ribs while being taken for daily walks. Subin washes him with great care, leading Marbas to conclude that the life of a pampered house pet isn't much different from being an emperor. He recalls how Kangjun annihilated his clan and forced him to wander through dimensions, initially planning for revenge. He decides that his new life is far better than the constant power struggles he faced back in the demon world. The only problem is Sale's constant attempts to kiss him, as Marbas fears Kangjun will kill him if he lets the princess get too close. He wonders why the persistent little princess isn't asking for a kiss today, feeling a strange mix of sadness and relief. He decides to let his guard down for a moment, admitting that the child actually has some very cute moments. Suddenly, Kim, Bong, and Uriel arrive at the house. Bong offers to buy dinner, but Kang declines because his sister is making marinated ribs at home. Marbas greets his master with excitement, claiming he was eagerly awaiting his return. Kang asks Marbas why he is acting more like a dog every day. Marbas replies that he is simply following orders. Kang asks about his daughter and sister. Marbas says they are out grocery shopping. Meanwhile, Bong is shocked by how much Marbas has embraced his role as a pet. The demon puppy follows his master and warns him that a major tragedy almost took place earlier that day. Marbas explains how he used his quick wits to catch Seol and prevent her from suffering a serious injury after she nearly fell off the sofa. Kang praises the demon for his good work, but Marbas seems to be hoping for a more significant reward than just a verbal compliment. He decides to reward the demon by bestowing a brand new name upon him that he had previously considered for his chancellor. Uriel and Marbas watch with anticipation as Kang prepares to reveal the demon's new title. Kang dramatically announces that from this day forward the demon's name shall be Gaetong. Bong is left speechless, thinking that even for a demon the name Gaetong is a bit too much. To Bong's absolute horror, Marbas is deeply moved, believing the name is a sign of being acknowledged as the Emperor's close aide. Kang is pleased that the demon likes the name, while Bong laments how far the once great demon has fallen. Uriel finds the name Gaetong to be highly desirable, prompting Bong to realize that she is just as strange as the others. Bong offers to start cleaning, but Kang tells him to rest up and return early tomorrow morning for their actual training. While Bong is thrilled to finally begin his training, Kang reveals that Uriel will be the one conducting the special lessons. He casually reassures a terrified Bong that if he dies during training, his master will simply revive him for old time's sake. He suggests that if Bong dies, he would make an excellent Dullahan, leaving the hunter horrified at the thought of becoming a headless monster. He wonders why Kang chose something as ominous as a Dullahan for him. Uriel bluntly tells Bong that he's being turned into a Dullahan because his face is ugly, explaining that her lord only revives potato-faced people into such monsters. Bong is left completely speechless and terrified by her words. He reflects on his dire situation, realizing that he could actually die and fulfill the prophecy of becoming a headless Dullahan. 1 hour later, a cheerful Seol runs toward her father, calling out to him. Sabin mentions how much Seol missed her father, and Kang warmly embraces his daughter, Maribus notes that even an immortal like him loses his composure when faced with his precious little girl. Kang marvels at his adorable daughter and asks what games his little princess played while he was away. Seal enthusiastically tells him she played Dr. Wiz's calculation game and asks her father to play with her. Kang can only stare back in silent dread as he prepares for another grueling play session. 60 days remain before the Hunter requalification exam, as Bong cheerfully asks the Elder if he slept well. Dolso urgently shushes him, explaining that since the princess is still sleeping, he needs to keep his voice as low as possible. The Elder mentions hearing that Bong's special training with Uriel begins today, which the Hunter awkwardly confirms. Dolso explains that Uriel's efficient methods will be much better for his progress than receiving training from his lord right now. In his mind, Bong remembers Uriel as a gentle young woman he wants to protect, while admitting he doesn't know her well. Dolso describes the Anox Empire as a brutal place where strength was everything, and explains that Uriel was exceptional for rising to the rank of Prime Minister. The Elder warns that most humans wouldn't last seconds against her, though Bong still wishes he could have been trained by his master instead. Dolso praises his master's judgment, noting that among the soldiers his lord personally trained, there wasn't a single casualty. Bong hopefully asks if that means his master's training is actually kind and careful, with a low intensity. The Elder clarifies that there were no casualties because every single soldier died during the training, leaving Bong in total shock. Uriel suddenly interrupts, announcing that it is time for her to take Bong away for his training session. She sternly asks what he is waiting for, prompting a startled Bong to quickly follow her. After they leave, the Elder casually mentions that Uriel's training has a 50% death rate, but notes his lord can always just revive him as undead. At a deserted mountain park closed due to gate activity, Bong struggles to catch his breath. Uriel announces they will spend the entire day engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat training until the sun sets. When Bong tries to argue that he is a mage, Uriel threatens to turn him into a corpse if he speaks without permission again. She adds that magic training will take place all night, leaving the exhausted Hunter feeling completely overwhelmed. She cryptically remarks that a day will feel much longer once they begin, promising he will understand by sunset. As she takes her fighting stance to begin, Bong nervously asks how the training is actually supposed to work. Bong is left speechless when Uriel coldly orders him to attack her with the intent to kill. Uriel warns that if he doesn't take the training seriously, she will personally execute him according to military law. Bong vows to try his best as Uriel tells him to view her as a battlefield enemy who doesn't need an apology. With a loud battle cry, Bong lunges forward to deliver his first strike. Uriel moves with incredible speed, easily dodging every one of the Hunter's desperate attacks. Caught off guard by her sudden counterattack, Bong takes a devastating blow directly to the face. Meanwhile, in a peaceful meadow, a newborn calf is encouraged to stand up for the first time. Just like the wobbly calf, a battered Bong can barely keep his balance as he struggles to stay on his feet. Both the calf and the exhausted Hunter finally lose their strength and collapse onto the ground. Uriel looks down at the unconscious Hunter and coldly notes his first knockout of the day. At the same time, Kang endures his own nightmare as his daughter dreams of continuing her extortionate calculation game for another 8,000 years. Bong collapses face down for the 26th time during his grueling training session. He laments that the session feels more like torture than training, and considers fainting just to escape the pain. Uriel uses a physical revival skill called Death and Life Water to force a screaming Bong back to his feet. Noticing his broken jaw, Uriel offers to fix it while Bong cries out in agony. As he is healed by her magic, Bong desperately wishes he could travel back in time. He wants to return to the past just to beat up his former self for agreeing to this, yet he still begs Uriel for her help. Uriel coldly orders him to get up for another round, marking his 27th session of suffering. Bong resolves to finally stop her attack as Uriel charges toward him with incredible speed. He is immediately hit again, letting out a pained groan from the impact. Bong is shocked that Uriel's small fists carry the explosive force of a massive, heavy club. The Hunter lies defeated on the ground, gasping for breath after the exchange. Uriel decides to end the physical combat portion of the day, leaving a relieved Bong grateful just to be alive. He is told to refuel but realizes with horror that he has 2 months of this hell left, and hasn't even begun magic training. Back at the house, Uriel tells him to sleep, making Bong wonder if they are skipping magic training for the day. He admits he pushed himself too hard on the first day and feels relieved that his trainer is showing some flexibility. Uriel tells him to sleep well as she places a glowing hand on his forehead, causing Bong to groan. He finds himself in a dark void and celebrates his freedom until he recognizes his old school. He is confused to see Uriel at his school, only for her to announce that magic training is starting now. Bong slaps himself and feels no pain, realizing that he is actually trapped inside a dream. Uriel explains that she has entered his subconscious because she is the empress of the succubi who rules over dreams. She cuts the talk short to begin night magic training, leaving Bong horrified that he has to train even while asleep. She instructs him to use unconventional moves while Bong laments the cruelty of a training schedule that follows him into his sleep. She mentions that since this is a dream, he will simply keep coming back even if he dies, which Bong finds even more terrifying. She tells him to give it his all as she prepares to unleash a massive surge of magical energy. She fires a powerful magical beam that lights up the entire dream space. He is blasted by the energy and wonders how he is supposed to dodge such an overwhelming attack. Bong questions why a dream hurts so much, and Uriel replies that pain is necessary for proper immersion. A bleeding Bong wishes she had told him about the realistic pain sooner. Lying on the ground, he deeply doubted his ability to survive this training until the end. Uriel commands him to go again while blasting him with more intense magical energy. As he lies smoking on the ground, Bong begs for death, rather than continuing the session. He collapses again, reflecting on how truly horrifying his first day of training has been. Meanwhile, Subin gives Kang a new cell phone, and he expresses his gratitude while checking her saved contact information. Kang asks if Bong has improved, and Uriel notes that he has shown a surprising amount of determination. He is impressed, noting that receiving such a compliment from Uriel is a major achievement. Uriel recalls how Bong's reflexes have improved, even managing to block one of her attacks during their training. Kang asks if she used her full power, and Uriel confirms it, marveling at how much Bong has truly leveled up. Bong enters the room and cheerfully greets his master for the day. Kang agrees to leave but privately notes how much Bongu's appearance has changed in just 3 weeks. He suggests a quick trim for Bong's messy hair and beard, privately noting that the hunter's rough state still needs improvement. While driving, Bong asks about the sudden gate mission, and Kang explains they are going to train while earning some extra cash. He worries about the crowded house, but his sister reassures him that she enjoys the lively atmosphere. Despite his sister's reassurances, Kang resolves to earn enough money to let her quit her job and buy her a new home. Kang asks if Bong is ready for another gate mission, while the exhausted hunter desperately begs for a break in his mind. He plans to work as a porter to make quick money as they finally arrive at the Bukansan gate. Bong notices his master's new cell phone and offers to save his number for him. When Bong asks how to save his name, Kang bluntly tells him to use the name Dullahan. Bong stares at his phone in silence until Kang notices and asks why he is being watched. He is surprised to see his master has joined a messaging app and checks his profile. He is stunned by his master's profile, which declares his past as an emperor, and issues a deadly warning to anyone who dares to challenge him. Completely overwhelmed by his master's intense profile, Bong decides it's best to just pretend he never saw it. A report reaches the higher-ups of the Anti-Bureau Alliance, stating that the recent abduction operation failed despite orders from above. Two mysterious figures of the Alliance discuss the total annihilation of their elite agents and the 2 top executives of Twi'lev during the failed mission. Not only that they failed the mission, but all of them were wiped out as well. One figure notes that although the team was at the lowest level, they remained quite strong for the mission. He wonders what kind of prodigies could have wiped out members of the 12 executives. Because of the failure, the 2 brothers are ordered to personally step in and abduct the target. They speculate that the target is being pursued because he has become a popular symbolic figure. They realize that losing 2 executive-level assets has forced their leader to pay much closer attention to the target. The brothers decide to move as quickly as possible, refusing to waste time on a single minnow. Meanwhile, Bong feels his ear itch, and Kang tells him people must be talking badly about him behind his back. Bong questions why Kang keeps making jokes like that. Kang simply replies that there are a bunch of people who are dying to kill Bong. Bong informs the checkpoint staff that he will be entering the gate with only his porter. As Kang mentions feeling hungry, the staff member warns them that entering the gate alone is far too risky. While the argument over gate entry rules drags on, Kang spots a convenience store and decides to grab a snack. Bong tells Kang to wait while he tries to get special permission for a solo gate clear. Kang asks to borrow Bong's card to buy food, but the hunter is hesitant to hand it over. He scolds Bong for being stingy after he came out early to train him without breakfast. Bong suddenly remembers and tells his master that he received some prize money from the last ceremony. Kang is completely stunned by the mere mention of prize money. Bong reveals he received a total of 300 million won for his recent achievements at the gates. Feeling grateful, Bong offers to give all the prize money to his master. Seeing Kang's expression, Bong tells him not to refuse, and insists he accept the money. But to his surprise, Kang grabs Bong's collar and demands to know why he is mentioning the money only now. He angrily asks if Bong was trying to pocket the massive sum for himself. After being told to hurry, Kang decides to take 200 million and let Bong keep the rest. While Bong feels guilty about the split, Kang secretly plots to work him hard enough to earn his share. An emotional Bong says goodbye as Kang sends him off to handle the gate registration. Kang marvels at how easy it is to make money in this world while enjoying his snack. He calculates that catching easy targets every day could allow him to save 1,000,000,000 won and live like a king. Delighted by the sweet deal, Kang decides to have Bong book 3 gates a day from now on. A system message confirms they have entered the dimensional gate known as the Lizard Man Forest. Bong notes they finally made it inside after signing the necessary waiver. Kang finds the atmosphere inside the gate refreshing, while Bong admits he feels completely uncomfortable. A group of screeching lizardmen suddenly appears, confirming that the forest is exactly as they expected. Kang tells Bong to watch carefully as he gives a demonstration of proper combat techniques. Bong is surprised by his master's gentle approach compared to the brutal training he received from Uriel. He explains that a sword is actually poorly designed for delivering a fatal blow to an opponent standing directly in front of you. He delivers a powerful punch directly to the face of a lizard man, demonstrating his theory. He instructs Bong to focus on improving his proficiency with his own limbs instead of relying on weapons. Bong watches in awe as his master easily handles the monsters. Bong reminds his master that he is a magic-type hunter, but Kang explains that mages are vulnerable glass cannons who must learn to fight at close range. He argues that learning martial arts will ensure a mage never loses their edge, even when an enemy closes the distance. He continues his demonstration, explaining that mastering more combat styles will only make Bongu stronger. Bong is amazed by his master's fluid and natural movements. He explains that it is far more efficient to compensate for existing weaknesses than to try and develop entirely new strengths. Bong is left completely stunned by the sight of his master decimation the group of monsters. Kang casually asks if the demonstration looked easy, leaving a bewildered Bong in a state of total shock. He tells Bong that it is finally his turn to try out the new techniques. Bong is hit by a sudden projectile and realizes in horror that his master might actually be a much more brutal trainer than Uriel. Back at home, Subin comforts a crying Sail, explaining that her father had to go out on an important mission with Bong. She mentions that Kang promised to bring home chicken and crackers, while Sail's eyes light up at the mention of food. Seal surprises her by shouting out syllables from a name she remembers, prompting Subin to wonder if she truly still recalls her father's past. Seal proudly declares how easy it was to tie a knot around her banana, leading Subin to wonder if her niece is actually a genius. Meanwhile, at the gate, Bong recalls a combat tip and charges forward with determination. He lets out a loud battle cry as he delivers a punch to the monster. The hunter is sent flying back with a pained groan after his attack fails. Kang clicks his tongue and tells his disciple that a single precise hit is better than 100 useless swings. He effortlessly handles the monster while asking if the task is truly that difficult. Bong apologizes but is surprised when his master claims he isn't just a regular scrub. Kang clarifies that the hunter is actually a scrub beyond all imagination. He orders a tired Bong to start the next round immediately, noting that enemies don't wait for breathers. Bong forces himself back up, while Kang notes that the previous training with Uriel is showing results. He observes that Bong is beginning to adopt Uriel's methods and, impressed by his determination, decides Bong is at least worth teaching. Feeling generous, Kang decides to send 2 monsters at the hunter this time. Bong calls out in a gasp as the training session continues in the forest. At sunset, a staff member praises Bong for handling the high-risk gate all by himself. Bong asks to sell his loot on the spot but is told he must visit the market in person. Kang asks about the market and learns it is a place where everything from elixirs to weapons is traded with other races. Kang wants to visit eventually but decides to head home for his sister's soy-marinated crab and snacks. As Kang asks about the reward money, Bong tells him to transfer it right away while they discuss their next steps. Later that evening, Kang is surprised to see Bong eating only marinated crab, without any rice. Bong apologizes to him, but Subin tells her brother to be kinder to Bong since he helped him find a job. She also encourages their guest to eat as much as he likes. Bong scratches the back of his head and nods bashfully as he remembers something. Reflecting on a flashback, while driving, Kang instructed Bond to tell his sister that he was receiving 5 million won a month for paperwork to secretly cover their living expenses. Subin expresses her happiness that her brother is adjusting to the world, while Bong privately notes that he is actually the one receiving help. Kang suddenly realizes that Kremsley hasn't returned home yet and worries that his servant got into trouble behind his back. Subin's dinner is interrupted by a phone call, and she is horrified to learn that the elder is currently at the police station. The scene shifts to the exterior of a local police station late at night. Inside the station, a frantic Dolso jumps to his feet and calls out to his master and the others as they arrive to collect him. Kang scolds Dolso for causing trouble, but the elder insists he wasn't the one at fault. An officer asks if Kang is Dol's guardian as Subin and Bong watch the tense exchange. The officer explains that Dol was shaken up after a young punk verbally abused and assaulted him at the convenience store. Kang's expression turns cold as he asks for the identity of the attacker. The officer reveals the attacker is a high school student from a hunter academy, who became aggressive when Dolso asked for his ID during an attempted purchase of alcohol and cigarettes. A flashback shows the arrogant student grabbing Dole's shirt and claiming the customer is always right. The officer notes that Dole could have been seriously injured if another customer hadn't intervened. Dolso tearfully apologizes to his lord, while a furious Kang realizes the elder was only trying to follow his orders properly. Kang is outraged that the Grand Duke of Enux was beaten by a common punk. Kang turns his attention toward the arrogant student sitting across the room, his gaze filled with silent fury. He suddenly grabs the student by his hair and asks if he is the one who hit his guy. Bong, Subin, and Dole watch in shock as Kang pulls the student's hair. Dole becomes emotional, realizing his master is doing this for him. Kang recalls Dole saying the customer is king, and asks the student if he hit his servant because he thought he was a king. The student calls Kang a lunatic while the officer tries to stop the confrontation. Kang strikes a dramatic pose and loudly declares himself to be the young emperor, leaving everyone in the room completely speechless. A man in a suit bursts into the station, demanding to know who dared to lay a hand on his son. He arrogantly asks if Kang has any idea who he is dealing with. Bong is terrified to recognize the man as Nam Hyun Chul, a top-ranked A-rank hunter known as the Beast. Kang casually replies that he was just giving the man's son a lesson for hitting his precious guy. The hunter is outraged that Kang is calling the elder his guy and asks how old Dole is supposed to be. Kang bluntly replies that the elder is 1,200 years old. The hunter is left fuming and calls Kang a lunatic while the officer watches the standoff in silence. The father rushes to check on his son, telling Kang to move out of his way. The hunter argues that kids make mistakes and questions how Kang dared to leave his child in such a condition. Kang remains unimpressed by the excuse that the boy was just being stubborn. Kang suddenly bows and apologizes, suggesting they step outside to talk things over in the fresh air. He notes that his sister is watching and wants to move the discussion elsewhere. The hunter assumes Kang has finally come to his senses and mockingly asks if he really thinks a simple apology will be enough. The son gleefully believes Kang is done for. The hunter grabs Kang's shirt and agrees to step outside, vowing to crush him where no one can see. Subin calls out in worry as the two men head out, but Bong reassures her that he will follow them. Dole watches his lord leave, hoping for a fruitful discussion. Outside in the dark alley, the hunter asks Kang if he really doesn't know who he is dealing with. He mocks Kang for running his mouth without knowing his place, noting the lack of witnesses or cameras in the area. The hunter asks where he should break Kang first, deciding that hiring a good lawyer will solve any potential legal problems. He is confused when Kang remains silent, despite being provoked and poked in the forehead. He suddenly bursts out in anger, and blue energy starts to erupt around him during the confrontation. He charges forward at Kang with everything he has, but wonders why Kang is staying so calm and giving no reaction in such a situation. Suddenly, Kang grabs the hunter's finger, snaps it cleanly, and the hunter cries out in pain. Kang warns him that it was a mistake to think he would live to tell the tale. Kang references a childcare encyclopedia, noting that parents must set an example for their children through their own actions. He decides to give the man time to reflect on his mistakes. He explains that when a child goes too far, a parent shouldn't just indulge them. He prepares to use his slipper as a tool for firm discipline. Kang declares that a parent must discipline their children firmly so they can repent, even if it is painful. A series of loud slapping sounds echo through the night as Kang notes that a parent's way of raising a child inevitably shapes their entire life. Bong watches in horror as the brutal discipline continues, while Kang reflects on how a parent's wise guidance teaches a child how to live properly. He realizes it's too late and thinks the man should have raised his child better as the sound of slapping continues into the night. Kang returns to the station and claims that the hunter collapsed from exhaustion after they reached an amicable understanding. The officer is stunned to see the battered and unconscious man. He asks if they can go home now that the matter is settled, and the confused officer quickly agrees. The son cries out for his father while wondering how the beast could have lost to a young man. As the group walks home at night, Sabine asks Kang about his missing shoes while Dolso swears his eternal loyalty. Bong asks about a bag, and Dolso explains that a store owner gave him some leftover food. The scene shifts to a secret military operations zone in Area 51, Nevada, where scientists are working in a high-tech facility. Inside the base, staff members panic and call for a doctor as they realize Saint Maram is finally beginning to awaken. With a sudden gasp, the saint's eyes snap open as she returns to consciousness. Terrified, Saint Maram warns that a terrible disaster is about to descend upon the earth in the form of an immortal calamity. She trembles with fear as she realizes that the all-powerful being has arrived. Saintess Maram, a person from another world rescued by top hunters, lies in a medical pod. She introduced herself as a saintess and showed a friendly attitude toward humans. She possessed a unique ability called Future Sight, allowing her to see fragmented scenes of what is to come. Meram wakes up terrified, claiming that a dreadful catastrophe, unlike any previous prophecy, has descended upon Earth. A doctor asks for more details as Meram gasps about a powerful immortal. She describes the being as a living catastrophe so powerful that even the gods she serves would feel fear. Meram loses her composure for the first time, describing the emperor who rules over the dead and has finally revealed himself on Earth. She insists that all the gods of the constellations keep watch over him while fearing his overwhelming power. Meram gasps in shock as the doctor asks if this immortal is truly that dangerous. Horrified and bleeding, she warns that the immortal's footsteps have reached their world, signaling the inevitable destruction of the Earth dimension. Meram suddenly collapses back onto her bed as the medical staff rushes to her side. The doctor wonders how peace can still exist if such a dangerous being has truly appeared. Meanwhile at Kang's house, Kang sneezes while preparing to eat a piece of marinated crab. Subin offers him rice in a crab shell and asks if he caught a cold, but he dismisses the idea, saying that he doesn't catch things like colds. Kang takes a large bite of the special meal. He is instantly blown away by the innovative flavor of the master's soy sauce marinated crab combined with golden rice. The entire group enjoys the delicious feast together, with everyone praising Subin's incredible cooking skills. 1 week later, Bong enters an orc habitat gate and notes how Uriel's physical training has made him much stronger. Following Kang's advice, Bong chooses a light dagger for his left hand to complement his primary magic attacks. Determined to prove his growth, Bong charges toward an orc with his magic energy charging. He delivers a powerful lightning bolt spell directly into the monster's chest. Seizing the opening, he follows up with a swift and lethal dagger strike to the orc's neck. As the orcs roar in fury, Bong calmly counts down his remaining enemies. He finds the monster's attacks incredibly slow compared to Uriel's brutal training sessions. Bong displays his improved physical skills by overwhelming an orc with a flurry of kicks and punches. He realizes Kang was right about mages needing martial arts to survive close-range encounters. Kang explains that in reality, one must learn every possible skill to minimize bloodshed later. When Bong asks for the secret to quick strength, Kang casually admits he was always powerful. He suggests that true strength comes from not obsessing over speed, and Bong agrees as he takes down another foe. The hunter continues to move with newfound agility, easily evading the orc's heavy swings. Standing over his defeated enemies, Bong credits his survival to his desperate fear of becoming a headless Dullahan. Completely exhausted, Bong collapses to his knees, amazed that he cleared 5 orcs on his own. Overwhelmed with joy, he tearfully thanks Kang for his guidance and checks his status window. Bong is thrilled to reach level 22 and finally earn the title of hard-working slow learner. With his rank-up exam approaching, Bong begins to daydream about being scouted by major guilds. He imagines top-ranked hunters competing to recruit him as he basks in his own fantasy. Kang snaps him back to reality, mockingly warning him that his pride is premature. A soul-crushed Bong looks on in embarrassment as his master clicks his tongue in disappointment. He sternly orders Bong to perform a humiliating slogan chant right on the spot. When Bong tries to protest, Kang silences him with a cold and terrifying look. To satisfy his master, Bong loudly declares himself to be a useless waste of oxygen. Bong begs to stop, fearing he'll use the insult in real life, but Kang commands him to continue. The hunter continues his self-insulting chants, earning enthusiastic praise from a satisfied Kang. Kang reminds him to always stay humble before ordering him to collect their loot. They plan to visit a market to sell their massive pile of loot while Kang checks on a personal matter. The busy Insadong market is a hub for trading gate items where many otherworld races reside. As they walk through the market, the familiar sights of magic stones and dwarf workshops bring back memories for Kang. Kang asks about a goblin-run vault, and Bong confirms there is one nearby. He recalls leaving money in the vault a long time ago and intends to retrieve those savings to finally solve his family's housing issues. He suddenly stops as he senses someone tailing them through the crowded market. Bong explains that the market is prone to crime and full of scavengers looking for money. Seeking a confrontation, Kang asks for a deserted area, and they head deeper into a dangerous abandoned alley. They arrive at an isolated construction site, a perfect spot for their pursuers to show themselves. A voice suddenly calls out to Bong, prompting both men to turn and face the threat. 2 S-rank members of the Anti-Bureau Federation, the black and white twin monsters, reveal themselves to the pair. Bong is shocked to realize the black and white twin monsters are targeting him. Kang asks about their reputation, and Bong confirms they are both famous and incredibly strong. He notes that one of the twins looks exactly like a history teacher he still remembers after 300 years. He calls their crimes wicked, leaving Bong confused by his brother's sudden change in tone. Kang lists their sins as resembling a teacher he hates and wearing modernized hanbok in the present day. He immediately lunges forward and sentences the 2 men to death. The twin in black is sent flying, completely overwhelmed by Kang's unexpected physical strength. Realizing they are facing a powerful guard, the twins decide to launch a combined attack immediately. Both brothers begin to manifest intense dark energy in their hands for their next move. Bong is amazed to see awakened ones using actual martial arts in combat. Kang calmly identifies their technique as the demonic heavenly divine art. The twin is left in total shock, wondering how a stranger could possibly know the name of their secret art. Around the same time, Little Sail waves her magic wand and commands the villains to fall. Dolso and Uriel immediately collapse to the floor, playing along with the princess's game. As Sail watches in confusion, the two retainers pretend to be dead during their 100th round of magic play. The twins explain that while martial arts progress was slow, obtaining a damaged book on the heavenly demon divine art changed everything. They recall joining the Anti-Bureau Alliance for a chance to find the original art and have finally found a clue. Kang is visibly surprised by the mention of the secret technique. The twins are shocked that a complete stranger knows the name of their hidden martial art. Kang explains his history with the art's creator during his time roaming dimensions and facing the heavenly demon in Murim. The black twin demands information in exchange for Kang's life, but the former emperor notes that meeting the creator wouldn't help him. Kang recalls defeating the heavenly demon so brutally that the man lost control of himself, despite his strength. Still, he says that he was strong in his own way. Enraged, the black twin tells him to stop his nonsense. Both twins ready themselves to strike with everything they have, while Kang notices their energy feels the same as the demons. The brothers unleash their combined heaven-breaking Shura Palm technique directly at Kang. Bong shouts a panicked warning to his brother as the massive attack approaches. The twins charge forward with lethal intent, determined to end the fight instantly. Kang effortlessly dodges the strikes, dismissing their movements as clumsy imitations of the real thing. He notes that their skills don't even come close to reaching the level of the original heavenly demon. Kang delivers a devastating blow that connects with explosive force to the black twin, completely obliterating his face. Bong watches in horror, realizing his brother's fists are truly terrifying and show no mercy to anyone. The black twin is completely defeated and falls to the ground while his brother, the white twin, watches in shock and concern. Kang looks at the carnage and wishes that they hadn't been so attached to that book in this life. The white twin becomes enraged and charges Kang with single-minded fury to kill him. Meanwhile, Kang activates his resurrection magic. A purple aura swirls from his hand and connects with the black twin's body, preparing to raise the fallen twin as his puppet. This necromancy only revives the dead as puppets when the caster is overwhelmingly more powerful than the corpse. The black twin rises, cloaked in a purple aura and clearly under Kang's control. The surviving twin recoils in horror as he recognizes a powerful necromancer who killed his brother and turned him into a puppet. He wonders how powerful the man must be to defeat a warrior like his brother so easily. Then he's horrified to realize his brother is charging an attack against him. Kang gives a chilling order for the resurrected brother to begin killing each other. The twins immediately engage in a violent struggle against one another. The white twin desperately tries to bring his brother back to his senses, but it doesn't work. They attack each other. Kang says the white twin is a rotten bastard for fighting his dead brother just to survive, while Bong stands paralyzed with terror, wondering if Kang might actually be a demon. Meanwhile, Bong recalls Kang's warning that someone was targeting him. After witnessing recent events, he realizes that people are indeed after him. Shortly after, Kang seals the two new puppets into his collection to keep for later use. He informs a stunned Bong that the twins will be his new sparring partners, starting tomorrow morning. Bong is overwhelmed by fear at the thought of fighting the undead twins and desperately begs not to become a Dullahan. Kang regrets not having his old army but decides to focus on gathering new subordinates in this dimension. They arrive at the Goblin Rental Vaults, a high-tech facility used for storing valuables. The branch manager of the Kazan Goblin Vault in the Exile District is annoyed by a sudden commotion outside his office. A goblin officer complains to Kazan about a shabby man who claims to have stored valuables and is causing trouble. Kazan checks the CCTV monitors and concludes that he is seeing too many ridiculous things. He reflects on his past and laments his exile to this wasteland because of a past embezzlement scandal. Despite the exile and Kazan's frustration, he is grateful that his VIP handling record saved his job, otherwise he would have been fired. Meanwhile, his goblin officer tells him that he will handle the situation personally. As he watches the footage of the visitors, the branch manager is suddenly struck by a look of total shock and disbelief. Panicking, he orders his staff to immediately escort the visitors to the VVIP reception room. The manager realizes that his savior, the man who promoted him to an executive and saved him from execution, has finally returned. Kang sits confidently in the VVIP room and asks if the goblin is the one in charge. The manager immediately prostrates himself, begging for forgiveness for his subordinate's failure to recognize the great immortal. Kang casually dismisses the apology, while the manager tearfully thanks him for his boundless mercy. Kazan asks if his lord remembers him from his days at the Imperial Palace, and a surprised Kang begins to recall their meeting. Kang asks to withdraw a portion of his deposits, while Bong is shocked to learn that his master actually had a bank account here. Bong is completely floored when Kang asks for 1.5 billion won, wondering how such a massive sum could be considered a small amount. Kang also requests to review his list of entrusted valuables, and Kazan eagerly agrees to open the vault for inspection. Kazan uses a special golden key to unlock the entrance to the high-security interdimensional vault. Bong is left in total awe as he sees an interdimensional vault for the first time in his life. While Kazan struggles to open the door, he mentions that this is just one of his lord's 90 massive vaults. The open vault reveals a mountain of gold coins and jewels, so vast that Kazan notes inspecting it all would take a long time. Bong is completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the treasure, realizing the insane level of wealth his master possesses. Kang orders Kazan to check for an elixir among his stored items, leaving a hopeful Bong waiting for the result. After checking the records, Kazan reports that unfortunately, there are no elixirs currently stored in this vault. Bong sighs in disappointment, realizing that despite the incredible wealth, none of it actually belongs to him. Kang casually decides to just buy an elixir instead, but Bong is horrified by the thought of spending hundreds of billions of won. Kazan explains that prices fluctuate wildly, but mentions that a rare elixir will be up for auction in Manhattan in a few months. Kang orders Kazan to register him for the auction, while Bonggu wonders why someone as wealthy as his master would even need an elixir. Kazan offers to handle all the auction procedures for his top VIP client, leaving Bong increasingly amazed by his master's influence. Kazan adds that the immortal is one of the Abyss's most powerful beings. He calls him by a mysterious title and adds that they would obey his every command, even without his VIP status. Bong recalls that the Frost Giant also used a mysterious title for his master, but realizes he still can't quite understand the missing word. They arrive at a food place. Kang treats Bong to a meal at a fast food joint, and the hunter is surprised that a man of such immense wealth has such humble tastes. Kang casually mentions that he plans to give the auctioned elixir to Bong, knowing that the hunter's mother is seriously ill. Overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude, Bong tearfully calls his master his brother. Kang tells Bong to focus on his training, reminding him that he is the head of his family and must be strong enough to protect them. Bong vows to devote his life to his master, but Kang jokingly warns him that he'll have to keep working even after death. He reflects on his master's words, realizing he must get stronger to protect his family in a world where dangerous gates constantly appear. Despite his generosity, Kang realizes he now has a major problem: finding a believable excuse to give his sister for the sudden withdrawal of money. Meanwhile, little Sol is busy giving the demon puppy kisses, while a terrified Getong fears for his life if his master catches them. Subin watches her niece with a smile, grateful that their financial situation has improved and hoping they can soon move to a safer neighborhood. Kang and Bong discuss how to give money to Subin, but Kang rejects the idea of leaving it secretly because his sister would immediately report it to the police. Bong suggests pretending to win the lottery, noting that the first-place prize is currently worth around 1 billion won. Kang recalls his sister's wish to win the lottery and realizes that this plan might actually work. He is impressed by Bong's wisdom, while the hunter wonders if he just received a rare compliment. He tells Bong to start preparing immediately, cryptically hinting that he has a specific task in mind. A few days later, a man living in a cramped room is overwhelmed with joy as he realizes he has actually won first place. The man breaks down in tears, reflecting on his difficult life while clutching the ticket worth 1.5 billion won. He calculates that he will receive about 1 billion won after taxes, which is enough to finally buy a home of his own. The lights suddenly go out, leaving the man confused and wondering if there has been a power failure. A mysterious figure with glowing red eyes appears in the darkness, claiming he has been longing for this specific kind of work. The man panics and assumes he is being robbed, but the cloaked figure insists he is only there to propose an equal, proportional deal. The figure is none other than Dolso, and he demands the winning ticket in exchange for the man's life. He warns that the man's family would be devastated if he died. Terrified, the man hands over the ticket and begs for mercy as the figure laughs at his wise choice. The man weeps over his lost ticket until he notices a mysterious suitcase glowing on the floor. He is stunned to find the suitcase contains 1.5 billion won in cash after taxes, 500 million more than he had before, and wonders if his visitor was actually Santa Claus. The next morning, Bong finds Dolso performing an intense and shaky headstand exercise. Sale explains that her grandpa has been exercising since last night, leaving Bong shocked by the elder's endurance. Dolso asks Bong about tax deductions for lottery prizes, and Bong realizes that his recent deal may have caused some unexpected trouble. One day before the ranked test, Bong struggles to keep up during a fierce training session against the undead twins. Bong is sent flying by a powerful strike, while Kang notes that getting hit is the most effective way to learn. Despite the pain, Bong realizes that his previous training with Uriel is finally helping him manage the attacks. Kang decides to end the session for the day, signaling a break in the intense combat practice. Bong is surprised by the short session, but Kang tells him to save his stamina for tomorrow's important exam. He confesses that he still feels unready, but Kang bluntly tells him that his problems stem from a lack of talent. Kang mentions he is hungry and asks if Bong has handed over the winning ticket to his sister yet. He plans to reveal the money on Christmas and reminds Bong to prepare a present for little Soul as well. Bong mentions he already bought something great for the princess, knowing how much kids her age look forward to the holiday. He mockingly asks if his master is jealous, while Kang dismisses the gift as probably just another trendy toy. Kang smiles confidently and reveals that he has also prepared an amazing present for his daughter. In a dark lair, a voice reports that the status of the black and white twin monsters remains unknown. The leader of the Anti-Bureau Alliance mocks his subordinates for losing 4 high-ranking executives just to catch a single target. The top-ranked executive, rank 1 of the 12 executives, reports that all preparations for tomorrow's operation are complete and awaits final orders. The leader clenches his fist and coldly declares that their original plan remains unchanged. He vows to take revenge on the immortal who stole his throne, his people, and his absolute power. He plans to use forbidden arts to expand his forces and demands more sacrifices to regain his former strength. He reveals that the deposed King of Death is supporting them and orders the forbidden ritual to be performed during tomorrow's gathering. The scene shifts to the Seoul branch of the Central Bureau. Bong is amazed as he arrives at the massive building with Kang and Dolso. He reflects on his journey from F rank to C rank, realizing this is his first proper promotion exam. Kang and Dolso encourage Bong to stay calm and perform even better than he did during his training. He questions Bong's masculinity after the hunter runs off to start the exam. Kang decides they should head to the arena in the basement to find some seats. He notices the large crowds and live broadcasts, immediately wondering if there is a food court nearby. He continues his search for a restaurant while walking past a muscular man looking at a map. A massive man accidentally bumps into Kang, leaving both of them surprised by the lack of impact. The muscular stranger suddenly loses his balance and crashes onto the ground. The fallen man is baffled by his own stumble, while Kang sarcastically suggests he might have a head injury. The man is revealed to be Uriel, the world's strongest S-rank hunter in terms of pure physical power. Uriel stops Kang and calls out to him with an aggressive tone. The S-rank hunter challenges Kang to a test of strength, but Kang remains completely uninterested. Uriel rants about the blooming friendship of strong men, leading Kang to conclude the man is seriously insane. Uriel asks if Kang feels the burning passion for a fight already. Realizing the man won't leave him alone, Kang finally asks about the details of the duel. Uriel proposes a slap contest as a test of masculinity, though Kang finds the idea incredibly idiotic. Uriel explains that the contest is a simple matter of taking turns slapping each other. Kang clarifies the losing conditions while Uriel insists on using the formal name of the contest. Impressed by Kang's hidden talent, Uriel internally offers him a guild recommendation if he can survive just one slap. Kang decides to humor the man and leave afterward, while Uriel erupts in boisterous laughter. Uriel praises Kang, saying it has been a while since he has seen such a manly junior. Kang wonders why he is being called his junior, while Dolso offers to immediately execute the rude stranger. He arrogantly offers Kang the first turn, but Kang asks if he is truly certain about that decision. Uriel tells Kang to use his full strength, and Kang asks one last time if he is really okay with that. He confidently tells Kang to hit him with everything he has. Kang prepares his attack with a calm but ominous tone. As a terrifying dragon aura manifests, Kang warns that he isn't responsible if the man dies from his full-strength strike. 10 minutes earlier, a group of mysterious figures successfully infiltrates the operation zone through a magical portal. Warlock, a rank 2 magic-type awakener from the Anti-Bureau Alliance, prepares to activate a forbidden spell as planned. Alliance members gather around a ritual circle to cast a forbidden spell taught by the deposed King of Death that promises to turn life into death. Once the spell is activated, everyone in the area will be sacrificed to fuel the return of their god and resurrected as mindless undead puppets. Warlock plans to gain thousands of undead soldiers instantly, including high-ranking hunters, to massively boost the Alliance's power. They believe that once their god regains his strength and returns, he will completely destroy the existing order of the world. Warlock is motivated by the promise of eternal life in a new world as a reward for his successful contribution. Determined to succeed, the Warlock channels his power to complete the forbidden spell over the entire building. Massive glowing chains manifest to seal the exits and trap everyone inside the venue. Confident in his barrier, the Warlock notes that even a top-tier hunter like Go Duyol won't be able to break through easily. Inside the building, Duyol excitedly challenges his opponent to hit him with everything they've got. Kang calmly announces the start of his turn, but Duyol recognizes the real danger and tries mentally to back out. He delivers a devastating slap that connects with explosive force directly against the S-rank hunter's face. He is genuinely surprised that the man managed to stay on his feet after taking such a powerful hit. Despite being severely dazed and injured, Duyol desperately tries to claim that it is finally his turn. Kang suddenly decides to forfeit the match with a casual wave of his hand. He walks away while claiming he accepts his loss, leaving a completely bewildered and battered Duyol behind. Duyar tries to protest the scam, but his body finally gives out and he collapses to the floor. Dolso confirms that the hunter is still alive, and Kang is satisfied that he didn't accidentally kill him. Kang senses a strange presence, while Dolso realizes that a powerful forbidden spell is being cast nearby. Dolso suspects that a certain enemy who fled from his lord long ago has returned to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the crowd in the arena erupts in thunderous cheers for the ongoing exam. Kim Bong-gu shocks the audience by instantly overwhelming his opponent during his promotion match. Bong is declared the fastest winner of the day, though he is puzzled by how easily he defeated his opponent with a simple combo: electrocution from mana-generated current and a punch to the jaw. He realizes that, compared to his brutal training partners, the twins, his current opponents are incredibly slow and easy to read. The announcement also notes that he scored full marks on the private stamina test and the written exam. With his incredible performance, it becomes virtually certain that Bong-gu will be promoted directly to B rank. Bong looks through the crowd for his master, but is surprised to find that Kang is nowhere to be seen. An emergency announcement warns of a terror threat, instructing everyone to remain calm and evacuate to the lobby. Panic spreads through the audience as people desperately scramble to escape the building. Bong realizes that Kang and the Elder likely left early because they sensed the coming attack before anyone else. In the crowded lobby of the Hunter Exam headquarters, someone urgently orders everyone to step back. Rank 15, S-rank hunter Sul Unbin, the powerful Ice Witch, prepares to unleash her magic. She fires intense magical beams at a mysterious red barrier. Despite the powerful attack, the barrier remains completely intact, leaving the hunters in shock. Xin Chengkang, Chu-1, an S-rank, level 23 hunter, wonders why the barrier won't break and concludes that only someone like Go Duyol could possibly shatter it. Frustrated, the Ice Witch demands to know where that dumb orangutan went, while Juan suspects their senior might have already headed toward the danger. Juan realizes that with the building sealed, a massive magic terror attack is likely, threatening the lives of everyone inside. He orders an immediate evacuation of civilians and a thorough search of the building to find the source of the threat. The Ice Witch, along with Juwan, rushes through the dark corridors, desperately searching for the attackers. Meanwhile, Warlock laughs mockingly as he enjoys watching the bureau officials descend into pure panic. A dark ritual begins as Warlock declares that everyone in the building will soon become sacred sacrifices for a holy return. Warlock is suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected intrusion. Kang casually walks into the room, wondering why it's so dark, and questioning what the ritual is all about. Confused by how the intruder entered a locked room, Warlock asks if he is a bureau lackey before claiming it's already too late. Kang recognizes the foul-smelling mana and the forbidden spell being used, leaving the villain shocked that a stranger could know such a secret. He begins to reminisce about his own history of starting wars and conquering dimensions, leaving his opponent in total disbelief. He notes that even he wasn't insane enough to kill innocents so heartlessly, while the villain insists that the barrier is unbreakable. To Warlock's absolute horror, Kang casually walks right through the supposedly unbreakable barrier, shattering it with ease. Completely paralyzed with fear, Warlock desperately asks how his powerful barrier could have been destroyed so easily. Kang unleashes his own dark energy and demands an answer before he grants Warlock a final end. Warlock is completely overwhelmed by Kang's incredible mana, realizing it far exceeds the combined power of dozens of high-class mages. Kang demands to know the current location of the despicable rat known as Aldebaran. Warlock is terrified, wondering how a stranger could know a name that is a top secret even within the Anti-Bureau Alliance. He reveals that Aldebaran is the sacred name of the deposed king of the dead whom they serve with absolute devotion. Still in a state of total shock, Warlock desperately asks one more time how Kang could possibly know that secret name of their leader. Kang finds the situation miserable, mockingly noting that of all the places to hide, they chose to come here. He reflects on how the world has changed since his return, admitting that he truly found his new peaceful life to be satisfying. However, he laments that old grudges and the return of Aldebaran continue to disrupt his hard-earned peace. The former emperor manifests a powerful surge of dark energy and issues a final royal decree. He commands Chancellor Sharutia to ensure that everyone present fully enjoys this rare and violent banquet. With glowing red eyes, the loyal servant vows to carry out his master's absolute command without question. Meanwhile, Uriel dreams that Kang is his coach. Kang spots Uriel during the workout, and Uriel calls him his new soul twin. He decides to give Kang a special name while Kang encourages him to start the bench press. Impressed by the man's strength, Uriel officially names him Guak Dupal, and Kang moves the intense training session onto dumbbells. Despite being battered and unconscious, the S-rank hunter whispers his coach's name and drifts into a wonderful dream. If Kang hadn't been in the building, everyone would have been surely cooked. Meanwhile, the loyal servant vows to carry out his master's absolute command without question. With a chilling smirk and glowing red eyes, the former vampire lord prepares to unleash his true power. Terrified by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Warlock desperately orders his confused subordinates to attack immediately. Dolso continues his steady advance, completely unfazed as the panicked alliance members begin to manifest their magical energy. Warlock is left in total shock as his target suddenly vanishes into thin air. Before anyone can react, a powerful blow strikes one of the robed men, sending blood splattering across the room. Embracing his nature as a pure-blooded vampire lord, Dolso brutally bites into his opponent's neck. Warlock watches in horror as his subordinate is slaughtered in an instant by the monstrous entity. Savoring the fresh blood, the former king of vampires claims that even Earth's finest cuisine cannot compare to this exquisite taste. Paralyzed with fear, Warlock realizes that the old man he was facing isn't human at all. Desperate to survive, Warlock screams for the remaining members to use their magic against the encroaching shadows. A swarm of dark bats descends upon the alliance members, tearing through them in a violent and bloody massacre. Dolso sneers as he describes the victim's blood, calling it overwhelmingly sweet, so sweet it makes his head spin. He stands calmly amidst the carnage, surrounded by a surge of dark energy as the last of the attackers fall. Lethal bone spikes erupt from the floor, finishing off any remaining enemies in a final, brutal display of power. The defeated Warlock collapses to his knees, unable to accept the total annihilation of his forces. The vampire lord looms over his final victim, preparing to deliver a lethal finishing blow. The terrified Warlock begs for his life, promising to do whatever Kang commands if he is spared. Kang orders his servant to find the Alliance's base and their leader's hiding place, and the loyal Chancellor submissively accepts the mission. He decides it is time to head home, while his servant submissively agrees. He asks if the elder is heading back to his night shift at the convenience store. Dyer remains dazed and slumped against the wall as Kang arrives. Kang notes that the S-rank hunter is still unconscious on the floor. Dolso suddenly announces that he has just come up with a brilliant idea. The elder suggests that leaving the hunter there will make the cleanup much easier. Kang agrees that the plan sounds good. Juwon desperately tries to wake his fallen senior while wondering what happened. Yoonbin scolds the unconscious man for going off by himself. Juyul groans in pain as he begins to regain consciousness. Juwon asks if he managed to fight off all the attackers on his own. A bewildered Dawel asks about the attackers. As he speaks, the broken teeth in his mouth begin to fall out, and Yoonbin watches him with concern. Juwon is impressed, believing top-tier S-rank hunters are on a different level. He notes that not a single enemy corpse was left behind. Duyol is completely confused, privately wondering what he actually did during the fight. Back at home, a news report announces that a large-scale terror attack was discovered at the promotion exam site. Kang watches the news while spending time with his daughter. The news reveals the Anti-Bureau Alliance is suspected of the attack but credits the stationed hunters for preventing civilian casualties. The news reports that Go Du-yor, known as the Man of Steel and Vice Guild Master of the Solitude Guild, handled the initial response alone. Bong is baffled that Go Du-yo is receiving all the credit for suppressing the terror attack. A flashback shows Bong asking his brother about the situation. Kang casually says it just happened that way, but Bong remains unsatisfied and demands a more detailed explanation. Kang asks what needs explaining, and mockingly compares the Alliance members to simple mosquitoes. Bong is stunned by the comparison but concludes that his master is truly amazing. Kang finishes reading Snow White to Soul, but the little girl isn't satisfied yet. Even though they reach the end, Soul demands that her father read the story all over again. Kang is visibly drained by the repetition, while Bong notes that childcare seems harder for him than fighting monsters. Frustrated by the fairy tale's innocence, Kang decides it's time to teach his daughter the harsh truths of the world. Subin immediately shuts him down with a sharp blow to the back, warning him not to ruin the child's innocence. While Kang argues that she'll learn eventually, Subin remains firm that he is absolutely not allowed to teach her such things. Later that night, Kang visits the Goblin Private Bank, a high-security facility for the world's wealthiest individuals. Bong asks why they have returned to the vault, and Kang explains he needs to prepare a Christmas present for his daughter. Kazan pays his respects to the immortal as Kang requests his assistance in securing a very specific gift. The goblin is surprised by the request, privately wondering when the legendary emperor managed to have a daughter. Kang shocks everyone by ordering Kazan to purchase an entire commercial building by the following day. Bong is completely mind-blown, unable to believe his master is buying a skyscraper for a 3-year-old. Kang looks on with a calm expression, noting that there is still one specific condition for the gift. 8 hours earlier, Subin asks Sol what she wanted for Christmas, promising to tell Santa for her. The little princess whispered that her only wish was for her father to stay safe and valuable forever. Thinking of his daughter's simple wish, Kang envisions a peaceful future where they can be happy together. Back in the present, Kang looks at the warlock with cold eyes and calls the situation unfortunate. He declares that in the world his daughter will grow up in, there is no room for trash like the Alliance members. As the warlock begs for mercy, Dolso looms over him and tells him not to take his impending death personally. The servant explains that as a parent, his master only wants his child to see the good and hear the kindness in the world. Dolso brutally bites into the warlock's neck, claiming there is nothing unjust about him dying a little earlier than planned. With a terrifying resolve, Kang vows to hunt down and kill every single member of the Alliance without exception. Dolso stands amidst the carnage, his face covered in blood as he finishes off the last of the intruders. Kang praises his servant for a job well done, and a satisfied Dolso confirms he has finally eaten his fill. He manifests his power, causing a swarm of purple undead hands to rise from the shadows. He commands his magic to set aside any usable mage undead for his growing collection. He reflects on the threat of Aldebaran, resolving to find the enemy and crush him as soon as possible. Dolso kneels in total submission as his master prepares to issue a brand new imperial command. He tells Bong that the sight is dreadful since his lord has completely memorized the story after over 500 readings. Bong is left in total shock by the staggering number. Dolso explains that the Emperor's sister coined the term infinite streaming torture for the 10-hour repetitive reading sessions. Bong agrees the name is fitting just as Subin calls them for dinner. Sol throws a massive tantrum, refusing to stop her game and move for dinner. Kang can only watch in surprise as his daughter continues to scream. Subin tries to reason with Sol, suggesting they eat before reading again, but the stubborn princess refuses to listen. The little girl insists on continuing her book immediately. She warns Sale that Santa Claus won't bring any presents if she doesn't behave. The little girl is completely paralyzed with shock by the sudden threat. Sewell immediately changes her mind and agrees to eat, hoping she is still a good girl who deserves a gift. Her family is relieved as the mention of Santa finally ends the tantrum. Kang shocks Kazan by ordering him to purchase an entire commercial building by the following day. Bong is completely mind-blown, unable to believe his master is buying a skyscraper for a 3-year-old. Kang looks on with a calm expression, noting that there is still one specific condition for the gift. He asks for the details, and Kang explains that the building must have a successful toy store on the first floor. He orders the shop owner to operate rent-free on the condition that they provide any toy his daughter desires. Bong is impressed by the massive scale of the gift, while Kang notes that everyone will likely underestimate the situation. Kang believes this will finally win over his daughter's heart, though Bongu wonders if she'll only appreciate it in 10 years. On a freezing Christmas Eve, Subin reflects on the tragic loss of her parents when she was just a middle school student. She recalls the heavy responsibility of having to protect her younger sibling all on her own. To ensure their survival, she worked every part-time job she could find during the harsh winters. Although her brother often felt like a burden she wanted to escape, she always returned home to feed him. Seeing her brother's smile gave her the strength to endure their difficult life as they shared humble meals together. Subin realizes that difficult time was also during Christmas, just as Uriel approaches her in the present day. Uriel comes out to meet Subin in the cold, earning a sincere thank you from the surprised sister. Subin is happy that Sul will have a wonderful Christmas now that the family is finally back together. She admits that she actually dislikes the holiday due to a personal reason, leaving Uriel confused. She explains that the previous Christmas was particularly difficult for her and her niece. With no one to help with childcare, Subin struggled to keep a steady job while raising baby Seal alone. She remembers the power going out on Christmas and having to sleep by candlelight to stay warm. Heartbroken by their situation, Subin tearfully apologized to the sleeping child for their difficult life. Subin admits she still feels sorry for Sel, but finds comfort knowing that they no longer have to worry about survival. Uriel mentions that while Subin might not know it, her lord also put in a great deal of effort. In a flashback, Uriel asks her master what he writes every day, and he explains he is documenting his own identity. Kang describes his writing as a way to remember his past, his preferences, and the things he never wants to forget. He sadly admits that although he talked about his sister often, he has started to forget what she looks like. Uriel reveals that Kang missed his sister the entire time, leading Subin to resolve to make their family happy from now on. Subin rushes home to prepare dinner for everyone, but stops when she notices something unusual on the table. She finds a lottery ticket on the table, and decides she needs to scold her brother for wasting money. Deciding she has nothing to lose, Subin pulls out her phone to check the winning numbers. Subin is left in total shock, as she realizes the ticket might actually be a winner. She screams in disbelief as she realizes they have won 1.5 billion won, which is still over $1 billion after taxes. Subin asks Kang to step aside for a private conversation while he is busy reading to Sol. Trembling with disbelief, Subin reveals that the lottery ticket he bought actually won first prize. She is stunned that they beat the impossible odds, but Kang casually brushes it off as simple luck. Subin explains that the payout is over $1 billion won, an amount she could never earn in her lifetime. Kang shocks his sister by telling her to keep all the money for herself. He claims he has no use for it, and reminds her of her past wish to live a better life. Subin recalls how she had been buying lottery tickets for years, hoping for a miracle. She explains that her dream was always to move to a safe area and focus on raising Seoul. Kang insists that since their family is finally together, it's time for her to fulfill her own dreams. When she hesitates, Kang threatens to destroy the ticket if she doesn't accept the gift. He smiles, explaining that his current life with his family is the only dream he ever truly wanted. Kang hopes she can finally find happiness, noting that wealth can prevent a great deal of suffering. He asks if she remembers her original dream, but Subin admits she might never have had one for herself. Kang points out that she never put herself first and encourages her to be a little selfish for once. He gently tells her that she deserves to be happy as he prepares to leave her alone with her thoughts. Overwhelmed by her brother's kindness, Subin begins to tear up while clutching the winning ticket. Subin finally breaks down and cries, releasing years of pent-up stress and hardship. She remembers promising a young Kang that they would always endure and face their struggles together. It's finally Christmas Day, and little Sol wakes up with a big yawn after a long night's sleep. Sol searches around for Santa, wondering if he already left, while her father asks why she's so desperate to meet him. She worries that Santa couldn't visit because their house lacks a chimney, even though she has a long list of things she wants. Her father casually mentions that he opened the door for Santa himself, and tells the little princess to look behind her. Seol is overjoyed to find a massive gift, while Kang explains that Santa left it after praising her for being a good girl all year. She is amazed that Santa knew exactly which toy she wanted, and Kang notes that she seems to really love her new gift. While Seol basks in happiness, Kang prepares an even more incredible gift, privately worrying that his daughter might actually faint from excitement. Kang slides a mysterious document towards Seol, catching the little girl's attention. He reveals that his gift is ownership of a massive commercial building worth 22 billion won, praising Seol for her clever curiosity. Instead of appreciating the wealth, Seol just sees a large piece of paper to draw on, leaving her father in a state of total shock. Uriel and Dolso watch in absolute horror as the princess begins scribbling all over the multi-billion won ownership papers. Seol proudly finishes her masterpiece and presents her colorful drawing to her father with a wide smile. The little princess reveals a heart-warming drawing of herself and her father, declaring that she is only happy because he is finally home. Kang is left speechless by his daughter's sweet message while Seol quickly runs off to play with her other toys. Misunderstanding his master's silence, Dolso offers to immediately eradicate the entire culture of Christmas if that is what his lord desires. Kang declares the drawing an absolute masterpiece and begins frantically planning to hire the world's best art curators to preserve it in a jeweled frame. The former emperor orders his subordinates to contact Kazan and build a dedicated museum to display his daughter's artwork, no matter the cost. Kang's focus shifts to his daughter's safety as he decides to eliminate his enemies, while Dolso confirms they have finally located the Alliance's secret base. Refusing to delegate the task, Kang decides to handle the threat personally and declares that tonight is the perfect time for a final confrontation. A prisoner is bound to a chair and gagged, struggling desperately to make a sound in the dark room. Kang scolds his servants for bringing a prisoner into his daughter's building, while Dolso apologizes for the lack of a more suitable location.
the terrified prisoner recognizes the elder as the one who captured him. He looks cold and determined as he orders his servants to remove the prisoner's gag. He also warns the prisoner not to speak recklessly, or he will rip his tongue out, making the man realize he is dealing with true villains. Kang mentions the Anti-Bureau Alliance and their worship of Aldebaran, prompting the terrified prisoner to beg for his life and promise total cooperation. When Kang asks why they worship Aldebaran as a god, the prisoner explains it is because they have all witnessed his incredible power. The prisoner describes a ritual where the Alliance leader provides holy water that allows followers to see and hear their god's form for a brief moment. He explains that drinking the water reveals the god's presence and grants power to those who accept him. The prisoner describes the granted power as feeling damp and sticky, which Kang identifies as typical dark magic. Kang makes a chilling offer, vowing to wipe out the entire Alliance and Aldebaran while giving the prisoner a single chance to survive. Realizing Kang is not bluffing, the terrified prisoner asks if Kang wants to be disguised as a new believer to find the Alliance's secret base. Kang confirms the plan, and the prisoner quickly reveals a mandatory service for followers that he can use to guide Kang inside. He is satisfied with the information and prepares for the next step of his mission. Checking the time on his phone, Kang sees a photo of his sister and daughter, and decides he must finish everything tonight. Kang gives the order to move out, heading toward the final confrontation with the Anti-Bureau Alliance. In an abandoned city at night, a voice notes that everyone has finally gathered at the cathedral. A mysterious robed figure standing behind an altar announces that he has some good news to share. The deposed King of Death, Aldebaran's direct subordinate, expresses his lack of trust in his followers' incompetence, and orders them to start the ritual immediately. The figure declares that their god will descend today and tells the believers they have been granted the honor of becoming living sacrifices. He explains that hundreds of human sacrifices are needed to create a physical body for their god, seeing it as a way to weed out any traitors. The subordinate asks if any devout believer is willing to volunteer themselves as the first offering. A believer raises their hand, and the subordinate excitedly asks them to step forward. The subordinate notes that he doesn't recognize the new believer as they approach the altar. The believer admits that it is his first time there, while the guy praises his steadfast faith despite never having met their god. He decides to grant this new believer a special chance to meet their god personally. He prepares a potion and asks the congregation to witness the believer's encounter with their deity. The mysterious believer takes the bottle and drinks its contents without hesitation. The figure is revealed to be Kang as he stands surrounded by a red aura as Aldebaran notices the arrival of a new sacrifice. Pleased by Kang's dark mana, the god offers him a chance to become a believer and pledge eternal loyalty. The entity promises to personally oversee Kang's future if he accepts the offer. Aldebaran commands Kang to kneel and look upon the god he is destined to serve. Kang bluntly refuses the command, joking that his father is a pastor and his mother is a nun. Enraged by the human's blasphemy, the god bellows in fury, but Kang casually greets Aldebaran as an old acquaintance. While the shocked entity wonders how he is here on Earth, Kang mockingly questions if he is really a god, and calls him an idiot. The terrified entity asks why such a powerful being would come to this remote dimension, and Kang reveals that this world is his hometown. Kang recalls Aldebaran's past as a human who became a lich for immortality, and wonders if he truly attained godhood in his absence. Aldebaran boasts about his new, overwhelming power that far exceeds his past strength. Kang decides to put this supposed godhood to the test, manifesting his own intense magical energy. A powerful blast of dark energy strikes the skeletal form of the god, causing him to recoil. Aldebaran claims his current body is different, and reminds Kang of the humiliation he suffered as a fugitive because of him. The two powerful entities face off as their massive energies clash violently in the room. Aldebaran declares that he was reborn as a god through his legendary feats and annex, finally attaining divinity. The warlock and his followers bow in worship, desperately begging their god to punish the heretic before them. Despite his followers' pleas, the nervous god realizes he cannot actually fight Kang yet since he hasn't fully manifested. Deciding to flee and fight another day, the god orders his followers to kill the heretic themselves. The subordinate rallies the believers, commanding them to fulfill their god's will by attacking. Kang remains perfectly calm and prepares to issue his own imperial decree. He commands his loyal retainers to execute every single one of Aldebaran's followers in the room. The retainers vow to obey while the shocked god wonders how Kang's legendary hunting dogs could be in this world. Uriel prepares for battle as Dolso unleashes his vampire powers, transforming into a swarm of dark bats. As Uriel effortlessly slashes through the enemies, the god realizes that even if he manifested, he couldn't defeat Kang's powerful servants. The god desperately looks for an opportunity to escape while his followers are being slaughtered. Kang watches the carnage with a satisfied smile, commenting on the impressive view of the battle. The followers are consumed by shadows as the god continues to lament his inability to face such overwhelming foes. Kang reveals his army of immortal soldiers, leaving his enemies in a state of total despair. While his army decimates the alliance, Kang demands to know how a greedy corpse like Aldebaran managed to attain godhood. Kang then asks if he can resurrect and use a god as his own pawn, prompting a terrified response from his opponent. He promises to find the answer slowly, but the entity claims that as a mere illusion he is beyond Kang's reach. The entity vows to return later while withdrawing, but Kang remains unimpressed by the hollow threat. A sudden and massive strike of energy decimates the center of the ritual chamber. The entity mockingly claims they cannot harm each other yet, promising to end Kang next time as he disappears. The desperate subordinate offers more sacrifices and begs his god to manifest and punish the heretic. To the subordinate's surprise, the terrified god realizes that manifesting now would lead to his certain destruction. Aldebaran claims they cannot harm each other without his physical manifestation, while his desperate subordinate begs him to appear and punish Kang. The terrified god realizes that manifesting right now would lead to his certain destruction. As his followers are slaughtered, Aldebaran desperately begs them to stop their futile sacrifice. The entity respects their devotion, but explains that the power of a single person is not enough to bring him into reality. The fanatics believe their god will grant them salvation and decide it is better to serve him with their own bodies. The god orders the crazy bastards to stop their meaningless deaths as blood splatters across the room. The shadowy god lets out a scream of frustrated fear as he begins to enter the body of his subordinate. The ritual chamber falls into a heavy silence after the last of the believers are eliminated. Aldebaran finally realizes he is completely doomed when he manifests into a physical body. Kang stands over the defeated Aldebaran, noting that the situation has ended just like their previous encounter. Aldebaran recalls witnessing the immortals' abnormal power during their past battle against the army of the dead. He admits that even though he attained godhood, his position is incomplete and he feels hopeless. Kang finds it disappointing that a supposed god would give up so easily. Aldebaran argues that he is being realistic because there is absolutely no way for him to escape his fate. Dronzer and Uriel stand amidst the bodies of the slaughtered followers, agreeing that it is better for the villain to die quickly. Kang asks how he managed to become a god, while the entity asks whether Kang desires godhood for himself, addressing him with the same mysterious nickname the Frost Giant used. Aldebaran explains that gods are made through stories and word of mouth rather than being born. He reveals his original plan was to manifest on Earth to solidify his status and gain more worshippers. He admits he wanted to seize greater power and finally take revenge on Kang for everything he lost. Kang reflects on how leaving Aldebaran's history intact as an example accidentally turned him into a god. Aldebaran claims that someone will eventually take Kang's life and steal his precious title. Kang grabs the entity, calling him ignorant for thinking anyone would dare to challenge him. The entity warns that lofty gods from many constellations are already coveting Kang's legendary nickname. System windows reveal that the gods of Asgard and the sponsor of the giants are now hostile toward Kang. The entity claims that every god in the great constellations is aiming for Kang's mysterious title, which he finds disgusting. He says that he will set Aldebaran as an example so no one else sets foot on Earth. Aldebaran says that he understands Kang's point of view even if he is unknown by that mischievous title. He is a human in the end who is afraid of death. Kang dismisses the idea that he is scared. Aldebaran presses on, insisting he knows Kang trembles because he fears losing his mysterious nickname to the gods of a great nebula. Surrounded by a dark aura, Kang reveals that he has actually longed for death for a very long time. He admits that while he had forgotten the feeling of fear, he might actually be feeling it now. Chains manifest around the entity as Kang reflects on how the long centuries of longing for home began to eat away at him. He describes his past as a time of torment and boredom, even resorting to drinking lethal poisons that failed to kill him. Kang recalls walking into hellfire that could turn anything to ash, yet he remained unharmed. He even jumped from the world tree, but nothing could end his immortal life. He explains that his inability to die made him truly desperate for an end. The entity screams in agony as Kang reflects on how his desire to live returned only after arriving back on Earth. Kang expresses his wish to live a peaceful and happy life with his family exactly as things are now. The entity laughs mockingly, claiming that words like peace and happiness do not suit a being like Kang. He continues to laugh, arguing that Kang's words mean nothing given his true nature. He warns that as long as Kang holds his legendary title, he will never be allowed to find peace or happiness. Kang asks if it is a curse, but the entity insists he is only speaking the truth. Aldebaran reveals that the rules of Kang's nickname prevent him from dying easily and force him to resurrect. He adds that hardship, crisis, and suffering will follow Kang like a shadow for eternity. The entity's body begins to disintegrate as he mocks the concept of a god of creation. He claims a greater god has appeared to bestow a glorious name upon the former emperor. System notifications announce that the god of creation has intervened to erase Aldebaran and hide the secrets of his godhood. Another message confirms that Kang contributed the most to Aldebaran's erasure, making his presence even clearer. Kang unlocks the Godslayer title and absorbs a portion of Aldebaran's divine power. A final notification warns that the gods of the abyss are watching him once again. Kang stands amidst a surge of energy, contemplating the meaning of the divine intervention. He feels the holy and transcendent nature of the divine power he has just absorbed. Kang finds it interesting that he might be able to get even stronger in this world. He realizes that facing all the gods of the great constellations, including Asgard, alone may eventually become too much. But a mysterious voice, the one that gave him the nickname, commands the Chosen One to defy fate and keep winning to satisfy the eyes watching him. It calls out to Kang with that nickname, urging him to keep going, grow stronger, and complete the story. Looking at the Emperor's unusual reaction, Dolso rushes toward his master, calling out with concern. Kang reassures his worried servant that he didn't push himself too hard and is perfectly fine. Dolso reports that the purge is finished and begs his master to return home to rest. Kang agrees to return home. Kang checks the theater's seating chart and decides that the back row is the best spot for them. He notes that booking in advance would be better next time, while Sale asks for a tasty snack after seeing another child with popcorn. Kang agrees that eating popcorn is a mandatory part of the theater experience, making the little princess sparkle with excitement. The two sit down to wait for the show to begin, and Kang notices how visible his daughter's excitement is for her very first movie. Sol asks if they can watch the fourth sequel together in the future, and her father playfully promises to watch every single upcoming installment with her. Kang suggests that she might outgrow the series by the time the 8th movie is released, since adults usually don't care for animation. The little girl is completely heartbroken and stunned, wondering if her own father also dislikes her favorite movie because he is a grown-up. To save the moment, Kang quickly claims to be a rare adult who loves animation and calls her favorite show the best in the entire world. Sol happily resolves to remain a fan even when she grows up so they can continue coming to the theater together forever. Kang asks his daughter if she needs to go to the bathroom, but Sol shakes her head and insists on staying in her seat. Kang asks if she can wait alone, and the little princess confidently declares that she can handle it. Kang promises to return quickly, justifying his decision with the idea that a child should be raised like a lion. However, he immediately worries that his sister would scold him for leaving Seal alone in such a dangerous world. He returns to the theater and realizes the movie hasn't started yet, while the surrounding audience whispers about how cute his daughter is. Sol stands on her seat and shouts for the movie to wait, waving her arms frantically to stop the show from starting. The little girl loudly announces to the entire theater that her father went to the bathroom and they must wait for him. Kang is struck by a sudden wave of affection for his daughter's sweet gesture, realizing that this is exactly the kind of animation experience children live for. The movie finally begins with a blonde character singing on screen, leaving Kang in total awe. Her daughter asks her if the movie is really that much fun, while Kang asks the same. He gently pokes his daughter's soft cheek while she remains completely focused on the screen. Sol puts a finger to her lips and tells her father to be quiet, prompting a submissive response from the former emperor. Kang watches his daughter whisper that she is having a great time, leaving him in a state of quiet reflection. He realizes that since this was his daughter's first movie, she probably hasn't experienced other simple joys like seeing flowers or playing at the beach. He begins to envision all the future milestones they will share, starting with her very first day at daycare. He reflects on her entering elementary school and resolves that as long as he can be there for every moment of her life, he couldn't ask for anything more. On the movie screen, the prince asks the princess to take his hand. Sale watches the scene with wide, mesmerized eyes, completely lost in the story. Sale excitedly whispers to her father that he and the prince on the screen are exactly the same. Kang is caught off guard by her sudden comparison. With a bright smile and blushing cheeks, the little princess happily declares that she is going to marry her papa. Watching his daughter's pure joy, Kang gives a soft and gentle response, agreeing to her sweet promise. Kang reflects on how he once yearned for death for centuries, but everything changed after his return to Earth. He admits that he has finally found a reason to truly want to live again. Sitting in the quiet theater with his daughter, Kang resolves that he would willingly face death 1,000 times just for her sake. With a terrifying look in his eyes, the former emperor vows to show no mercy to anyone who dares to harm his child. He declares that he will kill anyone who threatens her safety, even if his opponent is a god. Kang asks Sil if she liked the movie and if they should head home, but the little girl begs to stay and play longer. Kang agrees to let her play a bit more, making Seal burst with excitement. Kang sees an advertisement for kid-friendly spots and asks Sil if she wants to visit an aquarium, which she enthusiastically accepts. Standing in the lobby, Kang struggles to figure out how to search for an aquarium on his modern smartphone. He watches in surprise as a nearby stranger uses a voice assistant to find a restaurant, revealing a new way to use technology. Kang calls Bungu and orders him to find a nearby aquarium, leaving the hunter confused by the sudden request. Refusing to use his phone himself, Kang demands that Bungu come to his location and guide them personally. A digital map shows Bungu rushing toward his master's location to fulfill the command. The group arrives at a brightly lit aquarium, and Sol is immediately captivated by the colorful surroundings. Bungu offers to take a commemorative photo of Sol in front of the massive whale display as she cheers with joy. Kang asks why Bungu looks so unkempt, and the hunter explains he rushed over after being threatened with death for being late. Little Sail is captivated by a massive fish swimming in the aquarium tank. Bungu asks for an explanation of recent events, and Kang notes the noisy news regarding the Anti-Bureau Alliance. Kang reveals that he personally eliminated every member of the hostile alliance. He hands a letter to his servant, commanding him to deliver it directly to the bureau chief's desk. Director Seo is stunned to receive a letter stating the alliance has been dismantled, along with a box containing the former leader. Kang explains he wiped them out because they were garbage in the world where his daughter would grow up, while Bungu realizes his brother is truly capable of anything. Bunga feels a wave of jealousy as he realizes Kang is not only incredibly wealthy but also does everything for his daughter, potentially changing the world for her. Kang's unique parenting style involves using lessons from encyclopedias to help others become self-aware through discipline and reflection. Bungu concludes that with Kang's protection, no one would dare bully Sail, though any attacker's entire family would likely be in grave danger. A rude little boy pushes Sol out of his way, demanding to see the aquarium display first while a surprised Bungu watches. Kang maturely observes that childhood squabbles are normal, recalling information he once read in a book. Kang steps in to mediate, gently telling the children that they should play nicely together and make up. The little boy suddenly bursts into a fit of loud, dramatic tears. An angry man stomps toward the group, demanding to know who is responsible for the commotion. The man aggressively grabs Kang by his collar, furious that someone made his son cry. Bungu is terrified to realize the man is a B-rank hunter, privately worrying that the hunter is the one whose life is actually in danger. The hunter insults them as beggars, prompting a cold reaction from Kang, while a panicked Bungu begs them to stop. Seal weeps as the hunter continues his insults, and Bungu fears the situation has spiraled completely out of control. The hunter shoves Kang and tells him to leave before he embarrasses himself, while Sail continues to cry in the background. Kang ignores the man's aggression and kneels to comfort his daughter, deciding that her feelings are more important than immediate revenge. He gently strokes his daughter's head and asks her if she is feeling upset. He reassures Sol that they aren't beggars, and explains that being poor is never an excuse for someone to be mean. Sol cries as she recalls being called a beggar, but Kang reassures her that the man only said that because he has a poor heart. He tells his daughter to never grow up to be someone who mocks others for their poverty. Kang teaches Sail to always be kind by sharing food with the hungry and a coat with those who are cold. Sail is surprised by her father's heartwarming lesson. The two of them share a sweet moment as they make a pinky promise together. Seal happily agrees to follow her father's advice. Kang tells his daughter not to be upset because he will make the man pay dearly for hurting her feelings. He radiates a terrifying aura as his focus shifts toward immediate revenge. Kim Dae-sun, a B-rank hunter and nouveau riche, mockingly asks if it feels bad to hear a beggar's words in front of a child. He pokes Kang repeatedly, questioning exactly how a guy like him intends to hold him accountable. Bungu tries to de-escalate the situation, urging the hunter to calm down for the sake of the nearby children. Bungu issues a chilling warning, suggesting that the hunter's child might grow up without a father if he continues his provocations. The hunter is stunned by Kang's unmoving presence while Bungu firmly warns him that he will surely regret not listening. Kang suggests moving their discussion to a more private location, and the arrogant hunter readily accepts the challenge. A tearful Sail clings to her father's leg, while Kang asks if his little princess is afraid of the coming conflict. He gently comforts his daughter, explaining that he doesn't fight, he only punishes those who deserve it. He says he'll talk to the man for a bit, then moves off, leaving her in Bungu's care. Inside the equipment room, the man insults his opponent and warns him that he will regret this for the rest of his life. The hunter offers to pay a large amount of money to make being disabled worth it, but Kang simply asks if he is actually rich. The man boastfully explains that a beggar wouldn't know about the secret goblin bank, where he holds a bronze rank for having over 15 billion won in assets. Kang asks if that rank is considered high, claiming he has been at the orichalcum rank for a long time, while the hunter insists their worlds are completely different. The hunter decides to let the matter slide this time, but only if Kang kneels and offers a formal apology. Kang admits he has always despised wealthy people who are unworthy of their riches, and identifies the hunter as one of those types. He places a call to withdraw all his assets from the secret gathering of the wealthy, while the hunter mockingly asks what kind of show he is putting on. As the bank manager begs for reconsideration, Kang threatens to liquidate the investment in the hunter's company, leaving the man in a state of total shock. Kang suggests they pretend the incident never happened as he walks away while talking on his phone. He reaches out and taps the hunter on the shoulder, leaving the man confused. The hunter is suddenly paralyzed by a surge of electricity, unable to move or speak. As the man collapses, Kang notes that stopping the flow of mana is the best punishment for those obsessed with petty power. Kang warns that he should kill the man for mentioning his daughter but decides to spare his life for his son's sake. Kazan reports over the phone that the application for the elixir auction in the US is complete while the hunter lies unconscious. He adds that a crime syndicate known as the Brotherhood will also be involved in the upcoming auction. While Bongu warns Sol not to eat too much ice cream, Kazan admits he doesn't have much information on the secretive group. Kazan explains that the syndicate is formed by secret societies and certain otherworldly species that migrated from beyond the gates. Little Sail happily enjoys her treat as Kazan confirms they will inevitably cross paths with these lowlifes at the auction. Kang dismisses the concern, asking if he should even worry about fools squabbling for power when no one can stand as his foe. Bongu expresses concern that Kang's presence might cause unwanted trouble for his daughter, and Kang sarcastically notes how considerate the hunter is being. Kazan reassures Kang that he will handle the auction logistics and provide a fake identity, which Kang agrees is a smart way to keep his massive wealth hidden. He emphasizes that money is no object, and commands Kazan to ensure that everything is taken care of for both of them. Inside a Brotherhood hideout in Las Vegas, a voice thanks the agents for gathering despite their busy schedules. Standing before a group of hooded figures, a woman reveals a prophecy from the gods behind her. She warns that an enemy of every god in the Asgard constellation will soon appear before them. One of the hooded figures asks for more information. The woman explains that the three sisters who govern the fate of Yggdrasil have foretold that the target will appear in this very location. When asked about her plan, the woman decides she will approach the immortal in disguise to read his fortune once he appears. A hooded figure advises against taking personal action to avoid an unnecessary loss of energy. The woman offers to show their fortune and reveals the first card, which represents strength and courage. She reveals that the second card represents destruction, while the third signifies improvement. She notes that death is missing from her fortune and suggests reading the immortal's future first to adjust their plans. She explains that the third card can also mean resurrection, implying she might return even if she dies trying to kill the immortal. She believes the Sisters of Fate will resurrect her for her great deeds, claiming it is an easy task for them. The group heads to Las Vegas in a private jet, leaving Bongu completely amazed by the luxury. Bongu marvels at his master's incredible power while Kangjun tells him to calm down and stop making a scene. He asks why his master looks so sour, and Kangjun reveals that his daughter is angry because he left for the trip without her. Little Sail tearfully begs to join her father, feeling upset about being left behind. Kang decides he must buy his daughter a gift to apologize and considers getting her a private jet to cheer her up. Bongu is shocked to realize his master is planning to buy a real airplane as a school gift instead of a toy. He weakly agrees with the plan, privately wishing he could be reborn as his master's daughter. The group arrives in Las Vegas, staying in a luxurious hotel penthouse thanks to Kazan's smooth travel arrangements. Kang prepares to head to the casino, but a completely exhausted Bongu decides to stay behind and sleep. He enters the flashy casino, noting its impressive and bright atmosphere. A staff member escorts the VVIP guest to a private table for a high-stakes game. A dealer named Amanda welcomes Kang and asks him to wait while she prepares the next game. Kang acknowledges Amanda, but she cryptically suggests he should be consulting fate instead of her. He asks about her faith, noting a trace of divine power in her that reminds him of the frost giant. Amanda admits she only seeks out gods when necessary, and wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them if they crossed her. Kang warns that her blasphemy might drive away the goddess of luck, but Amanda remains unfazed and calls him a bold customer. As the game is about to start, Kangjun interrupts the dealer to propose an interesting bet. Kang promises to reward Amanda if she can actually manage to make him lose his chips. Amanda finds the offer intriguing and suggests reading Kang's fortune with tarot cards to predict the game's outcome. She tells Kang to choose 3 cards from the deck. Kang quickly selects 3 specific cards for his reading. Amanda reveals the cards, explaining that they represent victory, destruction, and a mysterious final figure. Kang asks about the last card, and Amanda explains that it unexpectedly represents the heart of a father. Amanda is internally shaken, wondering how an immortal being could possibly be linked to fatherhood. Kang looms over the table with a dark aura, announcing he has decided on her reward if he wins the bet. He makes a chilling offer, promising to spare Amanda's life only if she manages to make him lose his money. He declares that no one can enter or leave until the game ends, insisting on keeping their high-stakes match discreet. He asks if her god is related to Asgard, but Amanda acts confused, prompting him to call her brazen. Kang reminds her that he will kill her if he wins the bet, mocking the idea that her god would show mercy to a dying follower. He warns her to win if she wants to live, while Amanda worries about his strength but trusts in her deathless fortune and the protection of the goddesses. He asks about the value of the gambling chips as he prepares to start the game. Amanda sets the starting price at $10 million while taking Kang's credit card. The dealer places 10 chips on the table, noting that each one represents $1 million weight. Amanda explains the simple rules of the game, where players must bet on which side will reveal a higher number. She clarifies that a correct guess doubles the chips, while a wrong guess results in losing the entire bet. Kang suggests a clean game of only 5 rounds while wondering if the dealer plans to leave everything to luck. For the first round, Kang bets all 10 chips on the left side, starting with a massive sum of over 100 billion won. He wins the first round as the left side is revealed to be correct, bringing his total to 28 billion won. He decides to bet all 20 of his current chips on the left side again for the second round. He is correct once more, doubling his winnings to a total of 57 billion won. Moving into the third round, he continues his strategy by betting all 40 chips on the left side. A nervous Amanda confirms another win for the left side as the prize money surpasses 100 billion won. For the fourth round, Kang remains confident and bets all 80 chips on the left side again. The dealer is left in shock as Kang wins yet again, bringing the total winnings to over 200 billion won. Kang tells the terrified dealer that this is her last chance to stay alive, and suggests she pray to her god. Amanda desperately whispers a prayer to her god, begging for a blessing to survive the final round. Kang places his final bet of 160 chips on the left side, determined to end the game. Amanda realizes that another loss will result in her certain death, and desperately begs for a different outcome. As she reaches for the final card, she is in total disbelief, noting that while each individual game has a 50% chance, the odds of a perfect win streak are incredibly low. She calculates that the probability of winning every round is only 3%, as the total winnings for the fifth round reach a staggering 460.8 billion won. Kang smirks confidently, remarking that making money is an easy task for him. He announces that the agreed-upon 5 rounds are over and requests to cash out his winnings, while a stunned Amanda offers her congratulations. Amanda nervously asks if he wants the exchange in cash, but Kang instructs her to deposit the funds directly onto the card he used to purchase the chips. She wonders what he will do with such a massive fortune, and Kang casually mentions buying a gift for his daughter's kindergarten entrance, and perhaps a private jet or two with the remaining funds. She completes the deposit and cryptically asks if the outcome was truly his own will. A terrified Amanda asks if he truly intends to kill her, revealing her identity as an avatar of a god from the Asgard constellation and warning of the consequences if he proceeds. Kang acknowledges her admission and tells her to finish what she has to say. She warns that killing her will bring the wrath of the gods and make him a target for the entire constellation, which Kang finds unimpressive. Kang manifests a massive shadowy snake as he reaches out with a hand glowing with dark energy. He violently grabs her by the throat, causing her to let out a pained cry as dark energy surges around them. While being strangled, she desperately clings to the hope of being revived, recalling her earlier fortune of resurrection. Kang agrees that her ability to predict the future is useful, and promises to bring her back himself to put her skills to work. Numerous shadowy hands emerge from the darkness and begin to pull her into a swirling purple void. She is completely sealed away inside a dark coffin as the shadowy hands consume her. Kang calmly adjusts his suit and mockingly calls her god a coward. System notifications inform Kangjun that the goddesses of Asgard are enraged because he killed their avatar, resulting in his ties with their constellation being completely severed. He reacts with mild curiosity to the sudden news. As he acknowledges the presence of the gods, his Godslayer title activates, ensuring he will never feel fear or cower before any divine entity. Standing before the brilliant light of the goddesses, Kangjun issues a final warning, stating that all those who chose to become his enemies have already met their end. With a cold and ruthless gaze, he declares that anyone who dares to approach him will be considered an enemy and slaughtered without a hint of mercy. The god of creation reviews his qualifications and chooses him as the guardian god of the earth dimension as his new myth begins. He moves forward with intense focus while surrounded by a dark and powerful energy. He is the one who fought against his own destiny and barely managed to return to his home on Earth. Determined to protect his peace, he finally becomes a god after tearing apart and killing the three goddesses of fate. He turns the entire Asgard constellation against him, but he remains completely unfazed by their hostility. He remains blissfully unaware of the many difficult trials that still lie ahead of him. For now, he is simply satisfied with the temporary peace he has managed to protect. Kang notes that his power is far superior to Aldebaran's as system windows confirm he destroyed the three goddesses of Asgard and obliterated the divine being Nornir. A system notification confirms that he made the greatest contribution to the total destruction of Nornir. Kang's presence grows more distinct as he unlocks the rare title Destiny Rejector and absorbs a portion of Nornir's divine power. His actions echo throughout the entirety of the Abyss, drawing the attention of all the gods once again. Finally, the god of creation bestows a new divine name upon him, officially declaring him as the god who kills gods. Kang is confused about what just happened and notes that his body seemed to move without his control. He questions if he has truly become a god, reflecting on how such beings are created through stories and records. Although his divine power has increased, he feels the same and decides to check his status window. He notices that his information has significantly changed, showing new legendary titles and a higher level. He realizes he needs to reach level 60 to unlock more subordinates, and finds the new complex abilities confusing. Kang reflects on his new title as the god who kills gods and admits that he actually likes the name. The next day, Bongu hands over a smartphone and shows him how to operate it. Kang is amazed that people can talk face-to-face without using mana, concluding that modern technology is better than video magic. Bongu suggests making a video call to his sister since it's evening in Korea, and Kang agrees to try it out. Kang's sister greets him happily on the video call, and he is surprised to see his daughter peeking into the frame. The little princess suddenly lunges toward the screen calling out for her father, while her aunt tells her to be careful. Cell frantically taps the phone screen, insisting she will save her father while he watches in total confusion. Kang feels dazed, as if he has been slapped, and can't see clearly. His daughter continues her enthusiastic attack on the device, believing her father is trapped inside the phone. CL tearfully asks her father how long until he returns, and Kang promises to be back in just 5 days after a pinky promise. Kang casually promises to buy his daughter a real airplane when he returns, leaving Bongu completely speechless by the scale of the gift. Subin shares the news with a delighted Seol, who cheers at the thought of her father buying her a plane. Subin ends the call so Sol can get ready for bed, and Kang wishes them a good night. After the call ends, Bongu tries to cheer up a disappointed Kang and asks where he went earlier that morning. Kang reveals he visited a casino and mockingly tells his opponent to pray to their god as he dominates the high-stakes games. Bongu curiously asks if his master won any money, and Kang casually replies that he gained a small amount. He offers his congratulations on what he assumes is beginner's luck, only to be floored when Kang reveals he won 460 billion won. He is driven to total shock by the massive winnings, while Kang plans to use the funds for his daughter's plane and Bongu's mother's elixir. A professional auction proxy named Kagon introduces himself, ready to assist the group during the upcoming high-stakes event. Kang firmly declares that he will secure the elixir regardless of the price, leaving Bongu deeply moved by his master's resolve. Kagon acknowledges that Kang's wealth makes anything possible and suggests attending a preview auction that evening to understand the procedures. He explains that the preliminary event is a perfect opportunity to evaluate potential rivals, and a bored Kang agrees to attend. The group arrives at the hotel auction hall, where the event is just about to begin. They take their seats in a VVIP private room that offers a perfect view of the entire auction floor. Kagan notices that the world's most powerful and wealthy contenders are beginning to arrive right on schedule. Meyer Rothschild, the head of a legendary wealthy family and the richest man on Earth, makes a grand entrance. Other elite figures like John David Rockefeller and Constafield Baring also appear as major rivals for the high-stakes items. Bongu worries that even with a massive fortune, facing off against the world's wealthiest families might be a difficult challenge. The auction begins with the Spirit Canteen, an A-rank artifact recovered from a gate suppression in India. The auctioneer explains that the item can turn water into a mild potion, starting the bidding at 150 million won. The auctioneer announces a bid of $500,000, which is immediately doubled to 1 million. Bongu is stunned by how quickly the price is rising as the auctioneer announces a new bid of $1.5 million. Meyer Rothschild confidently takes the lead with a massive $4 million bid, and the auctioneer prepares to close the sale. Kang casually orders to double the bid to $8 million, which is over 11 billion won, as he aims to crush his competition. He is advised to wait, but he explains that he wants to crush his rival's confidence early while confirming his need for the item. The auction proxy announces a massive $8 million bid under the name Immortal. When Bongu asks why he wants the artifact, Kang reveals he plans to use it as a simple water bottle for his daughter's daycare. The crowd watches in disbelief as a fierce battle erupts over the very first item. The auctioneer begins the final count for the $8 million bid as the tension in the room reaches its peak. This exclusive event is reserved for the world's most powerful elites who control the global economy. Surrounded by legendary dynasties and royal families with trillions in assets, the auction reaches a critical moment. The auctioneer completes the final count, ending the competition for the first item. Kang officially secures the Spirit Canteen as a mysterious new tycoon named Immortal. His sudden appearance and massive wealth completely overwhelm the legendary Rothschild family, marking the rise of a new dominant force. The crowd is left in shock as a mysterious tycoon named Immortal outspends the legendary Rothschild family using pure cash. Everyone is desperate to know the identity of this unbelievably wealthy newcomer. Meyer Rothschild demands to know who is challenging him, but his assistant can only confirm that the rival is a special-tier client from an exclusive high rollers circle. Rothschild dismisses the mysterious bidder as a lucky novice and views the massive bid as a clear provocation. His assistant reluctantly agrees that they are being directly challenged. Rothschild notes that the bidding has far exceeded the artifact's expected value, and concludes that his rival must be incredibly confident to double such an expensive opening price. With a sinister look, Rothschild declares that they must put the arrogant newcomer in his place, and his assistant submissively agrees. The auctioneer introduces rare pigments from beyond the gate, explaining their superior vividness compared to Earth's colors. She highlights a blue pigment called Sacrifice Navy, revealing that hundreds of lives were sacrificed just to obtain a few grams. As the auctioneer details pigments extracted from trolls and giants, Kang admires the colors and casually decides he wants to buy them. Bongu is stunned by his master's unexpected desire for the incredibly rare and costly art supplies. Kang explains that his sudden interest in art isn't personal, but because he believes his daughter's soul was born with insane artistic talent. He looks at her simple scribbles with total seriousness, leaving Bongu completely lost for words. He argues that his daughter would create timeless masterpieces if she had premium materials instead of cheap stationery. Bongu realizes his master just wants an excuse to buy Seal more gifts. The auctioneer sets the starting bid for the rare pigments at $10,000, which is roughly 15 million won. Bongu is completely floored by the ridiculously high cost of the art supplies. The bidding starts at 200,000 and quickly climbs to 800,000 as the wealthy audience members compete for the rare pigments. Kang remains perfectly calm as the current $1 million bid is instantly doubled to $2 million. The competition reaches a fever pitch as the Saudi royal family, Rockefeller, and Baring trade massive bids, quickly pushing the price up to $5 million. The bidding war for the rare pigments intensifies as Rothschild and the Abu Dhabi royals trade massive offers. Rothschild quickly takes back the lead with a confident $7 million bid. Just as the auctioneer begins the final count, Kang remains perfectly calm and orders his proxy to double the current bid. His sudden $14 million offer once again leaves everyone in the room stunned. The auctioneer announces that Immortal's proxy has doubled the bid again to $14 million, which is over 20 billion won. This sudden and massive increase leaves the entire room stunned. Rothschild quickly counters with a $15 million bid to stay in the game. Kang watches with a calm expression as the wealthy elite struggle to keep up with his pace. Immortal's proxy shocks the audience by jumping the bid to $30 million, causing the room to erupt in whispers. The scale of the spending for mere art supplies is beyond anything the elite crowd has ever seen. When Rothschild tries to take the lead with 31 million, Immortal's proxy immediately doubles it to $62 million. The audience is left in total shock, questioning the limits of this mysterious tycoon's incredible fortune. The auctioneer reveals that the rare pigments were sold to Immortal for a staggering $126 million. Meyer Rothschild slams his chair in a fit of rage, unable to believe he was outbid once again. Rothschild shouts in anger, calling his mysterious rival a lunatic for wasting a fortune on simple paint. He is completely baffled by such reckless spending for basic art supplies. Immortal continues his winning streak by securing the third item, a special youth ointment. Kang calmly decides that this expensive artifact will be a perfect gift for his sister. The auctioneer confirms that the fourth item, Ogre Serum, has also been purchased by Immortal. Kang plans to give this particular item to his loyal servant, Kremsley. Immortal secures his next victory with the purchase of the fifth item, Wyvern Bones. Kang reveals that he bought this one specifically for his pet puppy. Kang questions who the little turd is, while Bongu nervously identifies the small puppy as Grand Duke Marbus. The auctioneer announces that the sixth item, a witch pheromone perfume, has also been sold to Immortal. Kang casually decides that this purchase is a gift for his loyal retainer, Uriel. Bongu is left in awe as Kang asks for his opinion on his guaranteed win strategy. Kang smugly explains that his foolproof plan is simply to always double every bid. Bongu gives a thumbs up, jokingly noting that his master is simply crushing everyone with pure wealth rather than actual strategy. He praises the brilliant plan while feeling completely overwhelmed by the scale of the spending. That evening, the news reports on a mysterious new tycoon named Immortal who completely swept the entire auction lineup. The media is in shock, questioning how even the legendary Rothschild family was left completely helpless. In his room, Meyer Rothschild grips his remote in a fit of rage, cursing the name of his new rival, Immortal. Meyer Rothschild watches the news with deep concern, realizing they are in serious trouble if Immortal targets the legendary elixir. He firmly believes that no matter the cost, the elixir must end up in their hands. Looking out over the city, the assistant contemplates a changing world and decides that for the Rothschilds' family to maintain their power, they must align themselves with a secret organization known as the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is revealed to be a powerful organization dedicated to building a new world order made up of only the global elite. Meyer Rothschild kneels before a hooded leader who orders him to prove his worth by securing the elixir at the auction. The leader issues a chilling ultimatum, promising him a place in their ranks if he succeeds, but death if he fails. Rothschild sits in deep thought, deciding that they must secure as much capital as possible to prepare for the next round of bidding. With a sinister grin, he acknowledges Immortal's mysterious wealth but confidently laughs, vowing that the elixir will be his in the end. It is finally auction day, and the grand venue is packed with reporters and flashing cameras. Kang asks his companion why he is so stiff, and Bongu admits that he is feeling quite nervous. Kagan reports that the Rothschilds are fully prepared to win the elixir, even fire-selling their massive assets to raise cash. Bongu swallows hard, deeply worried if they can actually secure the elixir against the world's richest family. Kagan reports that the Rothschild family is desperately liquidating all their assets to raise enough cash to win the elixir. Kang remains calm as he listens to the news of his rival's extreme preparations. Kang casually asks for more details, as Kagan reveals that the Rothschilds are also taking out massive loans from global business leaders. They are clearly going all out to secure the funds needed for the final bid. He notices Bongu's intense anxiety and reminds him that the elixir is the only hope for his mother's recovery. Bongu remains silent as the pressure of the upcoming auction weighs heavily on him. Kang empathizes with the situation, realizing how horrific it would be if his own sister or daughter were the ones suffering. He finds the mere thought of such a tragedy absolutely unbearable. He reassures a stunned Bongu, telling him not to worry and to trust his big brother. Bongu is overcome with emotion, realizing it's the first time his master has ever referred to himself as his older brother. Kang observes the start of the auction and tells Bongu to just relax and watch. Bongu is moved to tears and happily accepts Kangjin as his big brother. Rothschild notices that Immortal hasn't made a move and wonders if his rival is skipping this round. He is relieved he hasn't had to spend his massive cash pile yet, as he was worried his rival was targeting the elixir. Meyer Rothschild was ordered by a hooded leader to prove his worth by securing the elixir, with a deadly ultimatum if he failed. He vowed to get the item no matter what. The auctioneer introduces the highlight of the evening, the legendary cure-all known as the elixir. The room is filled with anticipation as the main event finally begins. As the auctioneer explains that the elixir can instantly cure any disease, the crowd reacts with collective awe. Everyone is captivated by the glowing purple artifact. The bidding officially starts at a staggering $100 million. The elite audience prepares for the most intense competition of the night. The bids quickly rise to $200 million before Kangjun once again doubles the price to $400 million. He sits calmly as he continues his strategy of overwhelming his rivals with pure wealth. Meyer Rothschild repeatedly orders his proxy to double the bid as he tries to regain control of the high-stakes auction. The Rothschild family successfully raises the bid to $12.8 billion, leaving Bongu stunned while Kangjun remains perfectly calm. After Immortal doubles the bid again, Rothschild counters by pushing the elixir's price to over $51 billion. Confident in his massive cash reserves, Rothschild vows to test his mysterious rival's arrogance until the very end. Rothschild refuses to lose and orders his proxy to double the bid again, raising the price to a staggering $102.4 billion. He tries to reassure himself that his rival must be hitting his limit, and confidently places a new bid for $120 billion. Rothschild is left in total shock when his rival immediately doubles the bid again, pushing the price of the elixir to an unbelievable $240 billion. He nervously calculates his $280 billion in cash, noting it's as much as a nation's defense budget. He desperately hopes his rival isn't crazy enough to double the bid one more time. Kang remains perfectly composed as the auctioneer stutteringly announces that the bid has been doubled yet again. The price for the elixir has now reached an unbelievable $500 billion. Rothschild explodes in a fit of rage, demanding that the auction be stopped immediately. He insists that the organizers verify if his rival actually has the $500 billion to pay for the winning bid. Kang smugly reminds Bongu that he should have trusted his big brother from the start. Kangon nervously reports to Kang that the auction staff have halted the event to verify his ability to pay the massive final bid. Kang remains perfectly composed and tells them to verify whatever they need to. The auction resumes after the verification, leaving a horrified Rothschild in total shock that his rival actually has the funds. Rothschild is left in complete despair, unable to comprehend how his rival could possess such an unbelievable fortune. He refuses to accept defeat, and decides to hire a hitman to steal the elixir by any means necessary. He believes his remaining fortune is still enough to take what he wants by force. Later that night, Rothschild sits alone in the dark, dwelling on his humiliating loss at the auction. A mysterious blue hooded figure suddenly appears, coldly reminding Rothschild of his failure to secure the elixir. Rothschild is left trembling with fear as he realizes his life is now in danger. Terrified for his life, Rothschild falls to his knees and desperately begs for another chance. He insists that there is still a way to get the item for the organization. When questioned about his plan, Rothschild suggests using brute force to seize the elixir from his rival. He is willing to resort to violence to avoid the consequences of his failure. The blue-hooded figure coldly reminds Rothschild that he only had one chance and orders him to accept his death. While the tycoon desperately begs for mercy, the figure commands his followers to finish the job, and Rothschild lets out a final scream as blood splatters across the room. After recovering from the setback, the blue-hooded figure reports to his red-hooded leader that their mysterious new rival, Immortal, seems far from ordinary. The red-hooded leader decides that investigating Immortal's background is their top priority, though his follower notes that Amanda is already set to meet him first. The leader notes that communication with Amanda has been cut off and reveals that his supporting constellation is the Sonemouth giant from Asgard. He explains that the god he serves has just delivered a new oracle regarding their target. He declares that he will soon descend in person to rain divine punishment upon the one known throughout the abyss as the Immortal. A powerful divine entity looms behind him as he vows to take action. The figure laments the loss of the frost giant Hrumthurs and the three goddesses of fate, which has severely damaged the divine authority of Asgard. He is furious that Immortal has erased such powerful beings and dragged their reputation through the mud. He promises that his giants will soon destroy Immortal's home and make him pay by taking away everything he holds most dear. He burns with a desire for absolute destruction and revenge. The man decides to lie low and investigate his rival while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He remains patient as he carefully plans his next move from the shadows. With a sinister grin, the hooded leader warns Immortal that he will soon regret his mistakes. He is confident that his target's actions will lead to a painful end. The group has finally returned to Seoul after a trip that felt much longer than a single week. Kang admits he missed his family, while Bongu is shocked that his master personally carried such a valuable item. He explains that their other purchases are being delivered safely by their proxy. With the elixir secured, Kang tells Bongu that it is finally time to go see his mother. Bongu is filled with deep gratitude, realizing he never could have obtained the elixir without his master's help. He vows to serve his master even in death, but Kangjun tells him to drop the formalities and head to the hospital to see his mother. A tearful Bongu is overcome with emotion, so Kang tells him to pay him back if he is truly that grateful. Kang immediately dismisses the idea of repayment, jokingly noting that Bongu is too broke to offer anything meaningful. Bongu is left confused by the sudden request, half expecting his master to claim him as a slave for life. Kang clarifies that the only repayment he wants is for Bongu to visit occasionally and share updates on his life. Bongu calls out to his master, while Kang reflects on how the young man's past must have felt like a living nightmare. Kang looks somber as he imagines the pain of seeing his sister and daughter sick in bed, realizing how rough it would be. He acknowledges that Bongo endured a hellish life at a young age, and sincerely hopes he finds nothing but happiness from now on. A tearful Bongo emotionally accepts his master's words, while Kang encourages him to reclaim his life and happiness with interest. He breaks down in tears, completely overwhelmed by his intense emotions. Kang looks back with a slight smirk and jokingly tells Bongu that his crying makes him look even uglier. As he wipes his eyes, Bongu admits that he finally understands the reason behind everyone's unwavering loyalty to his master. Bongu watches his master walk away, reflecting on how Kang's casual attitude can't hide the wisdom that can change a person's entire life. With a deep and respectful bow, Bongu acknowledges that Kang must have been a truly magnificent ruler. Kang hands the elixir over to Bongu at the Bureau Alliance Hospital, and the young man expresses his deep gratitude. Bongu prepares to enter his mother's room, but Kang stops him to give a final warning. Kang warns Bongu that the elixir has side effects that might be difficult to witness. He explains that those who wake up from the elixir often suffer from intense trauma tied to their final memories before losing consciousness. Kang tells him to stay calm regardless of his mother's reaction, and Bongu solemnly agrees. He reassures him that the pain will only last a moment before things settle down, and Bongu promises to keep that in mind. Bongu approaches his unconscious mother's bedside, calling out to her with a heavy heart. He looks down at her and admits that the long road they have both traveled has been incredibly difficult. Holding the glowing elixir, he prepares to bring her back and silently prays that her pain will finally pass. Bongu carefully feeds his mother a spoonful of the glowing elixir to wake her from her coma. He reflects on how his mother collapsed on a cold floor for hours after suffering from mana poisoning during a gate surge. A flashback reveals his mother trapped under heavy rubble, highlighting the terrifying and cold conditions she endured. Bongu acknowledges her immense suffering but finds peace, knowing she has finally returned to him alive. As the elixir takes effect, his mother's hand begins to twitch, showing the first signs of life. Bongu is struck with shock and disbelief as he realizes his mother is finally waking up. His mother slowly opens her eyes and weakly calls out to her son for the first time in years. Bongu tearfully identifies himself and prays that she won't have to suffer through any more pain. His mother immediately asks about dinner, catching her son completely off guard with her first words. She reminds him about the marinated ribs she made and tells him to make sure he and his sister don't skip any meals. Bongu puts on a brave face and tearfully tells his mother that he already ate. He smiles through his tears, assuring her that the meal she prepared was truly delicious. He internally reveals that he lied to her, reflecting on how he wanted to give up when his world was falling apart. He explains that he couldn't bring himself to eat what he feared would be his mother's very last meal. Bongu breaks down, noting that his mother's untouched cooking is still buried deep inside their freezer. Bongu cries out for his mother, telling her how much he missed her. He reflects on how she always worried about her children's well-being until the very end. As his mother wakes up and asks why he is crying, Bongu realizes she always treated her own sacrifices as nothing. He notes that she spent her entire life dedicated to caring for her children. Kang listens as the mother tells Bongu not to cry, pondering her first words about dinner. He wonders if he would have thought of his own daughter first in a similar situation and realizes that he probably would. He senses a change within himself as he walks away. He admits that his former self never would have gone to such lengths to help Bongu. He looks thoughtful and wonders if everything is really going to be okay. Kangjun finally returns home, and a delighted Sel welcomes him back. He warmly greets his little princess, who excitedly tells him how much she missed him. He hugs his daughter and explains that he came back exactly when he said he would, because he made a promise to her. Subin warmly welcomes Kangjun back home with a bright smile. Dalso is shocked by his master's sudden return and regrets not meeting him, while Kang reflects on how his past desire for death has completely changed. Subin tells Kangjun to wash up and play with Sol while she finishes preparing dinner, leading him to realize he has finally found a true reason to live. Little Seol tugs at her father's leg, telling him she has a special gift to give him. Kangjun looks down curiously, wondering what his daughter has for him. He kneels as Seol gives him her favorite cat sticker, realizing that while this life seems normal, it is actually incredibly special. Sul happily tells her father she's giving him the sticker because she loves him, leaving the former emperor stunned. Kangjun realizes that more than anything, he wants to live a life filled with love. He considers that if the peaceful change he has found doesn't belong in this world, he will simply have to change the world itself. Holding his sleeping daughter, the former emperor resolves to change his own nature to protect the life he now cherishes. The next day, Subin is shocked to find a pile of beautifully wrapped gifts waiting for her at the house. Kang casually explains that the deliveries finally arrived, and he bought everyone some simple souvenirs from his trip. He hands a gift to his sister, who is surprised to find a special skincare lotion known as Youth Ointment. He notes that even in his old empire, this was considered an incredibly expensive elven elixir. Kangjun describes the ointment's amazing anti-aging properties, urging Subin to use it freely rather than save it. Subin decides to try it out, and as she applies the ointment, it begins to emit a brilliant magical glow. She is amazed by the immediate results, feeling like the ointment is breathing life into her skin as it starts to glow. A delighted Subin thanks her brother for the perfect gift, while Kangjun holds his daughter and promises to buy her even more once it's finished. Next, he presents a gift box to Uriel, who is stunned to receive her favorite brand of perfume and thanks her lord. Uriel is delighted by the wonderful scent and wonders how her lord knew it was the fragrance she uses all the time. Kang then presents a large white box to a startled Kremsley as his next gift. Dolso is moved to tears as he opens his gift, discovering a nutrient-rich ogre serum specially made for vampires. While Dolso gratefully accepts his gift, Subin wonders if it's an elixir for the elderly, and Kang promises a jealous soul that her present is coming later. Meanwhile, Getong lies on his bed in silence, feeling completely ignored. The demon puppy laments being left out, feeling discriminated against despite his supposed loyalty to the household. Just as Getong vows revenge for being forgotten, his ears perk up when Kang reveals a gift specifically for him, leaving the demon barking in total surprise. Kang presents a large wyvern bone to Getong, calling him a lucky little turd. The demon puppy barks in pure excitement, overwhelmed with joy, as he looks up at his master. Getong aggressively chews on his new treat, feeling exhilarated by the reward for his loyalty. He resolves to play even harder with the baby to ensure he continues receiving such amazing gifts. After a short wait, the beautiful 12-color paint set is finally revealed. Kang explains that these paints were extracted from rare otherworld materials as Sol watches with excitement. Sol is captivated by the shimmering colors, realizing these aren't just normal paints. She promises to draw a picture for her father, who feels confident that his gift was a great success. She suddenly remembers her father's other promise and asks where her new plane is. Kang confirms that the plane is ready as he reaches for a stack of important documents. He hands his daughter a stack of documents, explaining that they prove she is now the owner of a luxury private jet. Sol is clearly unimpressed and bluntly tells her father that the gift is just a stack of paper rather than an actual plane. The little girl comfortingly pats her father's knee and tells him that everything is okay and there is no need to worry. Sol picks up a sheet of paper and mentions that her aunt taught her something special a long time ago. Kang watches with a warm and gentle expression as his daughter prepares to show him how it's done. He asks if his daughter wants some help, and she happily accepts. He begins to teach her how to fold the paper as she watches in total amazement. Sol is thrilled with her cool new airplane, unaware that her father used a 75 billion won private jet ownership document to make it. The incredibly expensive document is sent flying through the air as a simple paper toy. It is dinner time, and little Seo claims she is already full despite leaving a large portion of her meal untouched. Subin reminds her daughter about hungry children in other countries, and the little girl submissively agrees to finish everything on her plate. Kang is shocked by how easily his sister got Sol to eat, and learns she used the story of starving children to motivate her. Moved to tears by the story, Sol innocently expresses her wish to share her food and toys with those hungry children. Dolso acknowledges the princess's kind heart but somberly points out that hunger is a serious problem even in their own land. He reflects on his time working at the convenience store, where he saw many people struggling just to afford their next meal. Dolso laments the unfairness of the world, while Kang notices his servants' working hours have increased significantly lately. Dolso explains he took on extra evening shifts after a coworker vanished, leaving him in a difficult situation. Kang observes his servant's worried expression and strange speech, sensing that something is definitely wrong. The former Minister of Finance, now known as Choi Dolso, stands ready for his shift. He takes a moment to survey his surroundings at the store. After perfectly organizing the shelves, the workaholic vampire feels satisfied but quickly grows bored. He considers mopping the floor just to stay productive. Kang stops by with little Sol during a walk and asks if his servant is too busy. Dolso immediately invites his master and the princess inside. Seol is completely captivated by a bag of gummy bears she finds on the shelf. Noticing her sparkling eyes, Dolso decides to buy the treat for her. Dolso happily hands over the snack and tells the princess to enjoy it. Sol gives a polite bow and thanks him for the gift. Seol happily offers a tasty snack to Dolso, insisting that they share the delicious treat together. Dolso is deeply moved by the princess's sweet gesture, while Kangjun asks how much longer he intends to keep working at the convenience store. He explains that he feels a duty to look after the people's livelihoods even though their financial issues are resolved, leading Kangjun to realize his servant's recent depression wasn't just from hard work. Dolso asks his master if he has tried the exceptional ogre serum yet, admitting that he already drank 4 packs of the blood-based drink today. As new customers enter the shop, little Seol joins in to give them a warm and polite welcome. A young girl and her brother approach the counter with a meal tray while looking around the convenience store. Dolso is left speechless by what he sees at the counter, While Kangjun watches the scene with a confused expression, the young girl politely asks to pay for her food as she places her tray on the convenience store counter. After the price is announced, Kangjun is surprised to see the girl handing over a meal assistance card for undernourished children. He somberly reflects on his own childhood when he used the same assistance cards. Before wishing the children a good meal, he asks if Dolso's recent depression is because he can't stop thinking about the hungry children. Dolso admits he wanted to help the kids the owner labeled as undernourished, but he was strictly forbidden from doing so. As the children prepare their meager meal, Kang questions why helping them is prohibited. He realizes that providing unsustainable favors might actually cause the children more harm in the long run. When Kang asks if there are many others suffering, Dolso somberly confirms that poverty is far more common than people think. He notes that while charity is kind, only a total revolution or true reform can actually change such a broken world. He finds himself deeply unsettled by the situation, unable to ignore the nagging feeling in his heart. He realizes that the plight of these children is bothering him more than he expected. He calls out to the children, asking them to come over for a moment. The young girl looks back at him with a confused and cautious expression. After learning the siblings intended to share their tiny meal, Kang tells them it isn't nearly enough food. He shocks the children by telling them to go pick out whatever they want to eat from the entire store. He generously offers to buy the siblings whatever they need, and when they hesitate to accept help from a stranger, he suggests they get to know each other right then. He introduces himself to the children, while Little Soul excitedly announces her name and proudly introduces her father. Kang asks for their names, and the siblings shyly introduce themselves as Hwanggipum and Hwangyujin. When Dolso asks about their parents and learns they passed away, he somberly reveals that he also lost his parents at a young age. He insists the children pick out whatever they want to eat since they are no longer strangers, and Little Sail happily encourages them to join in. The children are filled with pure joy as they run through the aisles, amazed by the chance to pick out whatever they want. Noticing their meager choices, Kangjun begins piling the basket with milk and fruit, insisting they need proper nutrition to grow strong despite their worries about the cost. He asks the siblings if they can manage the heavy load of food, and the children confidently assure him they can carry it all. He tells the siblings to come to the store whenever they are hungry and ask Dolso for food, promising to settle the bill for them later. He extends his offer to include school supplies or protection from bullies, letting the children know they can rely on him for anything they need. Confused by his sudden generosity, the young girl asks why a stranger would go to such lengths to help them. Kang explains that he wants them to grow into wonderful adults who will eventually pay the kindness forward to other children in need. He even offers to act as their guardian for school events so they won't feel lonely, admitting that he understands the pain of being alone all too well. Overwhelmed by the unexpected support, the young girl breaks down into tears while her little brother watches in concern. When Kang asks why she is still crying, the girl tearfully explains that she is simply filled with deep gratitude for his help. Kang hands over the groceries and tells the children to head home, discovering that their house is actually located very close to his own. Gipum promises to visit and share a meal soon, while Little Sail excitedly asks to join them. Everyone happily agrees to meet again. Kang tells the children to head home safely since he's busy, and they wave goodbye as they walk away. He calls out to his loyal servant, addressing him as Lord Crepsley, and Shartia immediately responds with deep respect. He thoughtfully notes that while they can't fix everything, they have successfully changed the world for those children today. He tells Dolso to take it easy as they head out, while his servant reflects on his lord's kindness and how the world is now a much better place for those siblings. Subin sighs as she looks at her phone, wondering where would be a good place for them to move. Kang asks what is wrong, and Subin explains that none of their current moving options are very good. Subin notes that safe areas with low gate frequencies have tiny apartments for the price, while larger homes are located in dangerous neighborhoods. She admits that even with their new fortune, she feels greedy for wanting a perfect home, while Kang secretly plans to just buy a house and rent it to them for dirt cheap. Subin worries about her daughter's daycare, so Kang suggests getting a loan from a banker Bongu knows well. She is grateful for the help, but admits she is a little scared of going to the bank, leaving Kang wondering why. Subin remembers the difficult times when banks repeatedly rejected her loan applications because she didn't have a steady job. Those constant rejections made her feel like a failure and left her feeling intimidated every time she had to visit a bank. Kang reassures his sister that their struggles are over and tells her to pick any house she wants without worrying about the cost. The following day, Subin arrives at an exclusive bank that is known for only serving the elite upper class. She feels completely out of place in the luxurious lobby and wonders where her brother went after he disappeared. The general manager, Kazan, personally approaches Subun and greets her with a respectful bow. The other wealthy clients are shocked to see the notoriously arrogant manager personally serving someone who looks so modest. Kazan invites a bewildered Subin to a VVIP private room, explaining that her guarantor's incredible credentials make her one of their most important clients. Subin is shocked to learn that she can choose her own repayment terms and that the interest rate is an incredibly low 0.5%. When she questions the low rate, the manager explains that a VVIP client is her guarantor, bringing the exact interest to only 466,000 won. Impressed by Bonggu's recent promotion to B rank, Subin officially requests a massive 1 billion won loan. Kazan asks Subin to wait a moment while she notices a document about starting a foundation for undernourished children. Subin is impressed by the good deed, but Kazan clarifies it is a priority project requested by a VVIP client. Kazan remarks that some remember this client as a warm and benevolent person, leaving Subin confused by the cryptic description. While he seeks a peaceful life, to others he remains a figure more terrifying than any nightmare. Scientists at Area 51 receive a divine revelation warning that an unprecedented disaster is about to descend upon the Earth. The prophecy reveals that a gate will open in the capital of South Korea, letting loose a horde of monsters. Saint Merim trembles in fear as she envisions the terrifying giants pouring out from the gate. Looking completely horrified, the saint reveals that the immortal who was reborn as a god is the only one capable of facing the threat. Sale excitedly asks her father to watch her ride the rocking horse. Kang gives a tired response, having reacted the same way 50 times already. Suddenly, Kang turns around as he senses a strange and ominous presence. He wonders what is happening as a chilling feeling washes over him. News reports confirm that an annihilation-grade gate is predicted to appear in Seoul, causing massive traffic congestion and panic. Bureau Chief Seo Do-chul declares a state of emergency, warning that the situation could lead to the nation's total destruction. Chief Seo observes that the traffic is worse than imagined as people abandon their cars and flee. He authorizes the military and police to destroy any unoccupied vehicles to clear the way. The Bureau summons all S-rank hunters and requests international backup, while Seo wonders why this is happening in Korea. He notes that such a high-level gate has only ever appeared once before. He remembers the New Delhi Gate in India, which turned all of Southeast Asia into ruins within days of appearing. Many elite hunters were killed during that incident, and Korea's top-ranked hunter, Jung Yoon-chan, went missing. Chief Seo is filled with dread knowing a similar gate will manifest in Seoul within hours. He believes that even if every top hunter joins forces, they will only be able to buy the city a few more days. As a massive gate opens and terrifying monsters swarm the city, it looks like the country is completely doomed. Stuck in the chaotic traffic, Director Seo is told they must continue on foot and calmly agrees to leave the car. While walking across a bridge, the director asks his assistant if he can borrow a cigarette. His assistant reminds him that he quit for his health, but the director confirms those concerns are no longer important. He somberly remarks that the era where they could afford to have such small worries has officially passed. Looking out at the horizon, he notes that dying from a smoking-related disease would actually be a blessed life in a world facing this level of destruction. As a terrifying annihilation-grade gate manifests over the city, its overwhelming power leaves everyone in total shock. Flying high above the city on her broom, the rank 15 S-rank hunter Sel Eun-bin asks for an update on the gathering forces. A lone figure stands in the middle of the street, loudly scolding the arriving group of hunters for being late to the scene. The rank 6 S-rank powerhouse Go Do-yeol confidently observes that the world's top hunters are finally starting to show up one by one. The rank 5 S-rank leader Kang Sung-hyun warns against reckless courage and orders everyone to stay calm until the gate fully manifests. Yoon Hee-soo, the rank 3 S-rank hunter known as Swift Sword, tells the terrified group to step back while she vows to personally slit the throats of every single enemy. Jo Min-jin, the rank 4 S-rank hunter called the Guide, remarks that while she is glad to see familiar faces, it is a shame they had to gather for such a tragic event. Japan's top-ranked S-rank hunter, the nuclear samurai from the Shogun Guild, arrives at the scene ready for battle. China's premier S-rank hunter, Tai Tianfeng of the Heavenly Wind sect, stands tall as he joins the elite forces gathering to face the new threat. A powerful magical aura surges as an intense red light fills the area. The scene shifts to the Goblin Bank, which stands prominently along a quiet city street. Kang decides it is best for his family to remain asleep until the danger passes, using his mana to ensure they do not wake up. He asks for a special favor, prompting Kazan to solemnly vow that he will keep the family safe from any harm. Deep in thought, Kang heads out alone into the city to handle the situation himself. He senses a surge of divine power appearing in the sky. He notices that the energy matches the goddesses he encountered before and wonders if a god from Asgard has arrived. While walking through the city, Kang is alerted by the sound of someone sobbing nearby. He turns toward an alleyway where the silhouette of a small child can be seen. He approaches the young boy and asks what he is doing there alone. The child tearfully explains that he is terrified because he has lost his mother. The sudden, loud roar of a jet flying overhead causes the boy to scream and cover his ears in pure panic. Kang kneels down to comfort the boy, reflecting on how much he hates the sound of children crying. He realizes that hearing such distress makes his heart ache, likely because of his deep affection for his daughter Sel. He reassures the child by claiming to be the world's strongest hunter with a ridiculous rank. The boy looks confused as he wonders if such a rank even exists. He tells the boy to stop crying and head home while he goes to deal with the monsters. The child submissively agrees to leave. Kang watches in silence as the young boy quickly runs away. Standing before the massive annihilation-grade gate, Kangjun dismisses the divine nature of the threat and complains about the freezing temperature. He curses as he witnesses the terrifying scale of the annihilation-grade gate looming over the city. The gathering hunters are filled with dread, questioning if their combined strength will be enough to survive. Go Duyol aggressively scolds the others for standing around like statues, insisting they have no time to dawdle. A hooded figure suddenly appears behind him and orders him to get out of the way and keep moving. With a sudden and violent impact, Go Duyol is slammed face first into the pavement. A dazed and trembling Duyol demands to know what happened while the surrounding crowd watches in total shock. The hunters desperately shout for the man to stop as they realize he intends to enter the gate completely alone. Ignoring the warnings, the mysterious man takes a single, purposeful step toward the disaster. The crowd is left in absolute disbelief as the man vanishes into the gate, realizing he really went in by himself. A system notification confirms that he has entered the gate known as the Cloud where the snake coils. Kang looks up at the massive landscape and wonders if he is standing before a mountain. System messages announce that his authority to write myths has been activated by the god of creation. A mysterious force begins documenting his journey as the god who killed the goddesses of fate and reached the snake's resting place. The narrative describes how Kang strikes down the ancient giants blocking his path to reach the slumbering snake. A system warning alerts him that the ancient giants are now awakening. Kang looks up at the massive stone giants and realizes he is expected to fight them all. The giants let out a powerful roar as the story continues to follow the path of the ancient myth. Kang's legendary title activates, causing the ancient giants to feel fear and weakening their physical abilities. Surrounded by dark energy, Kang mockingly asks the giants if they are already feeling terrified. Kang observes that the giants are far more terrified than their massive size would suggest. He stands confidently as his dark energy begins to manifest. He decides it is finally time to start the hunt and commands his army to move forward. His legion of the undead follows him into battle. Kang issues a cold command to eliminate every enemy without leaving a single survivor. His powerful magic begins to tear through the ranks of the giants. The giants let out a painful scream as they begin their fight. His undead warriors move with lethal efficiency, striking down any giant in their path. The battlefield is quickly covered in chaos. The undead skeleton army is initially ruthlessly slaughtered, but the problem is that they don't die, so they keep coming back. Kang's army shows no mercy to the awakening giants. The giants are horrified to realize that Kang's legion of the undead possesses the terrifying trait of infinite resurrection. No matter how many times they are struck down, the skeleton warriors simply rise again to continue the fight. Standing calmly above the carnage, Kang watches as the last of the ancient giants are systematically wiped out. The once mighty guardians are reduced to nothing before his overwhelming power. Kang prepares to finish the battle by manifesting a massive array of lethal dark spears. He stands at the center of the magical surge, ready to unleash his attack. Lethal dark spears rain down from the sky, targeting the ancient giants. One of the massive guardians is struck down as the narrator confirms that a giant has fallen. He reaches out with his dark energy, noting that his fallen enemies will finally be useful to him. With a single word, Kang tries to bring the fallen giant back to life with the power of resurrection. The newly risen undead giant lets out a powerful roar as Kang uses his necromancy on him. In a bonus scene, Go-Duyol trembles, while others desperately shout for the mysterious man not to enter the dangerous gate alone. Go-Duyol is suddenly struck by a familiar feeling, and begins to suspect that he has encountered this overwhelming power before. A dazed and blushing Go-Duyol wonders if the man is actually his imaginary little brother, Kwak Dupal. A mysterious giant figure looks over a misty landscape, and wonders whether the rumors he heard are actually true. He watches his massive army of giants while contemplating the incredible power contained within a mysterious title. Loki, known as the Sewn-Mouthed Giant, desires to obtain the legendary title for himself. He clenches his fist in frustration, regretting that he couldn't personally destroy his enemy because Odin and his followers were watching. He commands his son Jormungandr to take the target's legendary title and bring him back. Reaching out with a clawed hand, he notes that the target is still vulnerable, since he has only just been reborn as a god. Loki believes that if the invincible Jormungandr appears, he will finally be able to claim the Emperor's glorious name for himself. A system notification announces that the legendary giant serpent, Jormungandr, has finally awakened. Kang sits calmly atop a giant and questions if the massive mountain in the distance is actually a giant snake. He is surprised when the authority myth writing activates, and the system notifies him that the god of creation is now writing his legend. As Loki commands the massive Jormungandr to kill him, Kang wonders if he really has to fight a snake as large as a mountain. System notifications promise massive rewards and fame for defeating Jormungandr, causing Kang to remark on how the system is now trying to bribe him into battle. As the massive serpent looms ahead, Kang admits that taking down such a huge creature will be exhausting. He casually recalls his past experience defeating a giant snake that was even larger, Jormungandr. He looks out at the sky, remembering how the massive creature once swore its eternal loyalty to him. He realizes that by imbuing his words with divine power, he can communicate with the serpent that swallows dimensions. As his power reaches out, the sky above the giant serpent begins to shatter like glass. The narrator gives a flashback of this serpent and explains that, in the beginning, the creature was a tiny organism without an ego or the ability to think for itself. Driven by a fierce desire to survive, the creature instinctively swallowed dirt and debris to grow its body. Hundreds of years passed as the creature continued to feed, eventually taking on the form of a snake. After thousands of years, its body grew large enough to swallow an entire dimension whole. The god of creation appeared before the massive serpent and bestowed upon it the name Ouroboros. The god revealed that Ouroboros was created as a mere device for a greater narrative and was destined to be sacrificed in a heroic tale by none other than the one with the mysterious title, the same title Kang currently has, to demonstrate his strength to those watching him. Thousands of years later, the giant serpent finally encountered the mysterious individual it was destined to meet. The giant serpent looks down at the emperor, realizing the destined person with the mysterious title is just a weak human who isn't even worth eating. But he quickly realizes the emperor's strength as the emperor easily defeats the massive serpent. Standing calmly before the massive beast, the emperor is completely unimpressed by its size, saying it's just big with nothing special. Terrified of the emperor's presence, the serpent prepares for its inevitable death, realizing that his long-lived life has finally come to an end. The emperor gazes into the creature's eye and considers the idea of keeping such a large snake as a pet. Deciding the beast is too big for his palace, the emperor chooses to let it roam free, leaving the serpent shocked that its life was spared. Kang touches the massive creature and tells it that it is free to go, while the serpent is stunned to be released so easily. The giant beast promises to never forget this kindness as Kang casually says goodbye until they meet again. Ouroboros decides to serve the one who spared it, swearing absolute loyalty in exchange for its life as it enters the dimension through the broken space. The dimension-swallowing serpent known as Ouroboros finally appears, towering over Kang below. Ouroboros descends to answer the call, leaving Loki completely bewildered by its presence. Kang greets the massive serpent with a warm smile, asking if it has been doing well. The giant creature opens its glowing eye as it senses its master's presence. Reaching out to touch its scales, Kang notes that the beast has grown significantly since they last met. A system message reveals that Ouroboros is eager to know the identity of Kang's enemies. Kang looks up at his loyal servant and asks if it can teach those who oppose him a painful lesson. Jormungandr opens its massive jaws and lets out a deafening roar. Ouroboros lunges forward with a fierce cry, ready to confront its rival. As the two legendary serpents clash, a system notification confirms that Ouroboros is expressing intense hostility toward Jormungandr. Kang is notified that the necessary conditions have been met to activate a hidden piece. He looks on with curiosity, wondering about the nature of this unexpected event. The system announces a quest to crown the most powerful serpent as Jormungandr and Ouroboros direct their legendary hostility toward one another. Kang muses over the title of the strongest serpent while the two massive beasts clash. The system notifies Kang that his myth-writing authority has been activated. It reveals that the god of creation is now actively documenting his legendary journey. The giant serpent Jormungandr grew to an impossible size within the sea, eventually becoming large enough to coil its massive body around the entire world of Midgard. Obeying his father's command, Jormungandr lunges forward to kill his target without hesitation, but his path is suddenly blocked by Ouroboros, a creature that was destined to be destroyed long ago. Kang watches the legendary serpents clash and casually remarks that the attack was actually quite impressive. Ouroboros delivers a crushing blow to Jormungandr that shatters the ground beneath them. The creature that only survived because of its master's mercy now sinks its sharp fangs deep into Jormungandr's flesh. The holy myth and narrative Jormungandr built over thousands of years begins to bleed out from the massive wound. Part of the power goes to Ouroboros, who is ready to swallow it all. Kang contemplates the essence of myths and narratives while the remaining energy flows into him as the master of Ouroboros. Jormungandr is stripped of his eternal myths and narratives as his massive body begins to falter. A new special myth is completed, marking the protagonist as the master of the most powerful serpent in the realm. All conditions for a hidden piece are officially met as the massive serpent towers over its smaller rival. A system notification announces that a hidden piece has been activated, crowning Ouroboros as the most powerful serpent in the realm. The massive beast looms forward with its eyes glowing a menacing red. The system confirms that Ouroboros has claimed victory and will forever be recorded as the strongest serpent in existence. This legendary event creates a new myth for Kang, officially marking him as the master of the most powerful serpent in the realm. A system message confirms that the divine entity Jormungandr has been completely annihilated as its massive body begins to fade. Kang is notified that he contributed the most to the serpent's defeat and has successfully absorbed a portion of its divine power. He realizes he is feeling Jormungandr's divine power as he absorbs a massive amount of the entity's narrative. The system then notifies him that his presence has become even clearer. The system notifies him that his unusual achievements have spread throughout the abyss, drawing the attention of all the gods once more. A new myth is established as Kang is recognized as the master of the strongest serpent, but Loki suddenly appears to confront him with intense hatred. The Stone-mouthed giant appears in a desolate wasteland while radiating a powerful purple energy. The armored figure is revealed to be the god Loki as he stares forward with menacing glowing eyes. Ouroboros hisses as Kang's Godslayer title activates, granting him total immunity to the intimidation of any divine being. An enraged Loki confronts Kang, accusing him of slaughtering his Jotun army and his son to steal their legendary narratives and myths. Swearing upon all his narratives and myths, a dark energy swirls as Loki prepares to unleash his power. He vows to kill his opponent and take their title, revealing the source of the immense power he has built over a long time. Kang expresses his annoyance with the constant obsession over his title, questioning if his enemies truly want it that much. Loki warns that the true nature of the title is actually a curse that brings a destiny of endless suffering. He explains that the owner will always be led toward terrible hardships and constant adversity. Kang wonders what makes his title so valuable that everyone wants it, while Loki explains that enduring its hardships leads to an immense reward. Loki reveals the absolute truth and irresistible law governing the title, officially identifying it as the Almighty. The law of the title states that he can never be defeated, meaning even a lost battle won't stop him from winning the entire war. Kang is left in total shock as he finally understands the true weight of his legendary title. Loki explains that the law of the title, the Almighty, dictates that the bearer can never truly be defeated. He reveals that even if someone manages to kill the bearer, they are bound to be resurrected every single time. Loki warns that the title forces the owner into ignorance, preventing them from seeing the truth or the watching eyes above them. Kang is left wondering about the meaning of these mysterious watching eyes. He notes that countless glowing eyes are consuming them moment by moment. Kang looks up at the sky and realizes he cannot see anything. A system notification informs that the god of creation intervenes to block the giant's secrets and isolate the entity from Kang. Loki mocks his opponent, claiming the gods are intervening because they fear Kang will discover the world's truth. He adds that the legendary title originally belonged to all divine entities. He explains that every god held that title within their own myths until the god of creation chose Kang. As the scene begins to distort, Loki admits he would kill Kang and steal his title right now if he had the chance. As Loki's form glitches and disappears, he promises to personally return, end Kang's life, and claim his title the moment the other gods stop watching. A system message warns that the gate is about to collapse, and a weary Kang admits he's getting tired of these constant interruptions but is glad this battle is over. Kang mentions that it is unfortunate, but they have to part ways once more. Ouroboros reacts with shock as his master prepares to leave. Ouroboros lets out a deafening roar, and Kang asks if the creature is truly that sad to see him go. Kang bids a warm farewell to his loyal servant, promising that they will eventually see each other again. Back in the city, Subin is shocked by the chaos that unfolded while she was resting, and Kang can't help but agree. Sol excitedly tells her father it's raining, while Subin wonders about the sudden arrival of the spring drizzle. Subin shares her hope for warmer weather to take Sol on picnics and to flower exhibitions, prompting a happy cheer from the little girl. She wonders if it will take another month for the weather to warm up, while Kang notes that the smell of rain feels surprisingly good today. He reflects on how he was never fond of the rain before, but finds it pleasant now. Sol excitedly calls for her father to look at a butterfly she discovered near the bushes. Kang responds with surprise, questioning if there really is a butterfly there. Sale excitedly mentions seeing the bug in a book, but her father explains that it is actually a moth that looks like a butterfly. Sale thinks the moth is still as pretty as a butterfly and reaches out to protect the little creature from the rain. She excitedly cheers as the moth takes flight again, waving goodbye and telling it to head home as well. Kang determines that regardless of the world's truth or the laws governing his title, his daughter's happiness is all that matters. He silently prays that throughout his daughter's life, she will always be able to find beauty in even the simplest things. Meanwhile, S-rank hunter Yoon Hee-soo sits in her car during a heavy rainstorm and contemplates the mysterious events that just occurred. She recalls the chaotic scene and wonders if an unidentified young hunter could have truly cleared the gate on his own. She notes that while it might be possible for an ordinary gate, this was an annihilation-grade threat capable of destroying a nation, making it nonsensical for one person to suppress it alone. Kang and his family walk on the crosswalks while it's raining, and Hee-soo spots them. Yoon Hee-soo leans out of her car and urgently advises the group to head home first. Hee-soo calls out to Kang, who asks if she is speaking to him. Sol scolds her father for being mean, while a distracted Kang tries to figure out if the woman in the car is addressing him. Yoon Hee-soo struggles to believe that a lone hunter could survive an annihilation-grade gate unscathed. As Kang questions the woman's earlier warning, Subin curiously asks if she is someone he knows. The woman apologizes for her sudden question, explaining that she mistook him for someone she knew. After Kang accepts her apology, the woman remarks on how pretty his daughter is. She kneels down to ask the little girl for her name and age. Sol calmly replies that she is 4 years old, and Hee-soo praises her for being so smart. Yoon Hee-soo waves goodbye to Sol, wishing her a safe trip and a healthy future. She sadly reflects that if someone named Hee-soo were still alive, she would be the same age as the little girl. A few days later, news reports announce that the annihilation-grade gate near Insadong has mysteriously self-destructed. The academic community prepares a massive investigation into this unprecedented event. Bureau Chief Seo Do-chol turns off the television while wondering what exactly happened at the gate. Despite testimonies claiming an unidentified hunter suppressed the gate alone, the general consensus is that such a feat is absolutely impossible. Rank 5 S-rank hunter Kang Sung-hyun suggests that they should relax now that the immediate crisis has been avoided. Chief Seo remains uneasy about the recent wipeout of the anti-bureau alliance and the string of unfathomable events occurring lately. Se-hung-hyun says they won't find answers to these events right away. Song-hyun presents a list of hunters he has compiled to join the Southeast Asia recapture squad. Chief Seo reviews an official document from the World Awakener Association, requesting cooperation to recapture the Southeast Asian continent. After monsters from a gate in New Delhi overran the region, Korea joined the mission to reclaim the land, entrusting the Solitas Guild with organizing the squad. Director Seo notes that Korea narrowly avoided a catastrophe because the annihilation-grade gate in Insadong self-destructed, and Song-hyun grimly agrees. Song-hyun explains that while the public goal is to reclaim Southeast Asia, the secret mission is to rescue a hero who went missing in India 6 months ago. Director Seo questions if Korea's top-ranked hunter, Jung Yoon-chan, could still be alive after disappearing during a gate suppression. While Director Seo worries that too much time has passed, Song-hyun remains confident that the missing hero is still waiting for rescue. Director Seo requests more time to review the squad's formation but stresses what he believes the mission's true priority should be. Looking at a photo on his desk, Director Seo emphasizes that survival is more important than any rescue or suppression. Sung-hyun suddenly suggests adding Kim Bong-gu to the squad, surprising Director Seo since the hunter was only recently promoted to B rank. Sung-hyun notes that after analyzing Bong-gu's promotion exam video, he's convinced the rookie has amazing talent and could reach S rank with proper guidance. Little Sale happily plays at home, letting out a cheerful shout as she tries on a new, cool dress. Bong-gu and Kang agree on how cute Sol is before Kang asks Bong how he has been lately. Bong-gu explains he's been home, caring for his mother but left her with his sibling today to discuss something urgent with Kang. He asks if Kang was the one who suppressed the annihilation-grade gate that self-destructed in Insadong, and Kang casually confirms it. Bong-gu reveals he received an official document from the Bureau asking him to join a recapture squad for a mission in Southeast Asia. He admits he put off replying because he couldn't decide what to do and asks his mentor for advice. Noting the team's severe lack of combat power, Kang firmly tells him not to go, questioning if justice is worth the danger when he has a mother who just recovered to think about. Bong-gu reluctantly agrees with his master, while Little Sale innocently asks where her uncle is going. Bong-gu explains to Little Sol that there is a far-off country filled with bad monsters and mentions that his friends have asked him to help defeat them. He tells her that he is currently considering their request. Sil is completely amazed by the story and excitedly tells her uncle how cool he is. She asks if her father is joining the mission and encourages him to defeat the monsters as well, since he is also very strong. Kang acknowledges his strength, but remains hesitant about going. Sol admits that she is very afraid of monsters and expresses her concern for the people living in that country. Kang asks if she is truly scared as she explains her feelings. Kang decides to join the mission and promises his daughter that he will defeat all the monsters for her sake. When Bangu asks about his departure, Kangjun surprises him by demanding to be taken along on the mission as well. A stunned Bangu quickly agrees and celebrates the news, believing that having his master join the fight is a blessing for all of humanity. Bangu contemplates how a single word from Little Sail could either restore peace to the world or lead to its absolute destruction as she happily praises her father. Meanwhile, Uriel sits in the gym and wipes away sweat, feeling ashamed that he let fear overwhelm him when the gate first opened. He recalls a soul-shaking collision with a hooded man and remains certain it was Kwak Dupal, the only person capable of clearing a disaster-grade gate in minutes. He passionately declares that Dupal is an incomparable man among men who defies all logic and common sense. He is filled with frustration because despite his conviction, the other top hunters and officials refuse to believe his story. Determined not to let such legendary achievements be ignored, he stands up and vows to find the mysterious man to talk to him. He envisions having a serious heart-to-heart with Dupal at the gym, believing that true men, the gym bros, communicate through the shared language of lifting iron. Sunghan enters the gym and immediately notes how much the place reeks of sweat. Duyor insists it is actually the scent of a man, but Sunghan moves on to announce that the selection for the recapture squad is already finished. He reveals that their top recruitment priority, Kim Bong-gu, has joined the squad and praises the rookie as a fearless and excellent talent. Duyol dismisses Bong-gu as a weakling compared to Kwak Dupal, leading Seo-hyun to criticize his outdated way of judging people based on their personal tastes. Whether it is lunch, physical training, or a guild meeting, Duyol is completely obsessed with Kwak Dupal and constantly wishes they could eat, train, and build a deep friendship together. Song-hyun reaches his breaking point and demands that Duyar stop mentioning Kwak Dupal, fearing the man will eventually start appearing in his dreams. Song-hyun threatens to fire Duyel and strip him of all authority if he utters that name one more time, leading the shocked hunter to protest that the command is completely unreasonable. He orders Duyol to bring the mysterious man to him, promising to offer the best treatment in the industry and recruit him into the Solitas Guild. Duyol enthusiastically accepts the task and runs out of the gym, promising to find the man and bring him back within a few days. Singhyun sighs in exasperation while imagining that the legendary Kwak Dupal must look like a massive, muscular warrior. He then questions what is wrong with liking macarons and other treats, insisting that cooking is a task that requires sincerity. At a secret gathering of the wealthy, Kazan reports that he has followed the Immortal's commands and compiled a list of kindergartens near Yoksamdong. He presents their full curriculums, while Little Sail sits nearby enjoying a lollipop. Kang decides to personally review the information provided to him. He looks over the clipboard with a serious expression to evaluate the potential schools. He identifies Snow White Kindergarten as a promising option for his daughter. He notes that the choice is fitting because Snow White is the little princess's favorite storybook. Kazan explains that the institution offers a diverse curriculum including art, music, ballet, languages, and even horseback riding. He believes this high-quality school is worthy of handling the young lady's education. Bongu spits out his tea in absolute shock after hearing his master's casual command to acquire a property. He is stunned to learn that Kang intends to buy the entire daycare center just to personally manage his daughter's environment. Kang commands his subordinates to spare no expense in recruiting the best educators for his little princess. Kang warmly asks his daughter what she wants her new school to have, and she excitedly suggests airplanes. He immediately agrees, thinking her request is a wonderful idea for the kindergarten. He commands Kazan to build a private hangar for a Gulfstream ultra-luxurious plane, including a dedicated runway and landing pad, which the goblin submissively accepts. When he asks if she needs anything else, Little Seal excitedly requests lions and pandas, leading her father to decide that a zoo is also a mandatory addition. Bongu is frozen in pure disbelief, unable to process that his master is actually building an airplane hangar, a runway, and a massive zoo inside a kindergarten. As Sel requests a giant slide and a home for her toys, Kazan feverishly takes notes, while Kangjun commands him to set everything up exactly as she wishes. Kazan suggests adding a Snow White theme park, while Kang plans for a massive aquarium and arboretum, leaving Bongu feeling like he's on the verge of a mental breakdown. Kazan asks how they should set the tuition to recover their investment, but Kangjun insists that education must be equal, providing free spots for low-income children while charging wealthy families an appropriate amount. Bongu is completely horizontal with shock when Kazan suggests charging wealthy parents 5 million won a month, wondering how anyone could ever afford such a price. Bongu realizes the plan provides an elite education to poor children for free and contemplates how this father and daughter might actually change the world. Bongu panics as a massive explosion erupts, realizing that if Seul suffers even the slightest harm from these actions, everything will be ruined. A few days later, customers in a local shop discuss the uproar surrounding Snow White Kindergarten, which recently closed down for extensive repair and expansion work. A group of women gossip over tea about the kindergarten's upgrade, mentioning its new eco-friendly materials and the addition of a zoo, aquarium, and theme park funded by a private bank. The president of the local Parents Association expresses her excitement, viewing the project as a massive, ultra-luxurious educational institution being brought to their neighborhood. The Yoksamdong Toddlers and Parents Association president whispers that an incredibly skilled dwarf architect designed the new school, which will feature top experts as teachers and an expanded curriculum. As Subin and Little Seoul walk together, the president mentions that her husband expects the construction to be finished in under a month, despite the high costs, though another woman in the group worries about the potential safety issues of building it that quickly. The president reassures the group that there are no concerns because powerful monsters like ogres and trolls are handling the work, and they decide to monitor the upcoming recruitment process closely. The president discusses the high tuition costs, noting that 5 million won plus activity fees is a reasonable investment for a child's future. One woman agrees, comparing the price to her previous expenses while Uriel serves dessert to Subin and Sale. One woman complains about the plan to offer free education to low-income families, expressing disgust at her child sharing space with them. She suggests that the Parents Association should start a boycott to prevent this integration. The president looks at Seoul and reacts with absolute horror and disbelief, claiming that she simply cannot understand what is happening. The group begins to mock Sale's outfit, with the president pointing out that her clothes are just cheap knockoffs of a famous luxury brand. They scoff at the idea of dressing a child in fake designer wear while the little girl continues to eat. A group of judgmental women whisper insults about others, assuming they are commoners who took out loans to live in the neighborhood and expressing concern over low-income children receiving free education. Subin sighs in frustration as she realizes her hope for a quiet outing is being ruined by the nearby women, whose judgmental whispers she can clearly hear. Uriel radiates a deadly aura and asks for permission to execute the women for their insults, citing imperial law, while a panicked Subin desperately tries to stop her. Subin suggests taking the leftovers home, but Sel insists on finishing everything before they leave. When Sale asks for the name of her snack, Subin explains it is a macaron, though the little girl has a hard time pronouncing it correctly. Subin tries to help her say the word while Uriel watches with a warm smile, but she eventually concludes that it is still a bit too difficult for the toddler. Saleh suddenly tries to stuff a macaron into her pocket, explaining to her shocked aunt that she wants to share the treat with her father. She finishes her treats with a sigh of satisfaction, but a judgmental woman nearby calls the little girl dirty. After hearing the woman insult Sol's upbringing and table manners, an enraged Subin slams her hands on the table and shouts to get her attention. She confronts the women for their constant bad-mouthing and questions why they are being so rude to them. The woman dismissively denies talking about the others and rudely accuses them of having a victim mentality. Subin reaches her breaking point, sighing in frustration as she realizes she can't listen to the woman's insults anymore. The massive S-rank hunter Go Duyol suddenly looms over the table, intimidating the woman into giving an immediate apology while he casually snacks on his protein bread. His massive shadow looms over the woman, demanding an immediate apology or for her to scram. The terrified woman realizes he's a hunter and asks if it's acceptable for him to threaten civilians like this. He tells the woman she's mistaken because he doesn't view himself as a hunter. He claims to be just a righteous man who can't tolerate injustice, describing himself as a single solitary beast. He warns her that his fists do not discriminate by gender when dealing with scoundrels, prompting her to end the meeting out of fear. The woman mockingly questions if being a hunter is a high government position and decides to publicize the incident on her cafe. The woman screams in shock as she accidentally collides with Kang while trying to walk away. She falls to the ground in a rage, shouting that she was already angry enough. Kang offers a casual apology, making the woman even more furious as he realizes she is actually Korean. The woman on the ground shouts in anger after being bumped, but Kang simply offers a casual apology, admitting he didn't expect her to hear his blunt comment. As the woman is led away and told to just keep moving, Kang informs his sister that he's finished organizing their things. Kang asks his sister if they are done and tells her she can head back, but the massive Go Duyol suddenly appears and boisterously calls him his younger brother Kwak Dupal. Kang stares in realization, immediately recognizing the man as the same idiot he slammed into the ground during their previous encounter at the gate. Little Seal runs excitedly toward her father while shouting for him with pure joy. Behind her, a stunned Uriel reaches out in shock as he struggles to call out to the man he believes is his legendary brother, Kwak Dupal. Kang warmly asks his princess if she enjoyed her treats, and Sol excitedly reveals that she saved a special macaron as a present just for him. She proudly asks if she is a good girl for sharing the gift she had a hard time pronouncing earlier. Kang is deeply moved by his daughter's sincerity, though he looks a bit overwhelmed as she urgently tells him to hurry up and eat the crushed treat. The once mighty emperor is left completely moved by the display of love from his daughter, though he's a little nervous as the food looks unhygienic. He questions why the treat is covered in so much dust, while Uriel apologetically explains that the princess likely kept the macaron in her pocket. As he reluctantly finishes the treat and Cell praises his appetite, a stunned Uriel realizes that the little girl is actually the daughter of the man he believes is Kwak Dupal. Completely captivated by Sale's cuteness, a deeply moved Uriel can't believe that his legendary brother has such an adorable daughter. Uriel introduces himself to Sol as her new adoptive father, leaving the little girl completely confused by the sudden idea of having a second parent. After receiving a polite bow from the princess, Uriel tells her to report any bullies to him and swears to protect her life with his own. Subin curiously asks if her brother knows the stranger, while an exhausted Kangjun wonders why the man is so determined to become his daughter's second father. Uriel claims they are sworn brothers, leading a confused Kangjun to ask for an explanation. After Uriel asks if he has forgotten that day, Kangjun sighs and suggests they talk privately for a moment. He issues a stern warning for the man not to get involved any further. A desperate Uriel calls out to him as Kwak Dupal, in total shock. He denies being Kwak Dupal or having a sworn brotherhood, but the stubborn Uriel insists he will always consider him his younger brother no matter what he thinks. Recalling their slapping contest where they vowed to die together, Uriel claims they are now blood relatives and explains how much he looked forward to this reunion. Uriel drops into a formal prostration to express his deep gratitude on behalf of everyone for Kang stopping the Annihilation Grade Gate. He asks what the man is doing, while Uriel insists that despite any deceptions, he knows the truth about his brother. Uriel emotionally recalls the vivid memory of Kangjun bravely walking toward a deadly gate while he could only watch in helplessness. Kang dismisses the idea of him clearing the gate alone as nonsense, but Uriel remains convinced that the great hunter is simply hiding his true identity for a reason. Uriel bows deeply and expresses his sincere gratitude. Kangjun realizes that although the man seems like an idiot, he is actually quite quick-witted. Kang reflects that Uriel is a rare and righteous idiot, reminding him of someone from his past. He honestly admits he only acted to protect his own peace and expresses his simple desire to live a normal life. He asks Uriel to keep his actions a secret, and the hunter solemnly vows to protect the information even if a knife is put to his throat. Uriel praises Kang for being a manly hero who fights in the shadows, while Kang tries to move past the praise by asking if he's eaten yet. Kang mentions it's moving day and offers to order black bean noodles, prompting Uriel to enthusiastically agree and offer his help with the move. Uriel thanks Subin for her hard work and calls her his older sister, leaving her confused by the title while he explains that they are now blood relatives through his oath to Kang. Uriel vigorously shakes his noodles to mix the sauce while Subin asks Kang if they were close in school, and Dolso reflects on the impressive connections within the group. He informs his lord that their guest seems quite knowledgeable despite his appearance, and Uriel expresses her agreement with the Grand Duke's opinion. Uriel encourages Sol to master the fork like her uncle to taste the flavor of victory, while Subin decides that he seems like a good person despite the situation. Subin suggests a nearby kindergarten for Sol, but as Kang worries about wealthy families, Uriel begins to suspect his brother is broke from secretly acting as a hero. After mentioning their sworn brotherhood, Uriel asks if they know the story of the tiger brother, leaving Kang confused while little Cell excitedly claims she knows the tale. Seo recounts the legend of a man who lied to a tiger to save his life, leading the creature to bring him a pile of fresh meat every single day. Satisfied with her answer, Uriel tells them to call him Tiger Brother from now on. Proudly, he shares that not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing is what he believes to be the 87th quality of a true man. That night, Subin is completely overwhelmed by a massive pile of luxury gift bags and boxes that have suddenly appeared in their home. She notices a brown envelope tucked among the numerous presents and wonders if it is a letter meant for them. The letter is addressed to a younger brother from Tiger Brother, explaining that the gifts are for his beloved niece so she won't feel intimidated at kindergarten, leading Subin to realize they are from Go Do Yeol. In a bonus cut, Kang admires how cute Sol looks in her new uniform and admits that while he thought Go Do Yeol was just an idiot, the man actually has quite good sense. Inside the administration office, staff members discuss how almost all the prominent hunters have gathered for the impressive recapture squad lineup. As they walk, Bonggu feels reassured that Kang is participating in the raid as his manager, while Kang warns him to avoid getting involved in any unnecessary disputes. Bonggu mentions rumors of famous hunters fighting among themselves, but Kang dismisses them as insignificant people playing ranking games and promises to stay out of it. Despite his master's reassurance, Bonggu admits that he is actually most worried about how Kang himself will behave. Bonggu asks why he brought a macaron, and Kangjun explains he is keeping a promise to his daughter, remembering how excitedly she asked for a treat. Bonggu worries that carrying the item is a security risk and fears it might be stolen, but Kangjun dismisses the idea that anyone would bother taking it. As they arrive at the conference room, someone tells them to look inside. Bonggu and Kang walk into a room filled with S-rank and A-rank hunters who gossip about the rookie B-rank and his manager. Feeling overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere, Bonggu realizes he doesn't belong among such high-level elites. He looks toward the long table and notes that they have finally found their assigned seats. Third-ranked A-rank hunter Choi Mingi warns the rookie to leave while he still can, claiming that a greenhorn like him shouldn't be intruding in such a high-level place. Sol and Bin notes that someone is repeating their behavior today, while Kang Songhan criticizes the group for their pathetic display and lack of cooperation. Go Duo is trembling with rage and wants to hit someone, but he holds back because of a request from his younger brother. While Yoon-hee-soo suddenly recognizes someone in the room, Kang clears his throat while holding a pink box as Bonggu stands beside him, while a nearby hunter scoffs at the idea of a rookie bringing a manager along to such a high-level meeting. Choi Mingi snatches the pink bag away from Kangjun, asking what on earth it is supposed to be. He is surprised to find a macaron and mocks the idea of a tea party, but decides to eat it anyway since he is hungry. As he rudely snacks on the treat, Mingi demands to know why Kang is glaring at him with such a dark expression. He tells Bonggu that he tried to hold back, but since the man ate the chocolate macaron, he views his reaction as self-defense. Bonggu nervously agrees that the chocolate flavor is off-limits because it is Sol's favorite. As Mingi questions the importance of the treat, Kangjun darkly mutters that people have died over chocolate macarons. He chillingly identifies Mingi as the next person to lose his life. Mingi wonders if they are insane while Kangjun gives him an ultimatum to buy a replacement macaron immediately. He warns that the alternative compensation will be much worse. He calmly announces that he plans to take the man's teeth as payment for the eaten treat. Bonggu is frozen in disbelief at the extreme demand. Bonggu lets out a desperate cry and tackles the arrogant hunter to prevent a disaster. Mingi is left confused by the rookie's sudden and aggressive move. Bonggu lunges at Mingi with a desperate shout, causing both of them to spin through the air as the pink bag is sent flying. The two hunters slam into the floor with a massive impact. A loud crash echoes through the conference room, leaving the other high-ranking hunters startled and confused by the sudden commotion. As Bonggu and Mingi lie groaning amidst the broken pieces of a table, Kangjun casually picks up his pink bag and expresses disappointment that it got crumpled. The observers are stunned by the sudden commotion, with witnesses recounting how Kim Bonggu grabbed Choi Mingi and performed a shoulder throw that slammed him into the floor. Although some hunters doubt the new hero's judgment and think he went too far, others defend his actions as justifiable and are impressed by his incredible physical power as a mage. Duyar beams with pride at his amazing younger brother, while Yoon-hee-soo suspects that the manager was actually the one who moved Bonggu. Bonggu turns with a startled expression as he is addressed by the bureau chief. Director Seo Do-chul sternly reminds the hunters to avoid public confrontations and cooperate with one another, receiving a submissive response from the group. Director Seo informs Bonggu that he will face a disciplinary committee and a fine for the incident once the mission is over, which the hunter submissively accepts. With the scheduled time fast approaching, the preliminary meeting for the recapture squad officially begins as planned. The director explains that recapture squads from over 20 countries will participate in the operation and be deployed across the East Asian continent. He warns that suppressing the New Delhi Annihilation Grade Gate is a highly dangerous operation. The bureau chief offers a chance for anyone to withdraw from the squad immediately, causing a wave of murmurs to spread through the room. A hunter raises his hand and asks why they must absolutely suppress a gate that has been neglected for so long. Director Seo explains that the recapture squad's primary objectives are personal survival and rescuing any teammates who were left behind. He reveals that the legendary Time Reaper, Jung Yoon-chan, disappeared in a high-level gate but is likely still alive and waiting for rescue. The director warns that the mission will be undoubtedly dangerous and tells only those volunteering for the recapture recapture squad to remain in their seats. Many hunters decide to pass on dying like a dog and leave the room, believing the operation is far too reckless. Bongu watches the others leave and silently admits that if his master wasn't there, he might have done the same. Seeing the nearly empty room, Director Seo notes that this is all they have left and gives them one last chance to leave, but Bongu firmly confirms he is staying. Seolinbin is impressed by Bongu's bravery, while Kang Sung-han calmly notes that he expected him to stay. Director Seo begins the official briefing, explaining the plan to rescue their comrade and escape using an expensive return stone, which surprises the hunters given his penny-pinching reputation. Bongu asks Director Seo about Hunter Jung Yun-chan's awakened ability and why he believes the man is still alive. Director Seo reveals that despite some limitations, Jung Yun-chan has the incredible power to turn back time. Kang hears that he will be sent to the India-Nepal border in 15 days and realizes the schedule might clash with Seol's kindergarten ceremony. He resolves to finish the mission in a single day to ensure he can return home to his daughter immediately. 15 days later in Sonoli, a terrifying red haze hangs over the city. As the high-stakes mission finally begins, Kang Song-han gathers the elite hunters to start the briefing, explaining that international squads are likely already clearing monsters across India's outskirts. He outlines their path to march west, taking down every monster in their way, before reaching the Annihilation Grade Gate in New Delhi to launch the rescue operation. Kang Song-yeon looks confused as he reflects on Kim Bongu's. He demands to know the location of Bongu's manager, leaving the hunter sweating in total confusion. Massive stone giants surround a powerful impact as they prepare to attack. Kang prepares his floating dark spears and questions the overwhelming number of giants marching toward him. He channels a surge of dark energy, while noting that the enemy forces seem endless. Seeing even more giants rise from their sarcophagi, he confidently states his readiness for a battle of numbers. He commands his undead legion to charge, launching a massive counteroffensive against the stone army. He watches his soldiers clash with the giants and asks if the odds have finally balanced out. Noticing the blue divine power, he realizes the energy feels just like Loki's. Growing impatient with the delay, he decides to take the lead and personally wipe out the giant soldiers himself. The narrator points out that the recapture squad hasn't even managed to leave the Sonoli area yet. Kang looks at the map on his phone and tells the group that while they might be taking their time, he needs to finish the mission today so he can get back home. A system message alerts Kang that a divinity from the Asgard constellation is showing hostility toward him, but he simply smiles, noting that he knew something was up. Kang ruthlessly commands his enemy to wait quietly, promising to arrive soon and thoroughly smash their head in. Massive stone giants are shattered by his overwhelming power as he issues the deadly threat. On the recapture team's side, several massive stone giants lie defeated across the desolate, sandy battlefield. Kang Song-hyun looks weary as he admits the mission is much harder than expected, questioning if this is the true power of an annihilation grade gate. A hunter realizes they cannot force their way through and suggests regrouping, while an exhausted Seolinbin slumps to the ground, admitting she is tired enough to die. Jo Min-jin offers to heal the wounded as Kim Bong-gu passes out biscuits and water to the weary squad. Yoon Hee-soo points out that her blade is completely chipped and damaged, while a worried Kim Bong-gu stares at his phone in stunned silence. Bong-gu suggests taking a detour to avoid difficult terrain and confusion, leaving Kang Song-hyun surprised by his tactical insight. He insists that his plan will save lives on their journey to New Delhi and asks the group to put their faith in him. After confirming he has detection-like abilities, Yoon Hee-soo decides it is best for Bong-gu to take charge of the squad's movements. Kang Sung-hyun officially puts Kim Bong-gu in charge of navigation, stressing the need to minimize casualties since one member is already missing. Bong-gu expresses concern for Yoon Hee-soo, asking if she is alright after appearing to get injured earlier. Hee-soo insists she can still fight and asks him to ignore her wounds since she has no attachment to life, before questioning if he is also hiding a secret. Hee-soo suspiciously questions why Bong-gu doesn't care about his missing manager and asks if the man is hiding a secret, leaving Bong-gu stumbling for an answer. Hee-soo offers Bong-gu a deal, promising to keep his secrets quiet if he agrees not to report her injuries. Watching her walk away, Bong-gu worries that she is overexerting herself again and wonders if she is truly alright. Seolinbin points out that Yoon Hee-soo has consistently held the top rank for gate suppressions according to official bureau records. While Bong-gu notes her aggressive hunting style, Yoon-bin shares the tragic news that the woman witnessed her 4-year-old daughter's death, leaving him speechless. The heartbreaking loss of her child to monsters explains why she is now completely obsessed with destroying every gate and creature in her path. Bong-gu looks somber as he realizes that if Yoon Hee-soo's daughter were still alive, she would be the exact same age as Sol. A terrifying and massive surge of energy erupts into the sky, revealing the true scale of the Annihilation Grade Gate. Sitting calmly atop a giant's head, Kang notes that his team is keeping up well but decides he can no longer just sit back and wait. Determined to attend Seul's kindergarten entrance ceremony on time, Kangjun resolves to finish his current mission before the day is over. He quickly realizes that completing his task might take a bit longer than he initially anticipated. Upon entering the gate, a system notification confirms he has arrived at Niflheim's underworld, leaving him questioning the nature of this new area. Kang stands calmly in the desolate landscape and notes that he has found an excellent spot. Deciding it is time to move, he begins marching forward into the depths of the underworld. The underworld landscape suddenly rumbles with a massive, crashing sound. Kang stops in his tracks, letting out a confused sound as he hears the unexpected noise. A massive stone giant is bombarded by powerful beams of light as the underworld environment rumbles. Observing the rescue target's skill, Kang notes that the blurry swordsmanship feels strangely familiar. He recalls that the combat style is very similar to a specific person he once knew in his past. Looking closer at the silhouette, he realizes that even the man's face seems familiar to him. Kang notices the rescue target is still fighting and confirms that he has managed to survive. As a massive energy pillar descends, a weary Jung-Yun-chan laments that he is already struggling despite only being at the gate's outskirts. Battered and exhausted, the hunter questions how he is having such a hard time against these initial enemies. Standing before a dark abyss in the desolate underworld, the hunter curses his desperate situation. The hunter is left in total shock when a massive pillar of light suddenly obliterates a giant right in front of him. Kang appears amidst the energy and smirks, asking the hunter if his display of power was impressive. He is completely shocked to realize who is standing before him. Yun-chan kneels and proclaims that he has been waiting for the day to finally meet the great immortal.